Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment.
big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is not some text. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with it. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Let's do and say Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we get it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chip away at it and ignore the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the take. And we eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we get it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we get. Oh yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया. अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं.
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली, जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया. मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकालूंगा.
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए. जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली.
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है.
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
But Marja Gagane has been knocked करेगा, trigger को गेम से बाहर करेगा. And the champions, they paying the price with the blood.
After a long-fought battle, the new faces are finally here in the BGMI Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm going to be a host and caster for the day. John alongside with me on the panel, it's going to be Fixes. And Fixes, we know it is the day one of the Open Finals. And usually the day ones are filled with a lot of tests and trials and confusions.
It certainly is, of course. But before we get into all of that, I'm really excited because the extravaganza has begun. It's a carnival. We've got the Christmas coming in pretty early, the New Year, all of that. It goes on till the end of January, till the early phases of Feb. But now coming back, it is the Open Finals Day 1. We've seen so many teams partaking in this event and only a chosen, I think the best of the best have made it so far. I think the competition from here onwards gets even tougher.
Exactly. The 24 teams qualified in from the Open Qualifier. And as you mentioned, the competition just keeps on getting super tough. And we all are always excited to see the new faces dominate too, right? We always love to see that Cinderella run. We always love to see that dark horse just coming in out of nowhere, dominating a lot of these known names. But let's be honest, there's also a couple of known names in the mix, and that's definitely going to be making things much more tougher for the newer teams on the block.
Yeah, of course. And we've seen that happen time and time again when we take a look at the list of teams also, which we will do in a while. But we've got a very interesting format in front of us. We did have the Open qualifiers, and we are on towards the Open Finals. We've got 24 teams from the Open qualifiers that will be duking it out, and the top 16 teams qualify for the challenge season.
Exactly, but here's the twist. 16 more teams will be invited in the challenge season. That means things are going to get super intense in the challenge season too. And then only the top 16 move on towards the challenge finals, which are of course going to be the LAN event. And everyone's going to be super excited to witness that. Top 16, only one can be crowned as the champion of the SPS BGMI. And it is going to be super exciting to see that as well. But Fixes bringing the conversation back towards the Open Finals. Now we've got 24 teams at hand. That means, of course, these 24 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 8, and I would love to see how those grouping system as well is going to work out. But here's the prize pool for the tournament. This is going to be something that will add on the extra bit of effect on the players, extra bit of tension on the players. First placing team will be getting 50 lakhs in their hands, and the total prize pool for this event, it is 1 crore rupees.
Indeed, and that just makes it so much better, right? Considering how we've seen a dip in the prize pools in the recent times. It kind of feels really great to have all those 7-digit figures coming up. But when we talk about those personal accolades, we have the MVP getting 50,000 rupees. And now we've got something new, something exciting for the teams. You've got the first finisher, the second finisher. They're also receiving 60 and 30,000 respectively. And it comes down to how many finishes your teams can get. You've got a respective amount of awards for getting the highest amounts of chicken dinner. But then you've also got individual prizes for the ones getting the highest amount of finishes. Now, a lot of people might be confused. We've got an MVP. We've got some extra prize set for the individual finishes. Of course, just a pleasant reminder to all our viewers that MVP is a whole different formula, right? It includes your survival time, your amount of finishes and all of that. And the finishes, the individual award for that is completely different. So a lot on the line. I think individually you can do better, but again, it's always a team game. So whichever team's the best takes a lot of that.
But yeah, I guess the pricing system's really going to be affecting a lot of the things in the gameplay as well. Maybe they're going to be forced to be a little bit more aggressive in the playing field. But hey, we spoke about the groups at the start of the day, and here are the groups in front of our screens. Group A, you've got, of course, quite the known names. WSB, Metal Esports. You've also got BotArmyEsports, 7 Habits, GENxFM. We've seen all these names in the past. Inside of Group B, you've got Hyderabad Hydras. You've also got Eternity, WindGod Esports. Honestly speaking, I've got a lot of hopes from WindGod Esports and Gujarat Tigers.
Yeah, WindGod Esports have gone for a complete revamp. I was taking a look at their roster. It is the old lineup of Team Enigma. So much hullabaloo in the recent times, especially after the officials got off. And it seems like, it feels like rather we're going to witness a whole new BGMI. Because like you said, Necro, we've got so many of those new names also popping up. And there were a lot of big names that also failed to qualify from the qualifiers. So that is going to be a little bit of a bummer. But I think heading on into 2025, it kind of feels like it's a new gleam of hope for all these underdogs that have been grinding it out and out. Now, we've been talking about the squad rosters, right? Look at RedxRoss. You might see a lot of these players from WSP, but they're under a different banner altogether. Metal Esports, I think X lineup of TWOB now under a new roof. So they will definitely be one of the most interesting prospects to look out for.
Exactly, especially in the officials. This lineup has had such a great run, so I would love to see how they perform in a complete new banner. Prince OG, quite a nice IGL, honestly speaking. I mean, in the recent run, he's been doing pretty good. He's on form. You move on towards BotArmyEsports, quite the newer faces on the block, but still, they've made a lot of statements in the officials. I would love to see how they do in this tournament. You've also got the Group B on the screen, Eternity, quite the new name. Diesel Esports, we've never seen them in the past. I would love to see what they've got in stock. Even Bunny Esports, quite a decently known names, you can't say, but they're still over here in this circuit, and for them, it is going to be an intensity they've never faced before.
And then you've got one of those big guns, right? Gujarat Tigers, always out there, but somehow misery has been following them for quite some time. And how can you forget Gujarat Tigers with WinGod Esports beside them? They've gone in for a complete revamp. Like we said, got quite a lot of those potential players that can do really well. But like you said, I think for Myth Official, this is one of those lineups I'm really looking out to, because Oxen, SpearX, these are those players I've never heard of. So got to see what they can really put on the line. Are they going to give it their all, or are they going to let the nerves take over? But as we move on ahead to Group C, we've got Team Blasty over here. So we've heard about Blasty. Now he's decided to make his own team. And along with that, you've got Team Empire. We've seen Empire also partaking in the previous SPS. So it's going to be interesting. He's come with a whole lot of new lineups, new faces. So let's see what these young lads are going to do.
Whenever you see Team Empire, they always got new players every single tournament. I don't know how this man does it, but yeah, he always brings up a complete new set of teams. So yeah, I mean, you've also got the latter half of the board of Group C, and Team Jelly is going to be over here in the mix. And yes, it is the same Jelly as Godlike Jelly. He is now completely over here with a complete new teammates, and I would love to see how his team's going to be performing in this SPS. You move on towards the point system. It's pretty much the same one as the officials. Nothing changing over here. The first placing team gets 10 points, the second one getting 6 points, the third one getting 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until 9th, till 16th get none. But here's the twist. You will get 1 finish point each finish you get, so that means, of course, a lot of these teams are going to be motivated to go for the finish points because you're not really getting a lot of placement points anyways.
Of course, I think the idea has to be, going off for a slow start, I feel like, for all these teams, because we do not know where they are going to drop. A lot of those new names. We certainly do. Gujarat Tigers, we know they like their own drops locations. We know where WinGod likes to go. We've seen these esports. They have Gokul, one of the former players of Limr. I think he was their IGL, so he's also under a new banner. So we know a few familiar faces, and we are kind of aware of how they play. But for the newer names that we have been discussing about, so that is going to be interesting. How can they change the equation? What will their effect in taking those fights or their drops? How does it change the dynamics of the game? So that is what I'd be interested into. And if I were these players, I'd rather start things off in a mellow manner and then see how the lobby goes.
I mean, game one's usually going to be the game of test and trials, right?
Yep.
Teams will try to figure out the intensity, how exactly the other teams are thinking, and what sort of route you need to take for success. Especially for teams like Gujarat Tiger, I do expect that aggression coming off the rip, because Gujarat Tiger, for them, aggression is going to be the main confidence they need to fuel their egos, and if their egos are not going to be fueled, then we pretty much know what happens. Gujarat Tigers can be a sinking ship. But recently, going through those new changes in the roster, I would love to see how that's going to be affecting the entire lineup now.
And that hasn't fared off pretty well for Gujarat Tigers so far, right? They've been aggressive, but sometimes they forget to put on that leash. But when we talk about that schedule, we've got something interesting over here. There's been a little bit of that switcheroo. We've got Erangel first, and we've got Sanhok. Ideally, we are privy to a lot of those Miramar matches, right? And then it is going to be Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel to close the day off. So that is going to pretty much happen throughout the 3 days that we have for the open finals. So that's going to be interesting. So kicking things off at Erangel. So we will have groups A and B partaking in that one, Necro. Anything, or maybe if we talk about the predictions, any team that you're going to be eyeing out for?
Honestly speaking, man, look, I would love to see how these players perform off the rib, because going for predictions, especially on the game one, it is pretty much like a gamble that you're taking. So I would love to see how they perform, at least in the stage one, and then maybe I can try and make some sort of speculations on who's going to be the one to come through victorious. Because right now, we of course got the plane hitting the skies once again as the plane flight pad begins all the way from military base towards the opposite side, which is going to be Kamishki. And knowing the fact that now you've also got WSB on the screen, I would love to see how this team is also going to be sort of navigating their way way towards their drop location. Off the rip, you do see a few teams take an exit from the plane flight path. One of them is also going to be WinGod Esports, and you've also got BotArmyEsports. Devotee. We need to talk about Devotee, man. This man individually has been putting on some insane stats in other tournaments. If he's going to be able to perform the same way, BotArmyEsports, they're going to have a game on their hands.
Surely always, pushes us into believing in him, and especially the entire team of BotArmyEsports. I'm going to take you back a couple of months earlier when we were in those preliminary stages of the BMPS, where we saw BotArmyEsports having such a good run, but they missed by mere margins. Another team that is quite aggressive, loves to indulge themselves in those third-party fights. So they've got SPA right beside them. So I'm going to be interested into seeing if we're going to have any of those early collisions, because when you take a look at Milta, we've got the likes of Medal, we've got the likes of 7habit, and 7habit also being one of those teams that we know a lot about, courtesy to how they played in the previous official events.
Hands down. I mean, so far 7habits, look, they've always been a good mixture of aggression and that passiveness that they like to bring on the board. If 7habits, they've got a good position inside of the circle, of course, the best thought process that's going to be, the best decision you can take is play safe and play it super passive, and that's what 7habits can sometimes do as well. But 7habits, we have seen them a lot of the times as well choke a lot of those defensive fights, and hopefully now, after a few months later, we are going to see a complete new and reformed 7habits, because we can definitely see a few players switched up.
Look at this. Quite a lot of commotion happening around Yasnaya. Got RedxRoss. He's just somehow trying to traverse around. He just needs to get to that buggy, and he needs to get there ASAP. As the backup does arrive. All right, Rockley is already down on his knees. I'm pretty sure he is a goner. With that being said, we've got the first finish off the board.
I thought he's not going to overcommit to that, but then he does. I genuinely thought it's not going to get anywhere. Yeah, it's just a player circling around the tree. Is not going to get taken down no matter what. But then Rockley was way too overconfident in that scenario that he was going to be able to take down the opponent, and he overcommitted too hard. And that's the reason why that man is not in the game anymore, and his team's going to kick things off with just a 3-man squad, a handicap.
That is going to be a little bit of a bummer, especially for Rockley. Not really adept with his ninjutsu, but look at this. Eternity have also been pushed on. And this is quite baffling because TEZ, they make a very early run, a very early rotation down south. Of course, we know the Southern Circle. And this is where, for Eternity, it's going to be a tight smack on their faces. Because as of now, TEZ, they have been really happy about how they've capitalized on the factor that they've made that early rotation down south, and it is going to help them eons. What they're going to do is head onto the shorelines area, loot those couple of compounds, and maybe have an approach from the southern side.
Hands down, but missing so many shots on TEZ is also something that was paid over there. Paying for his own mistakes. Generally speaking, he had a big chance taking down the entire team right there. He took a lot of those shots with the M416, but that iron sight sort of played against him, and that's one of the main reasons why he's not in the game anymore. But going for the bridge camp off the rip, it was quite the great choice. Eternity, it could have worked out pretty well, only if the man had his own teammates backing him up, but that was not the case, which just completely blows. But in that scenario, honestly speaking, that solo player should not have taken the shots. He should have just stayed quiet and let the opponents just move away from that bridge. But unfortunately, greed is not good, and we have seen 2 examples of that so far in the game off the rip.
He got a little ahead of himself, no doubt. Of course, I completely agree with you, considering the fact that he should have just been anonymous over there. But Team Bunny, look at them. They've got new foes right in front of them, and it is going to be an open warfare. WinGod already losing out on Yash. Bunny, he's not going to spare anybody, and Team Bunny, they are going to go on a chase.
Hands down. A little bit of a tough pill to swallow. And TEZ, they constantly are taking the shots in the front. WinGod Esports down to a 3-man squad, and the fact that they're out in the open, they can't even escape from this entire scenario. Tossing out the smokes. They want to make a smoke trail. A beautiful knockout into Rishi. That's going to delay things a bit more. But Sunshine 2 is trying his best to constantly take the shots in the front.
Wow.
And a few more knockouts hit the deck. Sunshine, he takes down Infinity 2. WinGod Esports, a team we had so many expectations from. It seems like the game one's not exactly going to be theirs. Still, they've got 2 more players alive. One of them is still knocked out, bleeding to his death. He needs to be saved. He's taken away. LeBron is trying to crawl back to safety, but one man is still inside of that house. And GENx, he's got the entirety of DEZ now chasing on forward. Even Eternity's taking a few shots. They want a third party. They want to be a part of this entire kerfuffle. But for Eternity, even they're down with a 3-man squad, so this is going to be a pretty balanced fight. But considering Eternity, they're third partying this, so they're going to have the default advantage.
It's looking so scrappy, man. Initially, it started off with Team Eternity being taken off, and now they also want to partake in all these fights. And then you've got Team Bunny. Out of nowhere, Wingod decides to just chime in through. We were hoping, for Christ's sake, a slower start. But this is far from that being happening. I think the viewers are going to be enjoying every bit of that. Wingod, they did take a couple of early casualties, but somehow they've also managed to recuperate, found that little compound. But for Team Bunny, they've got 4 finishes already in the bag. I must say they've got the dream start going in for themselves.
Hands down, 4 points off the rip with all the 4 players standing. What else do you want? And you've also got a basic gear for yourself to play with as well, but still that one man from Wingod Esports is on the opposite side. And his hands are on the util. He's ready to toss out an 8 if it's going to get charged on. The entirety of TZ in the front, all the players in just one single house. The fact that they're playing this so slow is actually making me concerned for them. The longer you let the opponent breathe, the more confident he gets. It's better to just press on the charge right now and get rid of the opponent as soon as possible, once things are a little too late. And yeah, speaking of the entire fight and how it erupted, Wingod Esports, they were going for quite the gutsy move. Out in the open, taking that rotation. And of course, things did not work out the way they wanted it to. And that's where TZ got the main advantage. Wingod Esports is one of those formidable competitors we're speaking of. And now look at them. In the game 1 itself, because of all the confusion that was created by the zone itself in the game 1, that's why Wingod Esports were not able to capitalize that well. And here we go. TZ, with an ease, they take down the last man as well.
Not looking good for Wingod Esports. One of the bigger names in the community, and being the first team to get eliminated. I must say, I think they had the like-minded ideas of Team Bunny. It was all about the timings going absolutely wrong. And another major blunder was for a fact that all of them just decided to travel in that hoverboard. All of them decided to move at the same time, and that was sort of the Achilles heels for them. But as we speak, Mental Esports, they've also successfully made it across the bridge. They've got some areas, a little bit of that high ground advantage around the Sosnovka military base. A good position, at least for now. Got their backlines clear. Who knows that maybe Team Eternity might decide to fight back. They have to be careful. But for now, Necro, they've got some immediate foes in front of them. It is going to be BotArmyEsports. And we know BotArmy, they love dropping down at the military base. So this is going to be their territory. And Medal, they've decided to infiltrate it. And it's just not both of them. I also do see Team Myth right beside them. So Team Medal, they might have a lot on their hands right now.
Military base is, of course, going to be super chaotic as the time keeps on passing on. Looking at the circle too, it feels like it is going to center on up towards the military base, so makes a lot of sense why so many teams are opting for it. And Mental Esports, speaking of them, they're of course going to be one of those bright diamonds in the entire lobby. This lineup has way too much potential compared to the other lineups that we're currently witnessing, and they've also proven themselves in the past too in the officials, so yeah, no reason to doubt them. But I would still love to see how they perform in this individual tournament. Off the rip, we did see a lot of those fights happen too. One of the known names got taken down as well, so anything can happen. Still, there's this curveballing effect that's affecting the teams. And looking at the circle, it's going to shift down south even more. So that means there's a big chance it's going to shift towards the outskirts on the edges.
Look at Sam and Abbott. They are far away from home, but they're still well inside the circle. But when you take a look at the teams around the Yasnaya Polyana region, you've got Do or Die, you've got F1 Esports, you've got RedxRoss lurking around Lipovka. I'm starting to wonder if they've got enough. It's still the first circle. I feel like they've missed that timing of really entering the zone early. So what I feel all these teams, even for the likes of GT and for FS, what they're going to resort to is make a very late appearance. And looking at GENxFM, I feel like they're still going in for the bridge camp, don't you think?
They indeed are. And GENxFM, overall, for them, even the rotation's going to be pretty easy. It's not that big of a deal. We can see it on the map. There's no one really camping GENxFM on the opposite side, so it's all good in the hood for them. And what did I see? Prince is using the M16A4. Interesting. He's probably going to try to use that weapon on burst, but still, it's an interesting choice of weapon. We haven't really seen a lot of the players going for that. Instead, the players love to use the M416. But I would love to see what Prince has got in stock. Of course, it is not a weapon that you should underestimate at all. It has got its own pros and cons. And the entirety of Metal Esports, right now, they're settled in quite a great place. You talk about BotArmyEsports too. They started things off from the apartments. And once again, they're over here in the military base apartments. They haven't moved out at all.
Really concerns about Metal Esports for me is the scarcity of loot. We did see an M16, right? Did talk about it being a very effective weapon in those mid-ranges, but still, it's not the weapon that Prince would want on his loadout. Surely needs to upgrade that to an M4. But I think he's got to make do, and we understand that. I think it's about the hurry they were in to get down below. But looking at 7 Habit, pretty sure they're good with their parkour skills. Because you need a little bit of that to maybe make over the hills over here. But still quite safe when you look at how the others are right now. I must say, BotArmyEsports, they've got a very promising positions to themselves. And the same can be said for the likes of Hyderabad Hydras also. Got those southern compounds to themselves. For Eternity though, had they had Captain, had they not lost him, I must say they're also doing quite good for themselves.
And we also can't really forget the fact that there's still so many more known names in the game. Yeah, WinGod Esports got taken down, fine. Still, we've got 7 Habits. Still, we've got Do or Die, Metal Esports. You've also got Hyderabad Hydras in the mix. And the best of them all, in my opinion, Gujarat Tigers. Especially in the early phase of a tournament, Gujarat Tiger is known to dominate. They're known for their aggression. And in my opinion, especially when things are super confusing, it's better to take things aggressive than playing it passive, because sometimes playing it passive can actually get you caught off guard as well. And I think one of the prime examples of that was Metal Esports. Metal Esports, as soon as they saw the circle shifting down south, they went for a quick rotation. They wanted to play it a little bit more defensive, and they wanted to play it a little bit more tactical, but instead they got caught off guard in that rotation. So that's what I'm exactly saying. Playing it aggressive can actually pan out better, because even the point structure now can actually support you.
It does reward you, but what really concerns me for Gujarat Tigers, I think you would also agree with me on that, is the fact that they've had a complete revamp of their roster.
Yeah.
You play only aggressive when you've got teammates that you can trust. And they have been playing for a couple of months, but I don't think they have set their synergy right. And yes, we've seen Gujarat Tigers always being aggressive even in those official tournaments. But let's not also forget that that has been their kryptonite so far. Sometimes they forget when to put a leash on it, and as a result of which, it has also caused in their elimination. So Clutch got a lot running through his minds right now. He surely is an experienced lad, one of the old guards of the scene, and he knows that now to infiltrate in a circle like this, he has to be very cautious. And with GENxFM somehow holding on to the doors of the bridge, it is going to be also difficult for Gujarat Tigers to really make that cross, because Vishu has got a really good position to himself.
I'm pretty sure Klutchkot thought that at this point in time, the bridge is going to be uncamped, but instead, it is still being camped by the players of GENxFM. And that's something that Klutchkot is not exactly ready for. And GENxFM, it feels like they've got no intentions of giving it away too. Finally, they do start to make some moves on the board. GENxFM realizing the fact that, okay, maybe camping it for too long is not going to be that good of a deal. Vishu's already moved on forward towards the opposite side. So Vishu's got a lot of that land control already. He's going to be like the insurance policy inside of the circle, who will go on forward and secure a better slot for his team in the zone. But what exactly is GT trying to bring on the board? We do see a lot of the players moving in towards Primorx, and I guess they want to get their hands on the boat. They want to go for a boatation. But this late inside of the game, I highly doubt you're going to get your hands on the boat.
At this point, he would be praying if he can get his hands on maybe a hovercraft, because that would be ideal. Something that we saw WinGod taking, and just got blasted right away. But Then again, taking a look at the circle shift really helps the endeavors of Hyderabad Hydras. One of the best positions in the circle so far. But when you take a look at others, even Eternity find themselves quite comfortable. But 7 have it. It's just lurking around right beside them. And now we've got the likes of Team Bunny spotting out GENxFM, making that quick move. And there you have it. Clutch caught. Going after the players of Diesel. One of them already knocked down, and Orlo on his knees, courtesy to the play zone.
Team Bunny still with a decent spot inside of the zone. And towards Primorx, we do see a fight erupting. Diesel Esports going off against Gujarat Tiger. And Gujarat Tiger's off the rip. They've already found a few knockouts. That's going to be the advantage they were looking for. Even GENxFM is indulging inside of the fight, but it's a complete different fight that we're speaking of. But Gujarat Tigers against Diesel, they've got a big advantage that they're working with. LB gets knocked out. Gauntz is going to be the man with a big advantage, and Sham is taken down way too low. Keep this thing in mind, it's also the play zone doing that constant damage. The wall of death is going to have no mercy. Clutch got a util in his hand, looking for to toss the nade. And maybe this nade's going to be perfectly cooked, as Sham gets chipped a little too much, and with that nade, it's going to be the nail in the coffin that Gujarat Tigers was looking for, but already they've spent too much time. It's the stage 3 of the game, and Gujarat Tigers, they need to make some quick moves.
They do have a hovercraft, but they have to move in quick, like you said, right? They have no time, and they've got to survive those early jitters. However, at the cost of one of their players, we do not know exactly what happened over here. Seems like both these teams were looking out for maybe a couple of boards here and there to somehow cross over, but as a result of which they locked on against each other. But for now, Team Myth still have majority areas of the military base locked and loaded. They've got BotArmyEsports right beside them, in front of them. They've got the likes of I believe GENxFM, but look at this, 7 have it. They are being surrounded, and Kallu, at this point, he might need some assistance. He is going to relay all that information to his teammates, but Phoenix is going to come in from the sidelines, and Kalu somehow getting exposed, and in fact wanting to go after Phoenix. That is the right decision to make, but Phoenix, he wants to scurry off from here. He wants to find a different angle, as a result of which gets picked off by Beast, and now Kalu, he is done and dusted. He is helpless in that situation.
Both the teams way too scattered. They've got good positioning. Yes, nothing taken away from that. But it's like each player's flanking the other. And that's one of the main reasons why they seem so scattered. 7 habits, still, they will have an easy revival on the fallen player. It's not that big of a deal. Beast pushes on up. Clutch hears the sound. The utilities are definitely finding the connection that they need to. Clutch cooks another nade. Maybe it's going to find the connection. It does. Takes down the player way too low. And now Clutch is starting to make some desperate moves. Beast is just over him. The shock and duel is something that's going to matter the most. The nade gets tossed, but it does not find any sort of knock that he was looking for. A UMP-45 up against an S12K, and of course S12K will prevail. But even Beast needs to be careful of the back lines, because they're filled with a lot of foes. And that too of 7 habits. They would want to take the revenge.
Team base there, that's definitely answering back, and I was kind of baffled with how Kalu really got back online. But still, ripping the guts apart. We've got team base. Now they've got some advantage, but they need to get those res back up. They need to get those revives there, and they need to do it ASAP, because you've got from the backlines another team, that is F1 Esports. They're also pushing in through. The good thing is that Phoenix, he is aware of their intervention, as a result of which a beautiful spray coming in. Gara has been taken down, but here you go. The trades also do come in due time, and now Team Beast, they are literally a sandwich in the patty over here, with no means of escape, out in the open. Just a little monster truck somehow trying to save them. But now, Beast, he needs to buy some time for his team. With just Lucifer alive, can he do that?
Trades now favoring WSB. Smokes out to try and save the day for his own teammate. Vampy as well doing the same thing. Smokes out. The revival will be there. But can WSB survive from that position? That's the real question. Blowing the tires away off that monster truck's going to be the best thing you can do. But I'm pretty sure even F1 wants that monster truck to themselves. That's why they're not doing so. Beast gets spotted out in the open. That should be a knockout. A lot of shots whiffed, though. And Gian, he's going to be super disappointed in himself. Should have been a free knockout. Should have been the opener they were looking for. Maybe this nade's going to deal a lot of damage and secure that knockout that he's looking for. A few more utilities tossed in that same direction. That monster truck is still intact. The nade's gonna find the knockout, and that's exactly what Gian was looking for. Beast taken down. The man who was doing the most amount of damage against F1 is now not inside of the game anymore. But as you say so, Lucifer replies back in a great style. Shuts down the man. Trades happening back and forth for now. WSP as well, not just ruled out of the game yet. They've still got a lot of fuel left in the tank.
Loved how Lucifer re-engaged and got the trade over there, right? Used the smoke screen as a soft guard for himself, just around the edges. He did find out one of the players, but now F1 Esports still do have the numbers advantage, but with the zone closing in, they are running out of time. And now WSP, how on earth are they still standing? How on earth they are still breathing over here? As look at Almost Got. He's got a beautiful angle, and there you go. He connects, and now Lucifer, the devil himself, last player surviving for Team Beast over there. As F1 Esports, they've got to make their run inside the zone first. That has to be priority number one. And for that to happen, they have to deal with the players of WSP. As there is no time for the revival anymore. It has to be a head-on collision. And Lucifer, again, somehow trying to play the tricks of trade over here. Lucifer, through the other smoke, he's gone in through. And this time, Gara, he gets another knock onto its beast as Lucifer trying to make a run for his life. Around those smokes, he's playing, but he's being caught off by Vampy. He's going to take a couple of shots. Somehow still does connect as Gara, he gets that final nail in the coffin, but at the cost of what? There you have it, Vampy already down on his knees as Eternity. Now they have to deal with DOD.
F1's done. They can't survive this. There's no way. They do not have any utilities left anymore. They do not have first aids. Neither they have any sort of bullets. They messed up big time, wasting so much time in that fight. And now F1, they do not even have any vehicles to do so to try and make it inside of the circle. That should mark the day for F1 in the first game at least. As you've got Eternity. For them, it's always been a path filled with a lot of troubles. And once again, the same thing repeats for them. Tyrant is the man knocked out, and he's slowly and steadily taken away as well. They need to get Tyrant back on his feet. Kaiser, he's got his own troubles that he wants to deal with. Do or die in the front. Eternity, quite scattered across the board. While Kaiser wants to take care of that man in the front lines. Old Boy trying to play it as passive as possible, but Old Boy's doing a lot of damage. Significant amount of damage. Another util looking to be tossed, and that nade might just find the mark he was looking for. Kaiser still on the other side of the rock, and that's keeping him alive inside of the game. But look at the wall of death. Now it's going to start to do a lot of damage. And Old Boy, he needs to respect that. Needs to move inside of the zone as soon as possible. Kaiser moves out in the open. Old Boy looking for to toss out a few more smokes. That's going to create the trail that he's looking for. He's got his hands on the buggy too. He can take the rotation away from this spot, and that's what he's looking to do as well, but he does not have a lot of time. The damage is taking too much. And Old Boy, at least he can find the rotation inside the circle, but he still takes too much damage with the bullets of Kaiser, and that's going to mark his day as well.
Yeah, really, time being of the absolute essence, and him running out of meds, had to make that nervy move, had to take that rough decision, eventually leading into his demise. But for now, Team Eternity surviving the onslaught as the circle takes another eastern shift. You've got Team Metal at a very promising position. They have hunkered themselves down over towards those bunkers over there. But for now, Team Myth gotta take this fight against BotArmyEsports. They've got a lot of vehicles, handy at least for them. For now, gonna make some movements in. But this is where majority of the fights do happen. A lot of that traffic coming in from down south. You still have Team Bunny, they're surviving, they're breathing, but look at this, GENxFM locking horns against the likes of BotArmyEsports, each of them losing a player individually. As Scary Jord, he was trying to take a couple of shots at Madrek's direction, but instantly was hammered down from the backlines, as a result of which now Monty Bay, he is right in front of the last player of GENxFM, and he clutches it out against all the odds. 2 finishes to his names, does have the player still breathing, but everybody on their knees, needs to deploy a lot of those smokes, need to get those revivals, and need to get inside the zone ASAP.
Devotee can be saved. Actually, both the players are going to be in top-notch condition. It's all good in the hood for the side of BotArmyEsports. Main man Devotee's back on his feet, but honestly speaking, Monty, that clutch saved the day for the entirety of BotArmy. But as I say so, they get eliminated from the game by SBA, but even Cheyenne falls down. So many crossfires are already created inside of the final few moments. The circle's out in the open. You've only got a few ridges you can play with. And even SPA falls prey to the same system the players of BotArmyEsports fell. And now for SPA, they're also caught out in the open. A few utilities can actually get rid of them. But luckily enough for SPA, the team that was taking shots against him, they're not in that range.
The underdogs of the BGMI scene, SBA Esports, formerly known as Phoenix Esports. Look at that, Cheyenne George, Snow George still surviving somehow. But look at this. Team Bunny, they've got 12 finishes already in the bag. I'm starting to ponder as to when they had so many of those finishes. Last we remember, we saw them with just 4 to the name. But they have been all guns blazing right throughout the game. And now Kaiser does have that high ground advantage to himself, enjoying his little space over there as Smog lobs in a grenade, lands to absolute perfection, resulting in one other player being taken down. But Team Eternity, they've got to make a move inside the circle. Given the fact that you still have Team Metal Esports present over there, it is going to be such a long road away from home. And there you have it, Sarvit taking down one, and eventually the others being devoured.
We all saw this coming. We all knew what Metal Esports is going to do there. Them being on the edge, they're of course going to be the best seal you're looking for on the edge lines, and they're going to try and prevent anyone getting in from the zone. And with that, Metal Esports, they've secured this entire wall to themselves. They've got so much cover to play with. While you try and speak a myth, they do not even have the circle. They need to move out in the open. For Myth, this might just be it. I don't think Myth can survive for too long, but Metal Esports, man, that tactical brilliance worked out perfectly. Playing that position game off the rip, they had such a great position towards the military base, but knowing exactly where the zone's going to shift, they instantly readjusted themselves, repositioned themselves on this spot. And since then, Metal Esports has been doing a fantastic job holding it down, hunkering it down. While Myth, even for them, it's been quite a decent game. Finishing things off in second spot. If they do win the game, that's going to be a big miracle. But so far, what the positioning says, that for Myth, it is going to be a game finished on the second spot. You've only got 2 players standing up against the entirety of Metal Esports. Metal Esports pretty much being a champion lineup. They haven't won a championship yet, but still they've gotten us super close to that championship. So yes, that speaks volumes about their potential. And somewhere down the line, I also love the fact that Metal Esports is not being too confident in this scenario. Instead, they're letting the flow take over.
Not being cocky, not at all. And for Metal Esports, we've seen this is a team that is known for the consistency. Their zone reads, they did not have a lot of ammunitions, a lot of good loadouts to work out individually initially, but now they certainly are. But looking at Myth, one piece at a time is what they've decided to go after. Aiden getting that knock onto with sprints. Need to quickly get that revive on their former IGL at this point. At this point, legit still going to try and keep the players of Myth officials at bay. Still just trying to hammer down a couple of shots as now the blue zone starts to hurt. Aiden gets taken down from the play zone, and there you have it, Spear, the final player surviving, and this is where they know that they can spread their wings afar as legit he goes in for that final finish, and he gets that. Okay. And with that being said, Metal Esports locked and loaded. The first game, they start off with a winner chicken dinner.
Of course, it's a known banner getting the chicken dinner off the rip, and somewhere down the line, we all expected this, right? Either Metal Esports, Gujarat Tigers, Hyderabad Hydras, someone of the known banners, of course, going to dominate off the rip, and it was Metal Esports to do so. Had a lot of expectations from Windigod Esports too, but unfortunately, they got eliminated off the rip. But Metal Esports, beautiful stuff coming through from them. Off the rip, they had such a great position towards military base. Even the repositioning was immaculate, and that's one of the main reasons why Metal Esports came through victorious. And also winning a lot of those duels sort of helped the players of Metal Esports, but I'm pretty sure they did not have a lot of elimination points. Instead, finishing on the first spot is going to give them 10 placement point with an okayish amount of eliminations.
It's fine, right? At least for Metal Esports, considering these are those nervy games, and this is one of the most challenging phases of this tournament, right? You've got such an unpredictable lobby, you do not know much about it, and starting things off, kicking it off with a chicken dinner will definitely instill that amount of confidence. But I think few other really good outliers in this game had to be Team Bunny. Last we saw, they were sitting at around 11 to 12 finishes. Does not matter how many position points you have accumulated for yourselves, but still crossing over that 12 to 15 point marker right from game number 1, I think they are looking very hot.
hands down, they're definitely looking pretty good. And Metal Esports, this is the exact cushion they were looking for, right? Being a known name, you would of course want to have a bit of that cushion to work with. But for the other teams, it's not a good thing at all. If a team like Metal Esports gets the cushion, you know what happens. Metal Esports will start steamrolling the lobby because they will have that confidence. They will start to play super aggressive. But then on the opposite side of the spectrum, you've got a few more names like Gujarat Tigers. This time around, Gujarat Tigers went for quite the late game approach, which is one of the most classical approaches to have, considering Gujarat Tigers dropped all the way up north and the circle was down south. So of course you cannot go for a quick rotation because already a lot of the teams will be camping the bridge. Gujarat Tigers took the right approach, but GENxFM was a bit too stubborn camping that bridge for too long, and that's one of the main reasons why Gujarat Tigers also sort of fell prey to the entire game. Off the rip, we did see WinGod Esports get picked off by the players of Team Bunny, and Team Bunny honestly did quite a great job doing so as well.
Oh, indeed. And I think it all came down to how the circle was so merciless right from the very get-go, right? It's the first game of this tournament, of the Open Finals, and suddenly you get something going down south. I think that really threw a span into the works of so many of these IGLs that they had to change from their go-to style of play. But this was one of the most interesting fights that we got to witness, right? For Team Beast, exactly, surviving the onslaught of two different teams, and Lucifer clearly being one of those players that did a lot inside this fight along with the IGL Beast. He was constantly changing positions, constantly keeping the players of F1 Esports at bay, but again, the numbers somehow did overwhelm them. Whilst all of that commotion was going on, I think it was a smooth sailing for the lads of Metal Esports. They made that early rotation down south, kind of got themselves out of the bunkers pretty early on, and then we saw Monty doing a really good clutch against GENxFM, but that did not last too long because right after they were also picked off. So the fights happened left, right, and center, and towards this point, it was pretty much established that for Metal Esports, it is a game already in their bags. But for Myth officials, I think only a miracle could have saved them. I think Aiden did start it off, but I feel like in those latter phases of the game, they ran out of any sorts of utility to make those moves. And what I even appreciated more was they did not give their bodies away. They did not give those finish points away towards Metal Esports. And I think that is why we saw the players of Metal Esports really going in for that push to maybe collect an extra 1 or 2 points.
Yeah, they still got that 1 point in the end behind that silo. So yeah, still at least 1 point was collected from that fight. But yeah, moving back towards the topic of that trifecta that we just witnessed, right? WSB, 7 Habits, and F1 Esports. And honestly speaking, it was one of the most crappiest fights that I've witnessed so far in my entire career. Because both the teams choked against WSB for some reason. And I'm not exactly sure why that happened. WSB was in one of the worst positions you can ask for. They did not have the high ground to play with in the first place. They were pretty much down in the dip. And speaking of 7 Habits, they had the advantages side of things. F1 Esports came from the backlines, third party, 7 Habits, and then as soon as they started taking fights against WSP, F1 Esports, for some reason, the synergy, the communication just seemed lost. Everyone was going for that individual approach, and that's something that worked against the players of F1. And if you also saw their ammunition count, they had next to none. They barely had any sort of spare bullets. But hey, we've got the MVP of that previous game on the screen. It's going to be Bunny Esports' Rishi with a decent amount of elimination points, which is 5, and of course a decent amount of damage. But moving back towards that conversation, right? It was one of the most crappiest fights. I genuinely think WSB should have been taken down by 7 Habits in the first place. But still, F1 Esports, they really need to work on their communication because everyone was ego challenging that fight.
Yeah, I think along with going for those ego battles, it felt like for a moment that F1 Esports did have those call-outs. Like, listen, 2 teams are fighting, let's just go on third party. And whilst the moment that they revealed themselves, they were out in the open, had no cover, that is the point where we saw even the players of Team Beast retaliating back. You could see Beast still getting a couple of knocks over on the hills. I think the good thing that Team Beast did over there was keeping them at bay. They did not constantly let them somehow try and overpower them. I think every time F1 Esports, of course, they had that high ground advantage, but to maybe push in, to maybe get in a little bit close, they were too much exposed. This is where I think the players of Team Beast really thrived, especially Beast and Lucifer, the 2 last survivors. But I feel sorry for them considering how well they managed to somehow keep themselves alive in a situation which is an absolute goner by all means. So that was a little surprising for me that they somehow managed to survive for so long. But if this is what we're gonna get to see in the next couple of days, then bring it on. We want to see more of these players put themselves in those uncomfortable spots, still coming out with a couple of finishes to their names. Hell yeah, we would love this.
But fixes, keep this thing in mind. You at least need to average 7 to 8 points per game. And I don't think so that sort of a play style is going to help you average that many points, because you at least need to have some sort of placement points coupling up with that. Because getting 8 elimination points off the rip is, of course, a great thing. Nothing taken away. But you rarely see that happen, even by a known name. So I do not really expect a lot from these newer names on the block. And yeah, speaking of Team Bunny, honestly speaking, considering it was their first game, still doing so good. Even a few more names. GENxFM could have done much better. But Ego challenging that bridge and staying there for too long, hoping that someone's going to come in and funnel in. I genuinely thought that GENxFM could have done much more better, just prioritizing the zone and getting a better spot for themselves. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more BGMI action.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. Say never to the Broncos thing.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. ओ यस.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. Say never to the Broncos thing.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
It's been a crazy evening so far. We just witnessed game number 1 and it was ecstatic, it was electrifying, and everything that we can ask for from the Open Finals. Welcome once again, folks. You are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. It is Open Finals Day 1. We had Necro and now we have another face with us, my lovely Shadow. How are you doing? How did you like game 1?
Thank you so much, Fixes, for the warm welcome. I'm super excited that match number 1 went exactly the way I wanted. Yes, I wanted a super slow start, but that was not happening. There were too many third parties happening all around the place. But I also think that the major factor for those third parties was a circle. It was a completely southern circle. Had it been a normal circle towards the main island, maybe we could have seen a very slow start for the first game.
Yeah, we could have, but it's a good thing because you love those early fights and we got to witness a lot of that. But this time, I think we're going to go in for an absolute bloodbath, considering it's going to be the game of Sanhok coming up next. I would love to see the teams participating in that one. But regardless, I think we did, Necro and I, we both touched on a couple of teams. We did talk about RedxRoss, Team Beast, WSP, whatever you want to call them. They were fighting against the world, somehow still tried to survive for as long as possible. But yes, clearly the outliers in the previous game were the likes of BATTLEGROUNDS, of course, getting the chicken dinner, and then we had Team Bunny, which leads us into the match ranking. BATTLEGROUNDS 16 points, and look at Team Bunny. They've got just 3 placement points, but those 12 eliminations points, those juicy 12, gave them 15 out of the first one.
Definitely. Team Bunny Esports was going for the elimination points, 12 eliminations sitting on the second spot. Then we have the players of Team SBA. On the third spot, a decent start for the first game, total 10 points to their name. Then we have Team Eternity with 10 points. Myth Officials, yes, the placement points are there, but since they were going for a super slow start, the elimination points is where they are lacking. That's where they're sitting somewhere towards the bottom. But speaking of bottom, we have the players of WindGod with 0.7 habit. They were also eliminated pretty early in the game and they've got nothing, 0 points.
Yeah, same can be said for the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, because we also saw them engaging in those mid battles and weren't quite lucky. They had a good position, in fact, to work around with that southern cluster to themselves. But I think the moment the circle shifted away from them, that is where they were caught with their pants down. But I think a few other teams that we can really talk about is maybe Team Eternity. Given the fact that they were one of the first ones to lose out on a player whilst they were crossing over from the bridge and still ending up at the top 4, I think goes on to speak volumes about how quickly they somehow managed to get themselves back up and still in the race, I must say. But I think heading on, we were kind of disappointed with the likes of Gujarat Tigers, with WindGod. WindGod felt completely lost in that fight against Bunny Esports. I think they were literally ripped apart over there. So I think that is one thing that they have to look forward in the next matches to come. But in Sanhok, what are you anticipating?
Complete aggression. I think in Sanhok, it's going to be a very fast-paced Sanhok because all the teams who are already on the top of the leaderboard, I think this is one of those maps where they can go and have those extra elimination points. So I'm not expecting them to go for a safe start. But yes, the teams who were eliminated pretty early in the first game, this could also be an opportunity for them. At least get good elimination points in this Sanhok and then go for a slow start in Miramar and get those placement points in that particular map. So I think Sanhok should be one of those maps where teams need to focus on the elims.
I think, one thing with Sanhok has always been about those circles. Few are a fan of the Western circles, few might debate we like a good old circle around the boot camp, and then there are a few that like it down south. So if it comes down to personal preferences, just as a viewer or as a fellow commentator, where would you see that first circle popping?
Hybrid circle, where both the islands, both the islands. Because you never know where the final circle will go. Will it go towards the northern island, or will it stay towards the boot camp area? So those hybrid circles are one of the most trickiest one to play. So I love those. But speaking of the schedule, Miramar is Erangel is already over, where Metal got a beautiful chicken dinner for themselves. Now it's time for Sanhok. Then we have Miramar. Then we have Erangel, Miramar, and we'll end things again with Erangel.
So it's Group A and B again. So we've got the same set of teams coming in inside of Sanhok. So this is where you would want to see the teams that could not perform well in the game of Erangel, the bigger names, also go out and maybe earn around 7 to 8 points per game, at least from here onwards. I think they somehow need to recover for that early loss in that game of Erangel, because the matches are quite numbered. You do not have a lot of games and you need to be in the top 16 or top 12, right? So that is going to be interesting. But that being said, folks, we are going to be finally taking it up to the skies, and the flight path trajectory really does not matter in the game of Sanhok. What matters is where the first circle forms. Now Shadow, she has been dancing with the devil. She wants a circle somewhere around the hybrid areas. She wants all the IGLs to be constantly guessing and making their predictions as of where.
Let's see if we can have a hybrid circle, but As far as I know, BGMI gods are in a pickle with me. They never listen to my prayers, but maybe they'll listen to your prayers. But speaking of WSB, yes, they were engaged in too many fights in the previous Erangel. I don't know how they survived against F1 because they were pretty much pinned down, and finally F1 was the team to eliminate them. But looks like this Sanhok is going to be pretty fast-paced Sanhok, as SBA Snowjord has managed to take down Monty Bay. The heroic player of BotArmyEsports in the previous Erangel has already been eliminated. Along with that, Henry also bids bye-bye from the lobby.
Oh, it's getting so exciting right off the get-go. It is going to be around the Ruins Temple. And we do have Aryan also losing out on his life, but look at this. In the blink of an eye, 4 finishes secured for SBA Esports. And if my memory is right, if I'm correct, it was also in the previous game where it was SBA Esports that took out the lads of BotArmyEsports. And yeah, Monty did have a very good clutch, but it did not last for long. But the previous game winners, Battle Esports, find themselves in a little bit of a pickle because you can see Prince is already down on his knees. Of course, the idea was to come down over here, collect that vehicle, take that car, and then get by. It's going to be the players of FS and Cyrix. It's coming for providing some assistance, but it feels like it has made matters worse for them because one more grenade and maybe even Cyrix can make himself vulnerable from losing his life.
The good thing is Legit has managed to find a knock onto Kira of FS. So that means Team FS is also now focused on giving the rescue mission for the fallen comrade. In the meanwhile, Prince has been revived. He'll heal himself. And Medal, all the 4 players are looking healthy. And it's going to be an interesting fight because if you look at the position of FS, the scattered approach is something I'm not a very big fan of unless you can find a very good flank angle onto one of the players of Medal. And look at that. Legit also finds a knock onto Sensei Boy. So that means 2 players down from the side of FS, and Sensei was going for that flank angle only. Seems like there is no rescue mission coming in for him as he's out there in open.
Yeah, it kind of feels a little sketchy over here. What's going on in this fight for Future Stars, because even in the previous game, we saw them. They had some early casualties coming in right now. And now everything kind of feels like it's flipped over because Prince, he's gotten back on his knees. You've got Cyrix with that assistance, and now RedxRoss. His position has been compromised. What I am really keen to know is whether or not Rockley, his position has been revealed or not, because if that has been, then things are looking very bleak for the likes of Future Stars. But now, to make matters worse, around the far off fray, you can see the silhouettes of the players of GENxFM. Cyrix sort of trying to bait himself as Prince. The idea was right at a bait and switch strategy, but RedxRoss, he knows that Prince does not have a lot of HP to work around with, and the more they're delaying, they're calling for the inevitable because GENxFM, from the backlines, they are starting to wrap up.
A third party is something I don't know if it will help the case of Future Stars, because if you look at Gregor, even has limited bullets. So I don't think he has proper loot or the resources to deal with 2 teams. Speaking of his teammate also, I saw a shotgun in his hand. So FS definitely is not in the best form right now. They don't have the best weaponry to deal with the situation of a 2v4. And third party in that scenario, maybe they can get a finish point or a 2, but nothing more than that. Medal, yes, there are little worries for them also because Prince is down to 10 HP, has got no first aid, no medkit, nothing at all to patch himself up. Just 1 bullet on the head and he's down. So that's something concerning for the players of Medal Esports also, especially in a scenario where they're not even aware that GENxFM is also in the close proximity.
I think for Prince, he's got his spider senses tingling over here. He's kind of hoping some way he could just close that shutter down because he's well aware that somebody from the backlines is watching them. And the moment he knows it's going to be GENxFM, that just makes matters worse. And there you have it, right? RedxRoss, he's been dealt with as GENxFM from the far off fray. Dhruv does manage to land a couple of shots at Medal Esports' direction. Sarvit dropped down real low, but this one spray right on Legit was as legit as it seems like. Now Medal Esports, they're in a whole world of trouble because Cyrix along with Prince, they do not have a lot of utils to work things around, and now with GENxFM being one of those stronger foes to deal with, things are not looking good for Medal Esports.
100% agreed. Medal not in the best position at this point. Yes, Sarvit has managed to give revive to Legit, but the way Dhruv is keeping his eyes stacked on Dhruv and his teammate, it's not looking good. The remaining 2 players of Medal are pretty much stuck in that warehouse. So that 2v2 split for now doesn't look like it's working in the case of Metal Esports. GENxFM, they also need to be a little careful. There could be a possibility of a threat lingering nearby, and they could be the victim of that third party. But for now, Dhruv, his entire focus is on the players of Team Metal. But looks like Metal is in no mood to take this battle. They are trying to make a safe escape from that situation and scuttle back to the safety, and seems like they've managed to do so. So GENxFM, for now, just a single finish point to their name.
It's fine. At least for Metal Esports, it's all about surviving that early onslaught. And so far, so good, because that was needed from their side. And GENxFM would really not be happy about the fact that they could just get out only with one finish to their name. We're certainly hoping for more, because in those early stages of the game, you would want to collect as many utils, as much as ammunition as you want. You need to get those right scopes, because you've got a long battle ahead of you. And somehow spending so much time and just getting away with one finish, definitely not ideal for them, but it is what it is, right? And I'm really interested to see where the circle has formed these days in the game, because need to know what these teams are up to, because we did witness a couple of fights. The first one, SBA Esports having no trouble whatsoever in eliminating BotArmyEsports. Now that is going to be quite devastating, especially for the likes of BotArmyEsports, because Necro really loves them. They've been an aggressive bunch. But in those 50-50 drop fights, anything can happen.
Agreed. In those 50-50 drop fights, anything can happen. But 7 Habit seems like even they are not in the best position at this point, because I can see a team in yellow lurking nearby, but seems like they have decided to go and have some other compound. That was Team SBA. 7 Habit Clutch seems like he's aware about the rotations which SBA is making for now. Speaking of this particular team, 7 Habit, they were eliminated pretty early in the previous game of Erangel. The reason being they were too scattered, and WSB was in a better position as compared to 7 Habit. But for now, this is one of those games where 7 Habit would be looking for more extra points to cover up the early exit which they faced in the previous Erangel. But for now, nothing really is happening, as boot camp has been occupied by the players of Gujarat Tigers. But we have a team in the blue also towards the side of Khao. That is going to be the players of WSB going for a late rotation.
For WSB, really, look at this. Somewhere down the line, your prayers have been answered. We do have a slightly hybrid circle, but still somewhere around Painan area. And so, it kind of really baffles me that how Metal Esports always get in over there. Now, Myth officials, in the previous game, they came in second. But now they've got that early casualty of Oxen once again. They've got Wingod right beside them, and seems like they've been doing that dirty work. For Wingod, they've got to be an extra little bit of careful over here in this situation, because they cannot afford to go down early. Even for the likes of Gujarat Tigers, they've got that high ground advantage to themselves. They've got a really nice spread to work across. And seems like Myth officials somehow unwantedly have put themselves in a really bad position.
They've got one elimination, and like you said, not the best spot where Myth official could be at this point. But speaking of Wingod also, they are towards the side of Painan. A good position to hold on to in such circles, because you get good loot. But anyway, how Sanhok loot doesn't matter. You get good loot on in every single compound, in every single city. But Wingod, yes, they are in a good spot for now, but they need to be aware of the teams nearby. Speaking of the players of Wingod, I think in the previous game also did manage to get good elimination points also. But wait a second. We have a situation for the players of BotArmyEsports, as ClutchGod has managed to spot one player who was trying to make those rotations through the waterways, and now he's pretty much stuck in that situation.
Not really the spot that BotArmyEsports would fancy themselves at, but we have seen they are an aggressive bunch. They really know how to fight their way out, but this time it is going to be against Gujarat Tigers, one of the more popular teams inside the current scene. And Gujarat Tigers, especially in the previous game, won that fight against the likes of Diesel, but the happiness did not last long. But this time, certainly looking quite solid. Arman already being dealt with. Look at GT Gods. He's got a beautiful flag for himself, drawing all that attention. But Shanchit He will be snuffing his prey out. There you have it, the flank being torn apart. And now, for Bunny Esports, a lot of time to get those revives in. A little bit of more assistance coming in at GT's way. Zeref, he's got to make it in time. One good grenade, and that could mark the end of those 3 players. But it went a little short. A couple more maybe, but now I think he's given his position away. Now somehow Bunny Esports know that GT do have one more player closing in on them. So this is where they have some time to somehow make things right. But Clutchguard from the backlines being a constant threat. Whilst we have noticed another player crossing across the water and really getting very up close and personal with Clutchguard. If he somehow manages to sneak in, gets the knock over here, things could look very, very dark for GT.
But I think Clutchguard is aware of the position of Dope because he was the first person who was receiving damage from the side of Gujarat Tigers. So let's see if he can close in the distance towards the side of Clutchguard. But for now, the players of Bunny Esports are pretty much pinned down in that area. I also saw the name of 7 Habit popping off in the Finnish feed. Maybe they're also trying to do a third party in that situation, as they did manage to knock down Rishi of Bunny Esports. But for now, Zverev right in the boot camp, providing all the support which his teammates need. But Gods needs to be careful as he's trying to be one with the nature. Clutchguard trying to do the majority of the heavy lifting, but the flank on which Gods is, if you do manage to get a knock or 2 onto the players of Bunny Esports, I think that can easy elimination for Bunny Esports. But on the other side of the map, we have the players of Hyderabad Hydras peppering few bullets and takes down Balu of Do or Die from the moving vehicle. Gets an instant confirmation point as well. Already a casualty from the side of DOD.
I mean, again, Do or Die, not really aware of their surroundings. They wanted to just get into safer havens. And as a result of which, Hyderabad Hydras were present to grab hold of that opportunity. Already one player done and dusted. Old boy, his position also compromised. Had to drop down that smoke to maybe somehow readjust his position. At least for now, Hyderabad Hydras are looking quite strong. Moksh really coming out of his cover, trying to find that off-guard angle maybe. But you know, in Sanhok, in a map like this, you're never safe out in the open. You might be shooting at one player, but from somewhere else, maybe from the back lines or from the sides, you might get caught off guard. But things are looking sunny for Hyderabad Hydras. Nothing much to worry about. They've got a really nice spread going on. It's all about getting a couple knocks and then maybe pushing in. Whilst that is happening, now Eternity, they decide to wrap in on the players of Gujarat Tigers. Arman being taken down once again, and their woes never seem to stop.
Yeah. Initial knock already on the players of Gujarat Tigers, and Gujarat Tigers were already engaged in a fight with the players of Bunny Esports. So this trifactor is something that can ruin the plans of Gujarat Tigers. So they need to be very careful. They have to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. But speaking of Hyderabad Hydras, around the quarry, yes, they do have a very good spread. But there are a few teams downhill, like the players of Eternity, Ninja. If he wants to do a third party, if he wants to go a little aggressive, I think he can definitely do so with the amount of information he can get from that position. But Myth officials seems like they are again opting for a slow start. They're just holding on to their grounds, holding on to good compound to their name. In the close proximity, we also have the players of Wingod in the adjacent compound, who have also decided to go for a very slow start, just waiting for the next circle shift, and maybe then we can see a little aggressive approach from all these teams.
And looking at Gujarat Tigers, that's such a bad spot. They need to engage in this fight. They need to take one fight and win it. They need some concrete covers to work around. And because they're just playing around that Aiku Soul spot, the Southern Bootcamp Hills. They do have that good high ground, but they've got so much trouble around them. You've got 7 Habit, like you said, and then Myth officials, they are hunkered down to those compounds. And then from the backlines, even Clutchguard is exposed to Team Bunny. And then on the other side, you also have Eternity. So it is a battle against fate for Gujarat Tigers. If they go all out, they can get a lot of finishes to their names. But for now, SPA Esports, they might be in a little bit of a pickle over here because they're getting slowly but surely surrounded by the players of DOD. And as a matter of fact, the circle is going to start close down any given moment from now. So somewhere down the line, SBA Esports will have to get away from their cover, and that is the right moment for DOD to strike. Reaper, he's got that information relayed. He's given it his tour to his teammates. They're aware that they're going to be making a move. They're going to come out in the open, and now Reaper, he knows this is the perfect time to strike, and indeed he does. Cracking the skulls open of Goku, giving him no time to turn into a Super Saiyan, as Cheyenne from the sidelines, from the windows, he gets taken down. That is amazing stuff coming in from Reaper, and now DOD, they know their time is right. They have to go in for that finish, and they know they've got one player to deal with it. Avnish is taking quite some hefty amount of damage as Old Boy fights it out against Snowjord, and he will prevail supreme. With their cover really cut off, there's no chance on earth that Aryan really comes back into this fight. He is done and dusted.
Seems like yes, he is, but also at the same time, Old Boy needs to go on the rescue mission. But wait a second, Aryan, he was trying to do some damage to the side of DOD, but seems like he was spotted down, and now he also needs to fight with the Wall of the Death. He needs to fight with the blue and with the players of Do or Die. The best option he has at this point is just to move inside the circle and leave the players of Do or Die, and maybe try gatekeep them by having a good position inside the circle. But he also needs to be careful from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Aryan, the only hope of SBA, is in a lot of trouble at this point. He's grabbing the attention of so many teams, but for now he's safe and sound. Can't say the same thing for the players of GENxFM, as now they have also decided to move towards the compound where we have the players of Do or Die.
It's chaos all over the place. GENxFM were nowhere in the vicinity. Suddenly they hear some gunshots and fire here and there, and they decide to also charge in. Of course, they did manage to get one more finish to their name, but at the cost of Madrick. I do not think it's a fair trade for them. As from Future Stars, it's going to be Rockley who gets that final bullet. So for GENxFM, it's not been a good show so far. But still, with whatever they can salvage, they've managed to somehow make it inside the circle. And looking at Diesel Esports, seems like they're aware of Eternity. They know they've got those compounds, and dropping down on these smokes kind of gives away the fact that their position is now quite well known to their opponents. And seems like the result of just dropping down a smoke, I believe they've been spotted out earlier. You've got the cars lying out in the open. So for Diesel, not really a good spot, but considering the fact that they're very close to the circle, I'm going to take it.
Yeah, agree to that. Diesel, yes, they are very close to the circle. They need to be a little bit careful from the side of Team Eternity and from the side of Vanguard as well. Already I can see WSB, they are receiving shots from the side of Medal as per the finish feed, where Lucifer has been taken down. Gujarat Tigers, Sarman, he also needs to move inside the circle. And Gujarat Tigers, they're just making a run for it. But they need to be careful of any sort of threat lurking nearby, because so many teams were aware about the position of Gujarat Tigers. So 7 Habit, they also managed to take down one player. So many teams, they are aware that Gujarat Tigers will be making that sort of a rotation. And Gods, being the careful one, is trying to get as much info of the surrounding and move inside the circle. Clutch God, the major threat he's having in front of him is the players of Team 7 Habit, but on the other side we have BotArmyEsports Dope, as he's trying to get the confirmation point onto the players of F1. Almost get the confirmation also, but F1, the remaining players are trying to make a run for the circle.
Everybody is somehow trying to find some safe covers, some safe haven for themselves. As the fifth circle starts closing in, Diesel Esports also in a whole world of trouble, as they are being fired upon from two different angles. Albi already down on his knees as Team Beast make a good work of him. 3 finishes already secured in their bag, and a couple more also incoming their way, as they leave no stones unturned into converting all these knocks into finishes. And now Sanchit, he's going to be a little bit brave. He's going to take that vehicle, try to get inside, but hold on. Eternity will deny him from that pleasure, from that luxury. As you can see, the circle still somehow surrounded by the players of Vanguard, the only team inside the zone over here. As BotArmyEsports, they are somehow bobbing and weaving, but not enough. As this time it is going to be Captain who is going to be putting them down from Eternity, as now they already have 5 finishes secured in their bag. Myth officials, you've got Maxi somehow revealing himself in that position. Captain is well aware of his position. He's just waiting for him to maybe show his head once more. He's going to crack that right open, but now Eternity, they are taking fights on multiple fronts. They've also got the likes of Vanguard to deal with, and they have Myth as their next imminent threat. They are going to try to prevent them from entering inside the circle, and Tyrant is doing exactly the same.
Eternity, yes, they do have the good control of the circle as they have a linear spread towards the eastern side of the circle. And Myth officials, they have to make a run inside the circle. And Eternity, all the players are placed perfectly to stop the players of Myth in their tracks. And guys are already finding a knock onto Legend of Metal Esports. Seems like the top two teams are not in the good spot at this point. Cyrex trying to go for the compound right in open, and Kaiser missing a lot of shots. That means Cyrex is safer now, but on the other side, we have the players of 7 Habit also getting few elimination points as per the finish feed. Vingod and Eternity are the two teams having the majority of the circle control with them.
But look at Metal Esports, they've done it once again. They've somehow made it inside the top 6. They still have a lot of their players, in fact, all of them still surviving. But a really good game coming in from Eternity so far. 6 finishes already accrued for themselves, and for Vingod, it is going to be a whole different story whatsoever. In the first game, they fell down pretty early. This time, they're still breathing. But now, look at Cyrex. He's been picked off. That one grenade coming in from Infinity will get the likes of Sarvit and Legit both combined together. Now, Vingod, they're going to be spreading their wings open. They know this is their game to lose at this point. They've got a really good cover. They are well aware of where their opponents are. It is going to be Eternity who are going to be their biggest threat. And look at LeBron and GodX4. They are working in tandem with each other. They want to cut down the flanks of Myth officials, somehow restrict them from entering inside the circle, and I would love to see how this really pans out.
Myth, Aiden is not in a good spot at all, and Smog with a Molotov is going to kick the bucket for him, and Myth officials, now they have been eliminated from the lobby, but Kaiser is also on the receiving end of the shots coming from the side of Vingod Esports. I like the spread of Vingod, 2+ towards the compound, 2+ having a hard drop, but at the same time, they are fighting the battle as a united, as a team, whereas can't say the same thing for the players of Eternity, as I don't think if one of the player goes down, they can go for the rescue mission, and a nade right in the face of Kaiser takes him down.
Josh does get the better of him. 8 finishes already for Vingod, and for Eternity, their numbers keep on dwindling down. As looking at this, Kaiser will succumb to the injuries from the play zone, but Captain, he does not want to give up so early. Still decides to fight back. He's got a little bit of that high ground courtesy to that small rock that he has in front of him, as GodX4 out in the open, and Captain well aware of his position. Looking at him, he's just got that one smoke to work around with, wants to bounce in on Captain. Does manage to confirm that knock over there, as Captain, the last player surviving in a 1-on-3 situation. Captain, he's being pushed at by the players of Vingod over here, as GodX4, before he gets taken down, he's going to be the one landing that final blow. With that being said, Vingod get a beautiful chicken dinner. What a way to come back in this unpredictable game of Sanhok. They've got that best position in the circle. They just had to double down, which is exactly what they did. But when you talk about Eternity and the consistency so far, they have been a sight for the sore eyes. They have been lovely. They've been getting enough of those position points, a lot of finish points. This game also, this team is also on a roll.
Agreed, 100%. Vingod, they were holding on to the center of the circle since a very long time. They had a very good compound. They managed to defend the compound with all their heart. And Eternity, yes, they had hard covers for themselves, but the spread which they were having was not working for them. Yes, they managed to move inside the circle, but it was Vingod who marked an end for the players of Metal Esports as well. So definitely, Vingod played it to the perfection, getting too many elimination points and a winner chicken dinner as well.
Certainly did, and this was a very interesting game of Sanhok, so as to speak. What really found me off guard was how on earth did Gujarat Tigers manage to survive for so long. I think goes on to speak a lot about them as how they've evolved as players and individuals, because they were in such a bad position. But the concerns are still alive, Shadow. They did not get a lot of finish points this game. They did manage to keep their players alive, but not for long. And this circle again, they'd managed to take that shift down south, somewhere around the Painan, those areas. And Vingod, they had a beautiful compound to themselves. I think we saw a couple of good fights also happening around. GENxFM being a little bit unlucky once again, because right off the bat, they wasted a lot of time trying to go after Metal Esports. Then they decided to somehow kind of, chill down, get their loot done, and then move ahead inside the circle. But then when they also decided third party once again, I think Madrek was picked off. So not really getting a lot of points in this one, but for SPA Esports, they had quite a role. Taking down the likes of I think it was BotArmyEsports. That was lovely stuff coming in from their sides. And I was also equally shocked as to how Medal Esports somehow managed to keep all their players tight, and they still made it inside the top 6, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, they made it inside the top 6 or maybe top 4 also. But Medal Esports, they started off by eliminating the players of Team FS, and GENxFM also tried to close in the distance. But this was a moment where Do or Die also made a rush onto the players of SBA, did manage to get good elimination points, but the last player couldn't survive for a very long time. I like the approach of Bunny Esports as well, the way they were also trying to hold to their grounds, because for a very long time, Gujarat Tigers were trying to eliminate the players of Bunny Esports. But I think Bunny also survived for a very long time.
Yeah, for Bunny, I think it's fine. They've got that little bit of cushion, all courtesy to how well they played in that first game of Erangel. So the finishes are definitely coming in. It's the position points that they need to be really careful and be looking forward to in the next matches to come, because they've got their work cut out. They know that their team fight is really strong, and we can see that with the kind of aggression that is coming in from their side. A little bit of work put in more onto that position points department. I think this is a team that I'm seeing heading in to face the invited teams also, and the challenge gets even tougher. But when you talk about Eternity, they have definitely been the ones that have surprised me so much, especially with captain taking on the helms, taking all that responsibility, not just as an IGL, somehow solidifying his team a good spot inside the circle, but also in terms of how aggressive he was individually as a player, getting knocks left, right, and center. I think Eternity is one of those teams to really look out for.
Agreed, 100%. And captain being the MVP for this particular one, getting 4 finishes, 40% finish contribution. The map impact is also 7%. The stats are already speaking for himself. So captain and the entire team of Eternity is definitely, I can say they're the diamond in the rough. Definitely can prove to be one of the best team in the SPS if they continue performing like this in the upcoming games as well. So definitely Eternity along with Bunny Esports are the 2 names which have impressed me the most. But looking at the stars of the match, we have the best companion as Sarvit of Medal Esports.
Even for the likes of Myth officials, they've also been quite good. Getting good position points on all the games. It's the finishes where they could really work out. But when you take a look at the stars of the match, you've seen, all the stats and figures in front of us. Sarvit, he was doing a lot of that heavy lifting going on for that constant revivals right from the get-go. We saw him trying to go towards his captain, give him that revival, then somehow also put him out of the harm's way. He's been doing a lot. But eventually, they were a little bit unlucky because they were being pressed in by 2 different fronts, right? Those grenades coming in, I believe, from Infinity. He took down 2 players of Medal, and then from the other side, it was the players of Eternity also dishing in so much amount of damage. So now we've got a little bit of a clearer picture as to what to expect from the likes of groups A and B, with C coming into action next. That is going to be an interesting affair. But a few teams that haven't really been impressive, of course, Gujarat Tigers being number 1, followed in by Hyderabad Hydras. Did not get to see a lot out of them as well. Even for the likes of BotArmyEsports, a few clutches here and there in game number 1, but game number 2, they have been absent. Same goes with SBA, starting things off, 4 finishes, but then taken down by DOD in a fashion like that. That was also a little bit of a heartbreak. But at the same time, with those heartbreaks, we did have a couple of those newer teams really bring in their A game, and that is right in front of us.
Yeah, Bunny Esports being one of the name, Eternity being the second name. Definitely there are few names which are definitely raising the standards and raising the competition as well. So all the known names, like you mentioned, Gujarat Tigers, Hyderabad Hydras, even I'll add GENxFM also, because last I saw when GENxFM, they were super aggressive. The rotations were so perfect, but seems like that GENxFM is completely missing on day number 1. I won't say the entire day, but the first two games, they were completely missing. So expect big things from the side of GENxFM as well.
We certainly have to, because now, with every passing game, your matches kind of keep on reducing. And that is where the pressure is on increasing. So there will be that adverse effect. And this is where you have to get in your heads back together. Now, GENxFM, they're not the new kids on the block. It's not a new lineup that they have formed. They've been playing with each other for quite some time. So the synergy is there. What I feel has been lacking is their decision making, knowing what to do in what sort of situations when they can really control the game. They have always been the ones a little laid back, letting the others fight it out. They've never been the ones, going right on your face I think this is what happens when you've got a lot of experience, right? You always look at not trying to take those head-on fights. And this is what teams like Team Bunny have been really capitalizing upon. You see, they've got nothing to lose. They are playing like this is their last match of the tournament, and this kind of shows up from this kind of confidence they're exuding from each other, always constantly providing cover fire. There was a very tough spot that they were in, I think in that one fight against Gujarat Tigers, where they were almost on the verge of getting flanked, where they somehow still managed to get themselves out of there. They got a couple of more finishes, while GT, they did manage to survive but could not get much rolling in their favor. With that being said, folks, we will be tuning in for a very short break as the other teams also get inside the lobby, as game number 3 will be on the other side of this very short break.
So we're just gonna do our thing, and you never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So you never do the Broncos thing.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। विकेट! 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक UC में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
Get back, you never had a chance. I'm gonna fight through the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Ding ding. Why you just have that look? That look up on your face with the underestimation. It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just a pretty eye. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. So we're just gonna do our thing, and you never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So you never do the Broncos thing.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back everyone to Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals day number 1 with 2 matches already over. It's time for Miramar, a slow map, and joining me on the desk is going to be Neeraj for this one. Neeraj, you saw the previous game, Sanhok. Did you like it? I think you definitely did.
Of course, I love it, right? And especially, it is going to be much more better for WinGod Esports. WinGod Esports is known for their Sanhok games. And once again, even with the new lineup, they somehow do prevail on the map of Sanhok. Maybe it's just the banner buff they're getting now.
Maybe it's this. Maybe Sanhok is particular for the WinGod. Whoever joins WinGod, they're going to dominate on Sanhok. But I think it's too soon to make that sort of a judgment because it was only the one Sanhok which we have seen is going to be a long journey. So maybe after 3-4 Sanhoks, I can say yes, WinGod is dominating Sanhok. But for now, there are few good names like Bunny Esports. Then we have the players of Eternity as well. They're performing really good. These are the new names. But what about the known names like Gujarat Tigers? What do you think is happening with them?
Gujarat Tigers, I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Maybe just a lot of confusion between the teammates. They probably do not know what sort of a play style they want to bring on the board. It's the open finals day one itself, so maybe I'm going to let that slide. Maybe on day two, we can be a little bit more critical on Gujarat Tigers, because so far, yes, the performance hasn't been up to the mark, but as I mentioned, even if you do average 7 to 8 points per game, that should still rock your boat. Gujarat Tigers, they've still got a decent amount of games to go today itself, so they can definitely try as hard as possible to get those points average back in their court. They've got 4 points from this game so far, which is not bad at all, but they can still try to get that one big banger in their hands. That's going to cover up for everything so far. 100% agree to that. Middle also this time, yes, they do have those average points. They are in the top 3 with 9 points to their name, but there are a few teams who are right at the bottom, like BotArmyEsports. After delivering a very good performance in Erangel, cut to next game right at the bottom with 0 points. Hyderabad Hydras, they have failed to make any sort of impact with only 2 points to their name. GENxFM also in the same boat with just 2 points, sitting on the 13th spot. So these are the two names which I think everyone is having high expectations. Hyderabad Hydras and GENxFM. No one wants to see them right at the bottom of the leaderboard. Exactly. Hyderabad Hydras is one of those banners that has showcased a lot of the promising affairs in the past couple of tournaments, but now in SPS, they're definitely struggling quite a bit. Game 1, not exactly Hyderabad Hydras' game. Game 2 as well, Hyderabad Hydras struggling way too much, just getting 2 points from that game of Sanhok. And honestly speaking, for Hyderabad Hydras, this has got to be a wake-up call. The same thing can be said for another team that was not able to achieve a lot of the points. We did see that team on the latter half of the board too. And for some reason, these known names, if they keep on playing the same way, we need to understand one thing. Already a lot of the known names failed to qualify, and if we're going to see these known names get kicked out off the rip from the open finals, just imagine the challenge season's going to be even more fun, because we're going to have so many more newer names competing inside. But I'm pretty sure for the fans, it's not going to be a great thing watching their own team get kicked out from the tournament this early off the stage.
Yes, definitely. No one wants to see their favorite team to get eliminated right in the open finals. So I think all the known names, maybe they're trying to deliver a good performance in day number 2, but I think you should not.
Maybe.
Overthinking for Gujarat Tigers, I'll say, because the amount of time which they wasted against the players of Bunny Esports and Sanhok, they could have focused on the rotation, holding on to good compound, just like the players of Vingod did, right, in the Painan, or maybe like Team Eternity. So I think the amount of time they spent on Bunny Esports, focusing on those elimination points, the decision making is something where Gujarat Tigers need to focus on. But other than that, I think Bunny Esports, the way they are playing today, I think they're going to have a bullseye target tomorrow.
Hands down, consistency from Bunny Esports, consistency from Eternity, even Myth officials. As I mentioned, if you keep on averaging 7 to 8 points per game, you can easily move on forward towards the challenge season. But teams also need to understand one thing. Now, especially I'm talking about Myth over here. Yes, they're getting the placement points. Averaging a few points per game is, of course, going to get you qualified to the challenge season. But then if you want to move into the challenge finals, you need to be pretty good when it comes to the elimination side of things as well. You cannot just keep on playing for the average. Instead, you need those big banger games to get yourself that confidence, to get yourself that ego boost. That's going to help you much more in the overall standings. And moving on towards GENxFM as well, I genuinely think so this team is overthinking a bit too much, because even in the game of Erangel, they were holding down that same spot, which was the bridge spot, for too long, and that sort of dug their own graves. And the same thing happened over here as well on the map of Sanhok. They were a bit too passive, and I think so GENxFM, they need to prioritize placement a bit more inside of the game.
Leaving things for the 11th hour is not going to help any of the known teams right now, because if they're thinking they'll stage a comeback on day number 2 or day number 3 and they'll go super aggressive, maybe things won't work in your favor. Maybe your plans can go astray. So that is something you need to focus on. Day number 1 is the most important day. It's a stepping stone. It's going to be building the momentum for day number 2, because day number 2, all the other teams are also going to have a read on you. They'll have counter strats prepared against you. So these are things everyone needs to consider. But looking at the schedule, now we have Group B and C coming into the picture on the map of Miramar.
Exactly. Group A is going to take a bit of a backseat for 2 games, and Group B and C are now going to be the one to chime inside of the action. Group B has been playing from the start, so you can't say their hands are already warmed up. Before Group C, they're stepping in for the first time, so I am going to be expecting a lot of those jitters from this team, but let's just see what exactly happens when we do step inside of the deserty lands, and the plane's already in the skies as the plane flight path begins all the way from Truck Stop towards La Cabrera. Now, this plane flight path is heavily tilted up north. If the teams do want to move down south towards Puerto Paraiso or even Valle del Mar, it's going to be quite a tough stretch. Even Los Leones, it feels like it's going to be out of reach.
Yeah, agreed. It's going to be a little bit of difficult to go towards the side of Chumacera, Valle del Mar or Prison. So those extreme drop cities are a little difficult, but I want to see where the drop clash is going to happen, because this is the first Miramar of the day, so I'm expecting few drop clashes happening. But speaking of Group C that is coming into the picture, we have 2 teams from whom I have high expectations, just like Team Jelly is there. Then we have the plus of Asla Esports. Recently, Asla has also been making a name for themselves. Jelly has made his own lineup. So I want to see how both these teams are going to perform in this Miramar.
Yeah, and a lot of the people might be wondering, is this the same Jelly as Godlike Jelly? Yes, it is the same Jelly, but he's just playing with a complete new players. And speaking of the players too, we've seen all those players in the past as well. They were underneath a banner called THW. We saw them perform in the official tournament. And THW was quite the defensive banner. They did not like to play too aggressive. And I think so we are going to see the same play style repeating over here too. But if we do see Team Jelly play super aggressive, I'm pretty sure that's going to be sight to watch. Before now, speaking of the sights, we've got Eternity off the rip, kicking things off in a decent manner. They do get the first elimination, rocking on their boat, but then instantly, Eternity, they face the fear. And 2 of the players get knocked out and confirmed instantly. Kaiser Eswali is making his way up top as he finds another knockout on the board. And now for Myth, you talk about the consistency. This might just be the first game where Myth, they drop the ball big time.
Could be possible, but Captain with a grenade finds a perfect knock onto Spare right on his face, and along with that, Aiden also goes down. Oxen trying to take down Kaiser, but Captain is there for the rescue mission, and with that, Myth officials, they have been eliminated from the lobby. They had a drop collision with a plus of Eternity, despite having the numbers advantage. Just because of the heroics from the side of Captain, the team has been eliminated. 3 finishes towards the side Captain definitely saved the day for Eternity.
Exactly, Captain goes huge in that. A big hand in getting that clutch secured for his team. And honestly speaking, for Eternity, yeah, taking down a 2-man squad, it's not that big of a concern, because you talk about the point standing. Already, Eternity has been super consistent from the start of the day. So even if this one game slips out, they've still got 4 points in the backpack. And if they keep on playing a bit more safe, they can try to bag a few more placement points at the end. So still, as I mentioned, averaging 7 to 8 points per game, that can save the day for you easily without even any struggles. And that's what exactly Eternity is doing so far. Myth could have done the same thing too, but unfortunately getting eliminated this early in the game, now that's going to be a major stinger for Myth. They would need a decent game in the upcoming moments.
I think other than the first Erangel, Myth has been struggling a lot. In the previous one also, they didn't have too many points in their bag. This time they have been eliminated right at the start of the game with 0 points. Not 0, but they got 2 finishes, total 2 points to their name. So yes, Myth officials, I think they really need to amp up their game and get those placement points and the elimination points also, especially in those drop clash. But speaking of Eternity, I think there's still a threat lurking nearby in the name of the players of BotArmyEsports, and we have the players of Genesis as well towards Hacienda. But other than that, I think it's peaceful in the entire map of Miramar. No drop clash as of now. Everyone is just busy grabbing those crucial resources and getting their hands on that important loot.
And let's be honest now, this game is going to be really important for Hyderabad Hydras and Gujarat Tigers. It's also a bit of a shift in the lobby, so the previous lobby was troubling you quite a bit, but now you're going to have a new set of teams approaching you. Are these 2 teams ready for the opponents? Well, that's a big question, because Myth, they got caught off guard off the rip. Miramar definitely brought in a bit of that change in the pace that we all were looking for. And 2 of the most consistent teams, they fought off against each other off the rip. And looking at Eternity right now, things are not looking too safe for them anyways. Ace, a beautiful spray comes through as he finds Kaiser out in the open, and that's also going to be a knockout, but not the confirmation that he was looking for.
The confirmation is going
pinned down in his crosshair. Still waiting for the man to move out in the open, and Empire is going to push way too deep. This might just be the overextension that leads for Team Empire's demise. Empire's going to go for the confirmation, and that's all he can see on his screen. And he easily gets the confirmation too. And knowing the fact that there was already a fight going on inside of Hot Tin, that's really making these guys super confident. San Martin is already contested by these teams, and somewhere down the line, we pretty much know it is going to be Team Empire to come out on top.
Yeah, definitely, because it's only captain from the side of Eternity remaining the only last player. Yes, he did manage to clutch against the plus of Myth officials, but clutching against the plus of Team Empire in such a situation where he's pretty much stuck in just a building, it's not going to be easy at all. And with just a single shotgun, Empire finishes him off, and Eternity, the victory was short-lived after getting those 4 eliminations. They are the second team to be eliminated from the lobby. Yes, Team Empire, they're going to be pretty much happy. A good start to the game, 2 elimination points, and the entire city of St. Martin to their name. When you're right at the center of the circle, definitely this is going to give you advantage for the next 2 or 3 circles. If not 3, at least 2 circles. For the next 2 circles, you are in an advantageous position.
Definitely in an advantageous position. Yeah, nothing taken away from that. But once again, moving back towards Team Captain's entire approach that we just saw, right? And yeah, we know it is quite the consistent team as well. They did have quite a decent amount of points. 4 elimination points in this game. Honestly, this elimination is not going to be affecting them too much. Yeah, a little bit of a stinger, but it's not going to be that major of a bummer for that team because they've been super consistent. Eternity has been playing really good off the rip. So for Eternity, it's completely fine. But especially for teams like Team Empire, who just stepped in the playing field, this game one matters a lot. And those 2 elimination points are going to give them the confidence they were looking for. As we've got also WindGod Esports towards Montenegro, Hyderabad Hydras towards Picado, Gujarat Tigers towards El Pozo. And even the zone is quite the standard one. It's quite the centric one. Pretty much Power Grid's going to be heavily contested, or even the high grounds near Power Grid are going to be contested by teams soon.
But looking at the close proximity between the plus of Gujarat Tigers, Team Empire, and -40 could be the possible next fight erupting in that particular area. But also we have the plus of Team Legit in the close proximity. I think it is Team Genesis. So these teams need to be a bit careful. Yes, they're just waiting for the next circle shift. Legit is trying to get a good compound to their name. But there are few teams going for a very late rotation, as we saw the plus of Team Diesel Esports towards the side of Campo Miltar. Sometimes late rotation are a good approach to the game, especially during day number 1 where you don't have a read onto the opponent teams, where you're not aware about the opponents, where they like to drop in, what sort of rotations they bring in. So I think the late rotation could be the key for the first circle or the second circle. But after that, you need to have a very good spot inside the circle if you want to survive till the later stages of the game.
Hands down. And right now, Legit was taking a few more shots. Team Legit is one of those teams that are quite the new faces on the block. We've seen them in a few tournaments in the early stages, though, not exactly in the late stages. So one thing is for sure for Team Legit, this time around they're going to be aiming for the big stars. All the players next to each other, they've got a decent place to hold down. The entirety of Graveyard, also quite the centric spot. Really depends on the next circle shift. It's just the stage 1 so far, and teams are already starting to settle down. We haven't really seen a lot of the action on the board, and that's usually how Miramars are supposed to go. Quite the characteristic. All the players inside of Graveyard looking pretty settled. A few teams now starting to wrap up around them, but I'm pretty sure the line of sight's not exactly going to be on the players of Team Legit anyways. Legit's going to be safe over here for a long time. The next zone shift's going to be dictating the majority of the course of the game and where teams need to position themselves. If it's going to be curveball shift on the left, then definitely a lot of these teams will be caught off guard, and we might just see a few rotation wars.
Could be possible. And yes, we have a little southern shift where team Asla are going to find themselves in a very good spot. Even the players of Hyderabad Hydras are in the prime spot, right at the center towards Picado, where they can try get those elimination points. But I'm concerned about the players of team Jelly because they are right in the blue towards El Hazard, Diesel still towards Campo Miltar. Even the players of Hidden Ones are towards Torre Emuda. They're going for the late rotation. Maybe they can find a clear pathway inside the circle, but the cluster right at the center towards Saint Martin is where my eyes are, because there is a very high chance that we are going to witness the next fight towards Saint Martin.
FNT's down south next to Los Leones. Team Empire starting to move. And I'm really hoping to see a few rotation clashes. Let's be honest, this peaceful of a start to the map of Miramar, yeah, we expected that, but we all want to be entertained too. And that's where FNT, maybe they're going to spot a few more foes around them. Shots were taken. Nothing found, unfortunately. FNT's got a pretty good position looking at the zone. And IST Sports, they might just fall prey. The burst connects. The man was taken down low. Damage was chipped out, but it's fine. IST Sports are going to be safe at the end of the day. But IST Sports too, they stop out in the open and they still go for some return shots. I'm not exactly sure why IST Sports is being so stubborn. Because the opponents, they've got a compound to work with. While IST Sports, they're out in the open. They need to settle it down first and then maybe go for the challenge.
Agreed. You need to have a better position. You need to have a better hard cover for yourself. Right in the open is not the best place to engage in a fight with the players or with anyone. But for now, Team Empire on the downhill trying to challenge the team who are holding on to the hills of Picado, but seems like it's not an entire team. It's just only one single player from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. I think he's not in the best spot because he's pretty much surrounded by the entire team of Team Empire. But seems like they're not aware that there is a player hiding. But for now, Empire trying to pip a few bullets towards the side of Gujarat Tigers. But Moksha is the concerning factor for Team Empire at this point because he can definitely rain on their parade.
He definitely can. And Shadow, as I mentioned, we all want to be entertained. I would love to see some action. There's a lot of the teams in the close proximity of Team Empire, especially a team right above them. If Team Empire, even one single player drops down, that's going to be an instant push from the team at the top. A bit of a refuel on the vehicles too. Want to make sure you're ready for the upcoming course. Next circle shift's going to be dictating a lot of the pace of the game too. It's also going to be narrating the story. Hyderabad Hydras, they do want to take things a bit more slow. They want to be cautious. First two games, not exactly the way they want. But this third game of Miramar, it has to be Hyderabad Hydras. They haven't really gotten a lot of points. Just 2 points from that game of Sanhok. Hyderabad Hydras, time's ticking. Games are shortening from your hands, and you need to do something right now. Team Empire is right underneath them. And speaking of Team Empire too, I'm loving the fact that we're not really seeing any sort of overcommitments from them.
I think Team Empire, they're playing all their cards right. But I'm concerned about Moksha because he's holding on the Picado Hill all by himself, where his teammates are in the city of Picado. If by chance a knock comes onto him, I don't see any chance of a revival or a rescue mission coming for him. So I think that sort of a decision making from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, I don't know what will happen. Maybe Moksha can ruin the game for Team Empire, but he needs to be very careful. He can't afford to get knocked in that particular situation. But for now, like you said, everyone is just waiting for the next circle shift, Neeraj, where if by chance a hard shift comes in, a lot of rotational clash will come in, especially from the side of Los Leones, if we talk about, because it's not just one team. We have the players of Diesel Esports who went all the way south and trying to move inside the circle from Los Leones, where we already have Team Jelly as well. Then we have the dominating team of Group A, that is Diesel Esports as well. Bunny Esports, sorry. And Bunny Esports Bunny is very much aware about the position of Jelly, but are the players of Jelly aware that there is a team already holding on to the compounds? And yes, they are aware. But Dope, you need to be very careful as Sam with the buggy is trying to make a quick escape, scuttle back to the safety. They have the hill control, but Rishi is also trying to distract the players of Team Jelly at this point.
Oh no, Sam's buggy's tire was blown. He was out in the open and he instantly gets caught. Ninja is also quite low. Sunchit on the off angles doing too much damage. And just Jelly, all they can do is just disengage from this fight. What a big mistake that was. They were surrounding that compound like vultures, and then they just mess up big time. Overcommitment once again. They wanted to save the day for Sam, but just Jelly a little too late on that. And just like that, Team Bunny, they find themselves a big advantage and also a decent compound to play with. And moving back towards Hyderabad Hydra's entire decision that they were with. Moksha was on top of the hill, and I loved that decision too. I wanted to speak at that time, but unfortunately did not have enough time. But this is the main reason why I love that placement from Hyderabad Hydras. They've got a few players inside of the city and one man on top of the hill. That man on top of the hill was sort of like the insurance policy. If Hyderabad Hydras, they wanted to move up north, Moksha is going to be the man creating the way for them. And that's why now the strategy is working pretty well. Just look at the zone shift. It moves up north. And now Hyderabad Hydras, all the team, is now going to start a stack around Moksha.
That makes sense now why Moksha was placed on that Picado Hill. But looking at the St. Martin area, we have two teams in that particular city. We have the players of GENxFM, then we also have the players of Legit Esports. Diesel Esports is also trying to make their way inside the circle. All the hard work which they did to go all the way south, and the circle has taken northern shift towards the side of Power Grid. Yes, -40 Gujarat Tigers, they're also going to find themselves in a very good spot towards the western side of the circle, especially Gujarat Tigers, as they're holding on to the periphery of the circle. But Legit, well, yes, they do have those concrete to hold on to, but they need to be careful, especially from Hyderabad Hydras and Team Empire, because they are in the close proximity.
Moksha played a major role for Hyderabad Hydra's good position. On top, he was given so much information to his teammates. He helped his team to pave a good pathway. And Hyderabad Hydras moved up north, and now they're playing around Moksha. I love that placement. From the start, I loved it. Yes, it does involve a lot of risk, but as long as the man who's separated plays it safe, it's all good in the hood. And that's exactly what Moksha did. He was not overcommitting, even towards the players of Team Empire. If he wanted, he could have taken the shots, but he didn't. Because Moksha knew his entire team is banking up on the fact that Moksha is over there. So that's why Moksha did not go for that extra bit of risk. And now Hyderabad Hydras, they've got one of the strongest positions you can ask for. Looking at the zone towards Power Grid, you've got two teams, M40 and Gujarat Tigers. And even Gujarat Tigers, they're going to be super desperate to get these points. You can pretty much say the entire lineup of Gujarat Tigers is XWSB's roster. Just one single man is different, and that is Clutch God. Zarif, individually, you talk about this player, man, he's mechanically skilled. He's gifted. Arman and Gots, you can say the same thing. And Clutch God, of course, quite the aggressive IGL. So yeah, for Gujarat Tigers, it does feel like on paper this lineup's supposed to work, but so far they've been struggling a bit too much.
Maybe they're just trying to test the waters, but I don't know, maybe this game could be the game where Gujarat Tigers will make a strong comeback, because for now they have a good position inside the circle, but Hidden Ones, Executor, out in the open, has been knocked down by the players of Diesel Esports, and looks like there is no help coming for him at this point, because he's out in the open. Like the Diesel Esports are not overcommitting in the situation, because Orlo is very much aware about the position of Asla Esports, where Exist has been knocked down. Zyro might be going for the rescue mission, but the way the shots are coming from the side of Orlo, it's making things difficult for Asla Esports as well. Right on the periphery of the circle, Diesel Esports definitely trying to do a lot of damage towards Asla and Hidden Ones.
Hands down. Orlo's constantly taking the shots. Another man gets knocked out. How is Orlo doing this? Through the smoke is able to find the taps. That too, way too precise. A few taps on the skull and Orlo was able to find another knockout. And that's going to be the go call for Diesel Esports. They bought themselves enough time to make this rotation happen. And for Diesel Esports, if they keep on moving the same way, yes, there's going to be a lot of risk involved, but they've just minimized that risk by finding 2 knockouts onto Asla Esports. And now they can close on up against Asla Esports. And this is exactly what I was talking about, but Gokul messes up big time. LB's there in the clotheslines too, but is LB going to be able to save the day for Diesel Esports? That's my question, and yes is going to be the answer. The DBSs are clicking away. Shaman's taken down way too low. The last man is still inside of the room, and somehow Krish is still alive. But as soon as I say so, he falls down, and he gets wrapped up in a sheet. And with that, Diesel Esports is going to be the one to come through victorious.
Oh, this was so important for the players of Team Asla Esports to win this battle. But these Esports, they have come on top. They reign supreme with 4 finishes. And also, they have the control of the circle, Neeraj. The circle has taken a little of the southwestern shift. And Diesel Esports, they are going to find themselves in the perfect spot to accumulate more elimination points. Gokul, we know this lad. He was previously a part of Team Limra, where he performed really well in the official tournaments as well. So, big things are definitely expected from this particular team, Diesel Esports, and already they have started delivering by getting those 4 finishes and a good spot inside the circle. But at the same time, I have little concerns toward the northeastern side where we have Team Empire and Hyderabad Hydras in kind of a stalemate situation. I want to see how they're going to path their way inside the circle, because it's not going to be easy at all. At the same time, there are a few teams going for a late rotation also.
Yeah. But honestly speaking, I love that push from Diesel Esports. As soon as they found the 2 knockouts, all thanks to Orlo, by the way. He was the main playmaker in that entire push that happened. Look at Orlo. He's also got the most amount of finishes individually in his team, taking down 2 players. Still, the fight started off in quite a scrappy way, though, especially when Gokul got taken down off the rip as soon as he ejected outside of that buggy. But then his teammates did quite a great job. Albi securing those crucial knockouts. Even Sham playing quite a vital role. And Orlo with a 2-piece sort of saved the day for his entire team. And now, Diesel Esports with a decent spot to play with. Pretty much in the centric spot too. Diesel Esports, they do not have to worry about anything for now at least. Hyderabad Hydras from the top is just raining down death and destruction. Ace is out in the open, wants to back away to safety, but Ace is going to be denied. Hunter is there underneath, and Hunter's going to try to wrap up to get that elimination secured. Ace, he tried to make some big moves. He was the scout for his team, but messed up big time. And now for Team Empire, this is going to be a role that they need to try and fill as soon as possible. Hunter messes up big time, as well as his buggy spins out in the open, but he's still okay for now. He's going to make it alive, but as soon as I say so, it once again flips. And Hunter, he needs some driving lessons.
Oh, definitely. Out in the open, and the Hyderabad Hydras ready to punish. But from one fight, we move towards the second fight, where we have the players of Team BotArmyEsports and Hidden Ones. Mortis already down. Alien just one sliver of HP trying to survive. But I don't think he can survive for a very long time. And with that, Team BotArmyEsports marks an end for Hidden Ones as well. Good finish points for them. 4 finishes. This team has been known for the aggression in every single game. But wait a second. We have Executor also remaining from the side of Hidden Ones. The constant barrage of grenades from the side of Dope. Let's see for how long Executor can survive. And Dope going for a little aggressive stance towards him, along with his teammate Bunny. DBS right in his hands. I don't think Executor can survive in this situation. Definitely a 1v4 for him.
The only glimmer of hope for his team. And yeah, as you mentioned, surviving in that scenario seems a bit too tough. The only man on a thin line is walking around too. And yeah, it feels like he's gonna get sliced and diced from the opposite side. Moved out in the open. And too many shots were taken against the player. Did not even stand a chance for a second. Do or die from the back was the one stabbing him constantly. Bullets just piercing through his armor. Even in the elimination feed, now you see Just Jelly taking a few shots against them. Do or die. They've got a wall of trouble now, just collapsing on top of them. Even Kill Amal finds Reaper. An important knockout in that scenario. Do or die in such an uncomfortable spot for now. While Just Jelly, they've got a decent position to play with. And Do or Die in a big sandwich now.
Bhalu trying to patch himself up. Old boy trying to keep the enemy at bay with those grenades. But let's see how much he can succeed. On the other side of the map, we have the players of Gujarat Tigers also going up against the players of Diesel Esports and getting good elimination points. But the way the players right in front of Do or Die. Let's see. Sanchit along with Bunny. This is a team not easy to deal with, and especially with the numbers disadvantage. Do or die not looking good at all. They're just 240 meters away from the circle. They need to prioritize the circle as well, because it is stage 5 and the blue will be dishing out a lot of damage. Even the players of BotArmyEsports have also decided to respect the circle and prioritize the rotation at this point, but it's not going to be easy for do or die to find a good spot at this point. On the other side, we have the players of Legend and the Hyderabad Hydras also in a sort of pickle where Moksha has been taken down. It was all down to Ninja in a 1v4 situation. Yes, he do manage to take down Croton. Can he take down second player? And a vehicle ran over being tried by Seth in that situation. But that didn't work, but his M416 is definitely going to work as he takes down Choco. But with that being said, Hyderabad Hydras, both the players have been eliminated, and Legend Esports, they have managed to get 5 elimination points.
Hyderabad Hydras screwing up big time. They had such a great position to play with too. They had so much information to work with, but they messed up that fight. They choke that fight hard. And that's one of the main reasons why they're not in the game anymore. Vodka has got a few more players surrounding him. M40, they do know that the surrounding lines are not too clear. And if -40 are not careful enough, they will be subtracted from this game. -40 constantly in a big fear, in a big skeptical scenario. We do not exactly know, is it going to be GENxFM to come out on top? Is it going to be M40 to come out on top in this scenario? But GENxFM, they're on the back lines and their backs are against the wall. GENxFM, they need to be a bit more quick. And they're starting to make some mistakes. It's the panic mistake that GENxFM was scared of making, and that's exactly what happens. First man falls down, and that's the opener M40 was looking for, and they've already found it. Sketch is now in the back lines, and Sketch does not want to make any sort of desperate attempts to try and save the day for his team. Instead, Gen is fine for now. They're okay.
For now being the keyword, because one of the players is not inside the circle. That is going to be Hero. Yes, Sketch can definitely help him out in that situation, but old boy, the lone survivor from the side of Do or Die, can definitely ruin the game for anyone, as he has not being spotted down by now. But Vanguard Esports, they have managed to eliminate the entirety of Team Jelly.
Oh my god.
6 teams remaining, and Legend trying to go close to the players of M40. Where Nishu finds old boy, and with that DOD have also been eliminated on the 6th spot. But Legend, they need to be careful. One single grenade can mark an end for the 3 players. But wait a second, Hero with the UMP45 up close personal takes on Proton. Looking for the confirmation, but look at Infinity in the prime spot. Just a single Molotov can ruin the game of Legend Esports.
Legit's not having fun. Vanguard Esports from the side, from the front. It's the players of Genesis. A Molotov. That's going to catch Shiro. Sketch is still in the back. And Sketch is now banking upon the fact that Legit's going to make a few more mistakes. Legit is constantly tossing the util because Legit knows that there's still one more man alive. And Genesis Sketch finally stands up, but that one single pump from the DBS, it's going to seal the deal. Team Legit, solid stuff from them, but now it's time for Vanguard to make the push, because Legit is quite hurt. Zeus is there across the corner, and that's where Infinity finds the great strike as he strikes down Zeus. Vanguard Esports backlines, they're not too secured, and even Vanguard are down 2 players. LeBron and Godex not in the game anymore. Curse is right there in the front lines. Even Gujarat Tigers from the back is now starting to press. Vanguard Esports, they've got too much to worry about.
But they have the circle. That's the only good thing working for them. But 2 plus already down. The circle is not going to help. They need to go for the rescue mission on the fallen comrade. And M40 plus right in front of them is not looking good at all. Gujarat Tigers Gods with a grenade looking for the confirmation point onto the plus of Vanguard Esports. His Gods is trying to close in the distance. Yes, he was not able to get the confirmation with the grenade. But up close personal, he can definitely get those confirmation points. Gods has been eliminated. Vanguard who are looking so good at one point are not looking good at all. And Gujarat Tigers, this is their game to lose, but Gods need to be careful as he deals with heavy damage coming from the side of -40. Yes, he's aware of the position of -40, but Arman from the backline is providing all the necessary support. Almost left Joker on 1 HP. Finally, Gods takes him down. The last player, Spider, remaining from the set of -40. And Arman missing a lot of shots. And Infinity takes on Arman. This is not good news for Gujarat Tigers.
Overcommitment from Arman. He thought that he can get the knock secured, but then Vanguard Esports, they hit him. It's always the third parties that sort of pan out well for the teams that's supposed to look a little bit more underconfident in the scenarios. But the third party saves the day for WinGod Esports. And now M40, they've only got Spider up and alive with no cover to play with. And just like that, M40, they're being ruled out from the game as the chicken dinner has been stolen by their rivals. Oh my god, it was one of the most skeptical scenarios. It was one of the most awkward positions to end the game on. And we've seen the same sort of circle in the past as well. We had so many expectations from different teams. For a moment, we thought that GT can be the one to clutch it out and take this entire game home. But keep this thing in mind, GT, they also had a lot of finishes on their name and also a decent amount of placement points. So you can't say GT's also done super good in this game.
Yeah, agreed. Gujarat Tigers were fantastic in this particular game, especially the way Gods was going aggressive against the players of WinGod Esports. But Arman being taken out from the equation, that is where things go a little south for Gujarat Tigers, and WinGod reigns supreme because -40, the third party that came in that situation, it was only Spider remaining from the side of -40, and it was easy win after that for WinGod Esports. They were holding on to the center of the circle from a very long time. They had the control of the circle. So I think WinGod played it perfectly. Just Arman getting knocked in that situation was the reason Gujarat Tigers was not able to get the chicken dinner for themselves.
Hands down. And with that, WinGod Esports back-to-back chicken dinners. Chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok, chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. And this is the exact cushion a known team is looking for. And once you do find that cushion, you can start to enter that experimental phase where you can try and experiment a lot of the stuff inside of the lobby. Maybe go a bit aggressive, try and roll down the lobby completely. If WinGod Esports wants, they can definitely do so because they've got a big cushion on the points table now.
Yeah, agreed. They can go all aggressive, they can go all gun blazing, they can try experiment something because they already have too many points in their backpack to go for a little bit of the experiment at this point. But we started meet this Miramar with Eternity and Myth officials having a drop clash in Hacienda, and Myth getting eliminated and Captain doing a 1v3 in that scenario definitely is boosting the confidence of Eternity.
And then Orlo just tapping away on the opponent's skull, somehow finding the connections through the smoke. Orlo was brilliant. He was immaculate in that position. The precision from that man was insane. Team Legit too, for a moment we thought that Legit can actually strike down a few more players in the front, but then Legit themselves were stuck in a pretty awkward place. Hyderabad Hydra's a team that had such a great position to kick things off with. They choked the fight big time, and for Team Legit, that's exactly what they were looking for. For Genesis, I mean, their backs were against the wall. They did not really have a lot of wiggle room, and that's where they messed up big time.
Yes, Genesis, they were pretty much handicapped in this situation. Legit, they also received a lot of shots, but Gods and Gujarat Tigers, they were fantastic. But after that, Infinity was the only man landing the perfect blow onto the last player of Spider of -40. So -40, yes, they do have the placement points, but I'm not sure if they have too many finish points. Gujarat Tigers, yes, they have too many finish points in their backpack, which is going to boost the confidence for the next game as well. We were asking where is Gujarat Tigers, and this Miramar proved to be the comeback game for Gujarat Tigers.
Exactly. Gujarat Tigers had a lot of elimination points and also a few placement points to back him up. But the match MVP is going to be Infinity from WinGod Esports with 50% finish contribution and the map impact of 10%. WinGod Esports' Infinity was popping off on all different margins. And this is exactly what we were having a conversation about too, right? WinGod Esports with a back-to-back chicken dinner. Now they've got such a massive margin to work with that they can start playing super aggressive in the upcoming game.
Yes, they can, definitely. WinGod can go all aggressive, but along with that, we have the best companion, Spider from the side of -40. He was the last man standing. 2 rescues coming from his side. The finisher is going to be Infinity. He landed the final blow on Spider, and after that, they got the beautiful winner chicken dinner for themselves. Total 6 finishes to Infinity. So the entire team of WinGod Esports is looking fantastic, looking super aggressive. I think WinGod is definitely one of those names we can expect to move into the challenge season.
Hands down, WinGod Esports is definitely one of those contenders that are the top tier, and we already know that they are going to pretty much move on towards the challenge season with such sort of performances. They just need one more good performance, and maybe they've already buckled their seat towards the challenge season. Now it's all about the teams that are still left row in the back, and a few more known names that we were speaking of, right? GT, yeah, decent performance, but that's not going to be the capitalizer they were looking for in the overall standings. They're still going to have one more shot in today's day, and if GT gets a good game in their hand in the upcoming game too, then maybe GT can move on forward as well. But what about Hyderabad Hydras? The struggles are still continuing.
Team Empire became a problem for them, definitely, because they were holding on to the hill. We were expecting big things. The plan was perfectly laid out. The execution didn't work for them. They decided to hold on to the Picardo Hill. Moksha was present over there. They wanted to take down the plus of Team Empire. Everything was planned perfectly, but the execution was not there. The way they started falling like a pack of dominoes is something Hyderabad Hydras needs to deal with. Maybe the next game could be the comeback story for Hyderabad Hydras. I'm not sure if they're playing the next Erangel, but if they are, maybe that could be the game. Just like for Gujarat Tigers, it was Miramar. Next game could be for Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras definitely needs that upcoming game. If they don't, well, then you can't say today's entire day was not that great for Hyderabad Hydras. 4 games done and dusted. And Hyderabad Hydras, it's going to be a big question mark. So the last game means a lot. They at least need a chicken dinner to sort of try and compensate for all the games that have happened so far. And that's the only way Hyderabad Hydras can find themselves in a pretty remarkable spot in the overall standing at the end of the day. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere, because on the other side of the break, it's going to be more BGMI action.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So ain't never do the Broncos thing.
Hey, किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आई कलेक्टर?
हम आए कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर, और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में। M416 की है, M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर।
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into Artemis. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, fucking up your life. This is nice and test. 3, 2, 1, deploy. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Broncos thing.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, with that, we've reached the halfway point of our day. 3 games are done and dusted, and so far, still a few known names are on the struggling side of things. The previous game could have been a chicken dinner for Gujarat Tigers, but Arman overcommitting on that angle sort of gave the opening window for Infinity, and he instantly got that knockout secured.
You know what? It's still fine considering how the previous 2 games for Gujarat Tigers did go. And we were anticipating to see that aggressive side of from Gujarat Tigers, which finally was evident in this one. A little short of the chicken dinner, but nothing to really worry about. It's all about getting those averages right, as long as they can keep their finish points afloat, and they really need to recover from that slump, because I think the pressure is starting to surmount on them. Especially for Clutch God, he's been making a lot of those switch arounds with the lineups, and nothing seems to work out so far. And now heading on into the next year, he needs to have a stable lineup that he can work things around. I think a step in the right direction, but we still cannot, ascertain for the fact as to how 2025 for Gujarat Tigers will look like.
Looking at the lineup on paper, though, it still seems pretty nice. It is pretty much the X lineup of WSB. The only one man that's changed is, of course, Clutch God. He's been with that banner from the start. So, yeah, on paper, this lineup's supposed to have a lot of firepower. And yes, sometimes they do deliver as well. Just like the previous game, you can't see 9 eliminations and 5 placement points. That's going to give him 14 points in total. In my opinion, those amount of points are more than enough to compensate for the previous 2 games that they played, but they still need one more performance like this to sort of put them on the board where they can rely a little bit on that cushioning.
But can't really say the same for Hyderabad Hydras, right? They've been nothing but miserable so far, and have been struggling a lot the first 2 games, really not going their way, especially the first one where we saw they had a really good position inside the circle, still not converting that into a lot of points. This time also getting eliminated pretty early on, 3 points in the back. So for the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, and considering the rich past that they've had, and with, again, a complete revamp of the roster, it seems like they're quite uncomfortable so far. I think the players haven't really synergized well, but who knows? It's still day number 1. And seems like making those mistakes gives them a lot of work to do coming in the next 2 days. And surely they can recover. But like we discussed about a lot of those outliers, I think we've been enjoying Eternity. We've been enjoying Myth officials. And in the previous game, I think certainly -40, one of those names to really look out for.
Exactly. -40, doing quite decent there in the top 2 as well. So you can't say, of course, they were doing quite good for themselves. But moving the conversation back towards Eternity and Myth, right? Myth is known for their consistency, especially when it comes to the placement. But in the previous game, Myth was taken down way too early. So that consistency has now been broken down. Are they going to be able to once again propel themselves back on that same consistent note? Or is Myth going to start a struggle? That's my main question. I did mention this during the cast with the Shadow. And I had a conversation with her saying that, yes, they can try and go for the average points, at least in this stage. But if they try to do the same thing in the upcoming stages too, it might just not work out because you're, of course, going to have those heavy hitters in the lobby.
Now, one thing for Myth officials that I have noted is they're very good positioning-wise. But one thing that they're struggling at is them engaging those fights. And this is one area they need to fix things ASAP because heading on forth, even if you make it to the next stage, you've got the invited teams coming in and all of them are very well versed with those 4v4. So for Myth officials, surely position has been your key, has been your go-to area. But now understanding those 4v4s is of the absolute essence. As we head on into match number 4, it is going to be Erangel once again. So no changes in the team so far. It's going to be Group B and C duking it out. So a different set of Erangel, we'll have a different set of teams and hopefully a different circle. Enough with that third circle.
Exactly. I mean, Erangel is one of those maps that, of course, brings things back to the classic ground. And as you mentioned, yeah, at the start of the day, we did see quite the Southern Circle. And honestly, that's the best way to kick things off as well. I'm a big fan of military base myself, but maybe this time I would love to see a complete off circle. A Stalber Hill, it's been a while since we haven't really seen that circle.
It has been. And another thing for the viewers, it's the final game of our teams from Group B. So Wingard, they've this one chance to go big, right? If they can get that hat trick coming in. Because for Wingard, the way they started things off, it was looking quite abysmal, to be honest. The way they got taken down by Team Bunny, right, in game number 1. And then after that, staging a comeback, getting 2 back-to-back chicken dinners now. I think this is what Wingard Esports really needed. A little bit of that young guns coming in, a fresh breath of fresh air inside the roster. And they are now looking quite dandy. But heading on into the 4th game of the evening, folks, it is going to be the flight path trajectory all the way from the northwestern side towards the Milta region. And I'm really excited to see maybe a circle around the northern side or maybe even a northwestern or Georgie City. We're going to take that, aren't we?
Of course we will. And I do not really want to see a standard circle because in the military base, we did see things sort of get a little bit too interesting, especially things were spiced up when we did see action just all across the board. I would love to see a circle like that. While you try and compare that zone towards Miramar, then yeah, standard circles, you're going to see quite the slower start. And I'm pretty sure we all love entertainment. We all do want to see these teams go off against each other off the rip, especially speaking of some of the aggressive teams, Gujarat Tigers. I would love to see them take the aggressive note once again, considering the previous game was pretty nice. Gujarat Tigers, they can have that sigh of relief. The same thing cannot be said for the side of Hyderabad Hydras, though. They've been struggling a bit too much. They also had quite a great positioning on the map of Miramar, but they still somehow messed up big time when it came to leaving that position and repositioning yourself, even though you had so much intel to work with.
I think Hyderabad Hydras have got a lot of work to do today, especially after once the matches get over. Surely need to get the momentum rolling in their court, and they've massively failed. We've seen time and time again in 2 different maps have a really good position, but they fail to convert. And something or the other just goes awry for them. And this time, dropping down around Pachinki, yeah, of course, the idea is to get all the vehicles, but everybody is awaiting with bated breaths that the circle, the first circle, where does it form? And we did have a couple of discussion even around Team Jelly. For a moment, they were looking quite sturdy, but eventually they also fell down on the ground. So right now they're around the school region, and this looks like a Team Jelly game if they play by the book. But you've got a couple of outliers right beside them. You've got the likes of FNT, you've got even Asla around your Snire, and it's all about making those quick early rotations. So looking at the circle, looks quite mellow, looks quite standard, but what we will be looking forward to is those hard shifts, Necro.
Yeah, pretty much. Those curveball shifts really do add on a lot of that spicy factor to the game. And also catches a few teams off guard. But speaking of catching things off guard, you've got Wingard taking shots in the front. Already a knockout was there, but it's not secured yet. Team Legit 2 Proton's been spotted. With just a PP Bison, this man's taking a lot of shots, but honestly speaking, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find any sort of success with that range. Needs to close on up, and that's exactly what Infinity's doing. But he's still going for quite the risky plays all by himself. He needs his teammates back up, and his teammates are all the way in the back. I'm not exactly sure what Infinity's trying to pull off, but he needs to back away. He's being a little too greedy.
He's brimming with confidence, right? This is what getting two back-to-back chickens does to a player. You feel like everything is just working your way, and I have nothing to complain, but hold on. His position has been compromised. Proton, he however does not have any grenades to play around with, just that one smoke, and eventually decides to double in down on him.
My God.
Infinity did have that S12K to punch him back, and there you have it. The cavalry also does arrive, but Infinity, this young lad, needs nothing about that. But looking at the Western cluster, we've got so many of those teams dropping down over here. You've got Gujarat Tigers, you've got Legit, and look at that, Arman already down on his knees.
For some reason, Arman gets knocked out once again, especially in a situation where he's not supposed to be knocked out. Gujarat Tigers now up against the players of Team Legit, where they've got the big advantage, and the nate's going to be tossed to the perfect direction. Gods is also knocked out from Gujarat Tigers. Now the situation's taken down to a 2-on-1. Unfortunately for Team Legit, they do not have any meds to play with. But here comes the push from BotArmyEsports. And this is the aggression we all wanted to see from a team that has already got a big cushion in the overall standings. Clutch God is there around the corner, but even he will be wrapped up in a sheet. And just like that, the aggression from Gujarat Tigers, it does not pay off this time. But still, they've got decent amount of points on the board. So tomorrow's state's going to be quite the crucial one for Gujarat Tigers.
They've been so explosive in BotArmyEsports, but for Gujarat Tigers, yes, their ship is sinking at this point. But hold on, the dust hasn't settled yet. Got the final two players of Legit still breathing. No meds to work things around. Wingard, they've got all their cards packed the way they want it, all their players positioned, and now they know, they're well aware of where the players of Legit are, ensuring that they check every single nook and cranny, and then they make a move inside the next warehouse. The only concerning situation for Legit is that they have got no utils to play around with, no meds. They are literally on a sliver of HP. Surely Wingard, they've lost out on Infinity, but the confidence still exuding out of them. And now LeBron, he's got to push in tandem with his teammate Karsgod and Choco, two players alive. And now, along with Yash, LeBron goes in for the push. You've got a little bit of assistance coming in out from GODX4. Karsgod does have that shotgun to work things out, and he will fail as GODX form the backlines. Does spot out the other player also, Choco. He is out in the open. All it takes is just that one bullet, and he is fighting till the very end. Stun grenades pop, doing nothing, no damage at all, as Choco still decides to change his position, but it's not going to be enough. As Wingard, they will also wrap them up. And there you have it, 7 finishes right from minute 1. Talk about
and
having
LeBron's,
a great start, Necro.
Look at LeBron. He's got 4 finishes all by himself.
Beautiful.
Oh boy. BotArmyEsports. Especially after witnessing the first game of the day, we never thought this is the sort of domination we're going to see from this team. But this is what happens when you've got that cushion to play with. You just play with no tension. You just play with no pressure. And that's what BotArmyEsports is doing. Just completely playing pressure-free. Aggressing onto teams, aggressing onto players that they see. And we also did see that solo play coming through from Infinity. Yes, he's not there in the game anymore, but fine. They've already got 7 elimination points off the rip. And even if BotArmyEsports does get eliminated over here, it is completely fine. 7 points from this game is still pretty consistent.
You know what? I don't see a world where Wingard places second in the overall standings. The amount of points that they've accumulated, I think it's enough for day number 1. And if they kind of bank in on this consistency even tomorrow, surely they are moving ahead into the next stages. Can we say the same for Gujarat Tigers? Again, that erraticness is very much visible. Of course, they were engaging against Legit, and surely they heard the commotion, surely they heard the gunshots. But still committing in that situation, still trying to figure out what on earth was Arman thinking just to make that push so blindly over there. eventually leading into his demise. So one thing is for certain, Necro. Gujarat Tigers are yet to act like a pack. They have yet got a lot to do with the synergy because things aren't looking good for them.
Still, for some reason, though, I'm not exactly worried about Gujarat Tigers. I think so we all know. I think so we all know that they have what it takes. And I genuinely think so they can easily move on forward towards the challenge season without any struggles. Yeah, day one, they do not really have a lot of points, but still, they have somewhere around 21 to 22 points in 4 games. And in my opinion, those amount of points are more than enough. There's going to be much more teams that struggle more than Gujarat Tigers in the overall standings. And they need to place themselves in the top 16. So I think so they can do it.
I mean, they can do it. There's no doubting on that. We know the players are individually capable. But that's the thing, right? We've seen history is a testament of the fact that Gujarat Tigers, always one of the favorites, and somehow they've got a choker stack. The entire 2024 journey, if you look at it, you know, always in the contention, always in the news, but when it comes to qualification, they've always failed. And now again, trial and error going on for this team. Because even the previous time, they had the likes of Skips, they've got Harsh, and they still could not make it into the latter stages of the previous official events. Now, we were talking about some big guns. And again, another gamble. Is this going to really go out well for Gujarat Tigers? I think only time should tell.
Exactly. The future will dictate. Eternity, though, a team that's quite the newer ones on the block, and for now, it's just moving towards a safety path. There's one more team in the back lines, and that's going to be the Hidden Ones, moving towards their direction. We might just see a bit of that rotation clash happening. So far, we've seen so many teams wanting to prioritize those third parties. If 2 teams do end up clashing, there's definitely going to be that third party that happens. And looking at the circle too, quite a centric shift, quite a standard shift. Majority of the teams are already inside of the circle, so that's not going to be that big of a concern for those teams. But the teams moving in from outskirts, definitely a few clashes can happen.
Quite a lot of cluster on those central areas. We saw, I think, around 4 teams. Team Jelly, we also had the likes of, I think, with officials also closing in, but around that northwestern side, maybe a little bit of collision is due. We have the likes of Hidden Ones right beside Eternity. And Eternity, they're also on quite a roll. Because in the game of Miramar, or in fact in Sanhok, they did pretty well for themselves. But for Jelly, I think, again, he's on a scouting mission, ensuring that his teammates are in safe covers. Look at this. Hyderabad Hydras got their eyes pinned on players of Myth officials. Now, this is looking quite risky considering how Hyderabad Hydras have performed in the previous games. Because if you look at the silhouette on the backlines, you've got another team. Let's just, for a moment, even assume for a fact that Hyderabad Hydras does engage in this fight. Still leave them quite vulnerable to threat from minus 40.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite an exposed position. So yeah, definitely. Hyderabad Hydras will be exposed to a lot of that damage around them. Still Myth. Do they know that Hyderabad Hydras, they've got him pinned down. And it seems like they've got no clue. Shots taken. Could have been the opportunity for Mox to find the knockout, but he messed up big time. He spotted the legs, he took the shots, and with those shots he gave his position away. And now Myth knows exactly what's happening around them. Every single time, Myth have been so good to find that good placement inside of the circle. And once again, they do so. They're in the smack center, or at least a little bit in the center. Looking pretty decent, looking pretty good. Myth is returning a few shots against Moksh, but Myth so far, they haven't really been one of those teams that likes to take the fight. So they definitely do want to avoid this. While Hyderabad Hydras, on the desperate side of things, it's their last game.
Not really a huge fan of what Hyderabad Hydras are doing right now. They've got the dead smack center to themselves. They've got no concrete covers to play with, and to make matters worse, they're right out in the open just to expose their position. They did have that stealth, which was the superpower in that situation, and Mox did whiff his shots there. Players of Myth officials were quite unaware, and now he's just not given his position away right in the middle of nowhere. It's also kind of given an open shot to all the other teams to maybe try and hunt them down. Look at Team Bunny right beside them. You've also got Team Empire. And with having no covers to play around, things are starting to look quite concerning. Yes, they've got some good ridges to play around, but still, one of their player gets taken down, the others will follow soon after.
Look at Eternity. They were up north a while ago, and now they've taken the rotation all the way down south. And Eternity's going to find themselves quite the safe breach. Without breaking any sort of sweat, Eternity's looking pretty good. They do breach inside of the circle. They're going to find themselves quite a good compound to play with as well. Down south, we don't really see a lot of the teams stacking up there. Majority of the teams are in the centric spot. If the zone does shift down south, though, for Eternity, it's going to be the best possible thing. But looking at the teams up north, there's also Genesis now trying to breach in from the northern side, which is, of course, quite a clear breaching point. Just Jelly still outside of the circle, wanting to find that groove. Or maybe inside, actually. Towards that school area. So yeah, they've got quite a decent position.
You know what? This is a little bit concerning for Jelly, because when you look at the map feed, you've got the likes of BotArmyEsports right beside you. And that point, you can't be hoping that, you're out in the open. Because we know BotArmyEsports, this is a team not to be trifled with. They love to take all their fights. They love engaging, and they will be the ones to hunt you down if they get that first knock, right? So, Jelly, they really need to count their eggs at this point. Cannot just be roaming around, need to find some concrete covers. I think what Jelly is going to do right now is just waiting for that hard shift, maybe.
Majority of the players are pretty much doing the same thing. They're just waiting for the upcoming stage, waiting for the next circle. That's going to be the main dictator. A few more seconds and the next circle is going to pop up on the screen. Just Jelly. They've got a few more teams cruising past him. They haven't taken any sort of shots, by the way. They're still playing it quite put. And the next circle, it's going to shift down south, a little bit tilting on the left side. This is the great possible scenario for Eternity and BotArmyEsports. The late breachers, they somehow find themselves on the right side of things.
I'm loving how Eternity are approaching the circle. Their backline's completely clear. Not even a single body to trouble them. However, could be a different case if Hyderabad Hydras think otherwise. But for BotArmyEsports, this looks like a really good game that they can go big in this one. They've got the potato hills, but sometimes leaves you a little bit more wanting for more. Especially considering how exposed you can get. But look at this. Now this is where the real trouble arises, because now DSL making good work of the players of F&T. Already a couple of players dropped down. And there you have it, Team Blasty. Seems like their days were numbered. Eventually just wiped out. But look at this. A third party coming in from Team Jelly.
What just happened? Diesel Esports out in the open, knocked out, quite hurt. And Just Jelly, he gets knocked out. It's not a great news. The man gets knocked out. The confirmation almost follows up as well, but he gets denied for a few more seconds. Gokul tried his best to survive, but the man number just overwhelms him. And speaking of Team Bunny, this is one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby as well. This team is not going to back away from a fight, and Team Bunny knows right now, even Team Just Jelly, they're way too on the struggling side of things. If they do want, they can try and capitalize on this. But luckily enough, they get the revival just in time. So Jelly's going to be safe.
I hope so. Because at this point, look at the Team Bunny, right? They're just all over the place, but they realized, I think it's a high time. They need to soothe down their nerves, get back to a very good position. They've got a nice high ground advantage to play around with. I feel like there's no reason for them to kind of overcommit, because the fight is far from over. Pretty sure the revivals are already there. And now Team Jelly, yeah, they could not save their IGL, but it's just 3 men. They've got to work things out. And this was quite concerning for me for a long, long time, because felt like, they were quite unsure of what to do next, where to go next. And the coordinated attack from Jelly really backfired. He was way too much exposed, just hoping that his teammates make it in time. So a little bit of more work needs to be done with their coordination, with their synergy. But as things stand, we've got the players of GENxFM just hunkered around on that northwestern spot. But look at this, hidden ones trying to challenge the players of Team Jelly. Instantly thwarted off, and they have no monkey business around this area now.
Executor, the man was taken down way too low. He learns his lesson. But yeah, for Team UR, even they've learned their lesson. Just Jelly getting taken down such a way really puts this team in a big, uncomfortable situation. How can this team now work around? That's my question. With just a 3-man squad, the man IGL not inside of the game anymore. They need someone to drive that force. 3 of the players finding themselves quite a great spot to play with. At least for now, this is going to be a good spot to settle down. But this is also going to be limiting your information that you've got. They're not exactly moving out in the open to find that intel. Just in that same house. Trying to look around. So intel's going to be limited. While you speak of the hidden ones, they haven't been able to do a lot themselves. They're quite exposed. Backlines at least secured for now, considering there are 2 more players in the back, but you never know. Sidelines can be stacked up with foes soon.
At this
my
point,
god, the next zone.
I think it's still favoring Team Beast. Now, talking about the hidden ones, it feels like they're still taking their sweet time to warm up. Considering they've been the newfound talents, they've made it so far. Surely you've got a few tingling nerves over there. They want to be the ones third-partying in those situations, and now GENxFM got quite some ground to play around with. The ideal location would be that Pachinki eastern side barn house. If they take control over that, they're going to be breathing for a few more minutes. But I think it's time for Team Bunny to really wake up. This is the moment where they can get a lot of finishes, considering the high ground advantage that they're going to be playing with. But seems like they want to traverse to a better location. Now, Team Jelly, along with GENxFM, everybody is making a move in the right time. But look at Wingod. I'm loving. This is exactly the spot I wanted some team to take. And seems like Wingod would be the first ones.
They indeed are. Wingod Esports. Solid position. GENxFM. Spawning out the players of Just Jelly even. They were quite quick. GENxFM did see that rotation come through, but no capitalization from their side. They were not able to find any sort of knockouts. Team Empire's making that rotation. Ace, he's all by himself, and so many shots are taken against that player. Luckily enough, Ace is going to survive, but as soon as I say so, the Weakle gets blown. And with that, even Ace gets blown apart. And now the entirety of Team Empire, they're starting to move all the way back from the blue. Ace was the only man moving so close, and somewhere down line, Ace should have stuck to his teammates. But maybe he was the man scouting it out for his own team.
Could have been the case. But whatever it was, came at the cost of 1 player. Could have been avoided, but GENxFM, we knew they were hunkered down that area for quite some time. Surely they had to make their move. But Wingod in a very good, promising situation right now. A good spot where they can really cash in. Double down to get that chicken dinner. As now Asla, they've really closed in on the players of Team Bunny. Krishopi is going to take his chances. A couple of nades flung over at Dope One's direction. He's got some cover to play around with, but GENxFM kind of keep pushing in through. A couple of knocks more on the players of Myth Officials. Oxen has no clue of that spray coming in from Sketch, and now the push is there. Of course, Maxi also, he's also been dealt with, and GENxFM, they are soaring high with 8 finishes already secured to their name.
They indeed are. It does feel like it's going to be a magnificent game for the boys. And now Sketch. He's pinning the man in the front down. Shots are constantly being exchanged from both the sides, but GENxFM, they need to start making moves right now. Time's ticking away. Even the Wall of Death is now going to start to move up, and Sketch, he needs to get the knockout onto this player of Myth. But even that man is constantly wasting the time of GENxFM. And as you mentioned, they've already gotten 8 finish points underneath their belt. This does seem like it's going to be a huge game for GENxFM. But as long as that one single man from Myth is alive, there's going to be that constant threat of being backstabbed in the back. And GENxFS somehow need to get rid of that player. Or instead just change their positioning. And that's what GENxFS is doing. Wingod Esports, they're getting contested hard too. Not really having that good of a time inside of the lobby. Team Empire, they want to take over this compound. And Team Empire, unfortunately, already a few casualties hit them. Hunter and Predator are not there in the game anymore. Team Empire's Empire is all the way in the back. And even he squad exposed. He was taking damage from the surrounding. Empire being all by himself. He needs to save the day for his team. Predator and Hunter still knocked out. And GodX is going to constantly create those problems for Team Empire. That Nate's also going to find the confirmation onto Hunter. And Predator's going to be confirmed too.
Wingod doing a really good work out of the players of Team Empire. Felt like the floodgates had opened. I really thought that maybe a push from Hyderabad Hydras was inevitable. But elsewhere, we also do see Sam. He also chimes in into this fight. LeBron being taken down. Now Team Jelly, they're going to try their cards out. They're going to hope that it works because, of course, if they had read the finish feed, they know that Wingod, their numbers have started dwindling down. This gives a little bit of that leeway towards Empire. And he wants to push in through, but little does he know that one player has already gotten out of his window. He's on the other side. Whilst Yash, he's providing that cover fire. So much threat coming in from the backlines as the Molotov also does arrive. As now Empire, he's going to take a defensive stance. He needs to back off because he knows now two teams are going to be fighting it out. He has to be the one to scavenge things or maybe salvage something out of this particular fight. But as things go, Sam, he's also being dealt with. Wingod doing so
Nice
well
nade.
for themselves, and there you go. Final nail in the coffin. That's all she wrote for Team Empire. Empire getting picked off, and Wingod keep on increasing their tally, now at 9.
Eternity, even they're now starting to chime inside of the action, stepping in the playing field. The zone's going to move out in the open, and the best possible scenarios, the best possible compounds you can find yourself in, is going to be the compound that Wingod Esports is holding. On the edge, you've got nothing to worry about in the back lines. Just the sidelines are going to be filled with a lot of foes. But that's usually what happens in the late game scenario. Minus 40 up against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. This engagement happens once again. And minus 40, they find themselves on the advantageous side of things. But as soon as I say so, even Joker falls down from M40. It's not a great start to the fight. M40, they need to try and recover. But the time is running, and it's off the essence. And as long as the time's ticking away, M40, it feels like even their lifeline's going to be running thin. And that's what happens.
Look at that one grenade. Still being flung over. Team Beast, this is their time to shine, of course. Minus 40. I'm pretty sure Team Beast would be looking in for that breach. They've gotten all the knocks at the right places, but Spider is doing so much of that heavy lifting, getting all the revivals back for his team. And now maybe onto with Shoker. Did make it at the right nick of time, but from the backlines, it's also going to be Team Hyderabad Hydras. In fact, Hunter being ripped apart by Sanchit. The numbers already falling down. And now maybe Hyderabad Hydras, they're also out of the game. And this is where minus 40, they're surely going to be truly tested, because from one direction, you've got the players of Team Beast hammering them down. From the backlines, you've got the likes of Wingod. It has to be the hidden ones that needs to come in and somehow provide a little bit of that cover, at least help the players of M40 out, and maybe also make their chances better in trying and securing the chicken dinner, because Executor is driving by with this buggy. Surely the sounds have been relayed.
Hidden ones right next to Team Bunny. And as I mentioned a while ago too, Team Bunny, they're one of those teams that's not going to back away from taking the fights. Team Bunny's already taken shots against Wingod Esports. Hidden ones, they've got a few more foes to worry about. But this game can be M40's. They've got quite a great positioning to play with. If they play all their cards right, M40 can be the one to come through victorious. They've still got 3 more players standing. But Team Bunny, with the high ground and with all the players surviving, even they can be quite the X factor we're looking for. Eternity, a lot of the shots are being taken against them. It's hellfire raining on top of them by the players of Hidden Ones. And Hidden Ones are constantly peppering those shots against Eternity. As even Kaiser gets knocked down now, it's all down to Captain. One single man, the last glimmer of hope standing, the final pillar of the squad. And Captain is trying his best to play it as passive as possible, but he gets caught by Dope. And just like that, That's going to be the end for the entirety of that team. But as we move on towards another action, Team Bunny, even they aggress on forward and get a few scrappy points secured. Wingod's players been confirmed.
It's fights happening left, right, and center, and this is the moment for Team Bunny to shine. They've got a lot of those finishes to their names, but they have been denied that coveted chicken dinner against the players of Hidden Ones. Executor is going to be the first man of contact against Bunny as Sanchit, his assistance, does arrive in due time with the M4. He has been spraying in through and through about, but to no avail. As Wingod, they'd be eyeing on their chicken dinner, the third one, in fact, their hat trick. But seems like it's going to be nigh impossible over here, considering they have already been overwhelmed. They do not have the circle to themselves, and Team Bunny seems like they're finally gonna get this in the bag.
You gotta give it to Wingod Esports, especially Yash. This one single man has been creating menace for a lot of teams. He's been creating so many problems. Yash took down the last man of Eternity. He was also taking shots against the players of Team Bunny. He's constantly being a big problem in the foot. And now Yash is getting contested. He's getting charged on. He's got his hands on the S12K. And LeBron with a perfect cover fire shuts down the man who was aggressing onto Yash. But unfortunately, it's a little too much to deal with. The man number will overwhelm Wingod as the chicken dinner this time slips away in the hands of Team Bunny.
The hat-trick denied for sure, but it was a valiant effort regardless from Wingod Esports. 14 finishes into the bag. But finally, I think the drought ends for Team Bunny as they secure this chicken dinner. Not with a lot of finishes though, but this time they've been quite decisive. They did not overstep even for once. They had the situation controlled for the majority of the times, but I feel like that push against the players of Hidden Ones, I think that sort of sealed the things and sort of sealed the deal for the players of Bunny Esports. They have been a phenom to be reckoned with, and surely being so aggressive, getting that chicken dinner does have a good ring to it.
And with this chicken dinner, Team Bunny's definitely going to be there in the top 3, hands down. This is one of those teams that has been performing so consistently well from game 1 itself. And now even on the last game, they finally do get the chicken dinner they were searching for. But yeah, Wingod Esports, they had a lot to deal with. So many teams were taking shots against him. M40 was one of them. Even Bunny Esports was another team. Eternity as well, for a while, it felt like they were taking shots against Wingod Esports. Still, against all the odds, they were able to survive in the final 2.
Now look at what confidence can do to you, because ideally, given any other day, Wingod would never be doing that. But considering they were on quite a roll, I mean, from minute 1, they were putting themselves in such uncomfortable spots, right? You talk about Infinity solo pushing on a squad and takes down that one player. Of course, then he got a bit ahead of himself, gets taken down. But right after, Wingod come in and wipe down 2 different squads. So that goes on to speak volumes about how good Wingod have been. I mean, you're taking down the likes of Gujarat Tigers, and then this team legit also being dealt with. So I think this is where they had everything going in their favor. But this one death of Jelly, I'm not going to buy it, because I feel like this could have been avoided had Jelly been alive. It felt like Team Jelly could have done much better. However, Genesis Esports, this is also one of those lineups to really watch out for, because in this game, might not have secured good amount of position point, but the finishes, Necro, they were still there.
Hands down. I mean, 2 games done and dusted, and still so far it feels like Team Jelly's struggling a bit too much. It feels like the old godlike once again, where the man, the IGL himself, is not really able to contribute a lot to the team, and that's why the main struggles are actually there on the board itself, and the rest of the teammates, they do crumble down slowly and steadily as the time passes on. But moving the conversation back towards things that happen off the rip, right? Of course, Wingod Esports being super aggressive, and as you mentioned, if you try and put them in any other day, they're not going to be playing the same way. And I think so the only reason why Wingod Esports is so confident is because they know they've already done enough to qualify and move on towards the challenge season.
You know, what I really feel that has been the changing factor about Wingod Esports is how they've gotten new players and they're starting things off from scratch. Now, these young players are ambitious. They've got blood in their eyes. They are playing like they've got nothing to lose, with a lot to prove. Because when you look at the players, Infinity, he just played a recent official grand finals from Versatile. You talk about LeBron, you talk about Codex, very young prospects. They've had their failures in the past, but seems like they've been the right teachers. And heading on into a new year, I think this rebirth of Wingod feels like a breath of fresh air to me.
And look at LeBron. getting 6 finishes all by himself, 43 finish contribution, and the map impact of 10%. LeBron, I mean, off the rip, when we did see the first 2 fights that GENxFM was taking, LeBron had 4 finishes instantly in the stage 1 itself. So yeah, LeBron has always been the main playmaker wherever he goes. And now when GENxFM 2 is doing really good, especially backed up with the rest of his teammates, yeah, GENxFM now looks really promising. And I would love to see the same form move on forward, even in challenge season in the future. As we move on towards the stars of the match, LeBron with 6. You've also got GODX being the best companion with 4 rescues, and Sanhok being the best finisher with 3 finishes.
I think so far the highlights have been all about Wingod and how good have BotArmyEsports been tonight, and especially with Sanhok. And now these are also tested players. We've seen them in a lot of those previous third-party events, even in officials, but they haven't made it that far. But like we said, right, even for Wingod, I feel the same for BotArmyEsports is they're playing like a cohesive unit. You could see this time they did not make any of those unwanted movements. They had a very good position. They played in from that. There was a situation where they could have really gone down the ridge, down the slope, and hammered down the players of Hyderabad Hydras. But they were aware for a fact that Wingod was already dealing with them. The circle had gone away from them. And this is where the decision-making really comes into picture. Them going after a rather weakened or a rather underconfident Hidden Ones was a better idea than dealing with Hyderabad Hydras. And them going on, taking that face-on battle, sort of opened the doors for them to secure such a good spot for themselves, which eventually emerged in them getting a chicken.
And yeah, talking about Hyderabad Hydras, once again, the struggle continues, and that was also the last game of the day for them. 4 games done and dusted. Hyderabad Hydras not exactly achieving the mark that we all expected them to do so. And honestly, once again, it feels like it's the old Hyderabad Hydras back, because these are the same issues that even the old squad of Hyderabad Hydras had. Recently, they did seem like they were doing much better in the official tournaments, but now the transition over here is not looking that great. And honestly speaking, I'm not sure what is happening with this new lineup as well of Hyderabad Hydras. And moving the conversation towards Myth too. Myth, off the rip, they were doing so good inside of today's day. They had so many consistent points, but now it feels like they're slipping away, because look at this game too. They had next to none points.
They were looking lost. If my memory serves me right, Necro, they were trying to rotate from the northwestern side, and they were hammered down by the players of GENxFM. And at that moment, I think the panic button struck, and they went completely clueless. But I still want to get back towards Hyderabad Hydras, because it's a whole different revamp. They decided to just stick to their IGL. They let go of all the other players. So it's again, we have to give them that little benefit of doubt. But they also need to understand for a fact that if you're in place of Moksh, the organization has given in their trust, their support to you. You have to start showing results, which has been missing from Moksh's side. And the sad part is he does not have enough time to do that, because even after the ESL SPS, you do have the official. So does not have a lot of time, but he needs to mend things and make sure that Hyderabad Hydras are looking tight for 2025 season.
The way I look at things is that Moksh is doing a decent job when it comes to placement, but when it comes to taking the firefights, that's where Hyderabad Hydras is struggling. Even on the map of Miramar, Hyderabad Hydras had such a great positioning, but when it came to leaving that position and move inside of the circle, when it came to the real deal and taking the fights, that's where Hyderabad Hydras started choking. And the same thing happened even in the previous game. When it came down to a 4-on-4 fight, Hyderabad Hydras had no reply. They were once again short. And hopefully the same things do not keep on continuing even in the upcoming days, because they will have enough amount of chances given to them. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Broncos thing.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
सोलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक, तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet. So we're just gonna do our thing. And you never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So you never do the Broncos thing.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, we are living up to our promises. We promised for a very short break, and we are right back after this. So, welcome once again, folks. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals Day 1. 4 games done and dusted, now heading forth towards the 5th one. And this time, I have the pleasure of welcoming back Shadow once again. And boy, oh boy, that was a heated match. And by far, I think my favorite one so far.
I think this was due fixes from BotArmyEsports because the way this team has been playing since match number 1, they were here for the aggression, they were here for the elimination points. And when you gain the confidence, when you are aware of the lobby, when you're aware of the other teams, definitely a chicken dinner is the way to go. And that is exactly what BotArmyEsports was trying to do in this particular game. So definitely a name which we are going to talk about a lot in the coming 2 days. So definitely BotArmyEsports has won too many hearts today.
Surely, quite an interesting prospect to look out for, because when we've been talking about the newer names, yes, TGL, I think we've seen them in the past. Maybe they're just looking out for some orgs. And orgs, if you're watching them, do sign them. They've got a really promising year ahead of them. But now, again, Eternity, they have been phenomenal. This game, not really the way they anticipated. Myth Official, I think we've been over this with Necro. We believe that the positioning department is quite good. It's the fights that they have to walk around with. But quick look at the standing so far of how things have been going on, the match rankings. Because, listen, Team BotArmyEsports, they were not just good in terms of getting the chicken dinner, but towards the end, they wrapped up 10 elim points to themselves. Gives them that 20 points, but Wingod, do they really care about positions anymore? Because 14 finishes, they're also tied up with BotArmyEsports.
Yeah, definitely. 14 elimination points when they are feeling themselves, they are feeling confident, they're going for the elimination point. But Genesis also staged a comeback in this particular one by being on the 3rd spot with good points. But Legend Esports and Team Empire, I don't know what happened to both these teams, because they were playing really good in Miramar, and this time they were eliminated pretty early in the game. Do or die, their misery, their struggle, call it whatever, is still continuing, and with 0 points right at the 14th spot. If they continue the same performance on day number 2, I'm not sure if DOD will be able to qualify for the next stage.
You know, what concerned me for Team Empire was they went against an Wingod which had been unleashed, untamed, and we know what happened to them. Got third-partied. Also, there was a time where they could have maybe gotten their players back alive. But the bigger concerns in the department, what's going to make the news, is Hyderabad, Hydras, and GT and their horrendous performance in day number 1. I think no other way to put it, right? Even they would be disappointed with themselves, especially with the kind of expectations that we have from teams as such big banners. We have seen a lot of investment being made, and then the result not coming out there. What is it that's sort of holding them back? Where is the anchor pinned down that they cannot really go ahead? Is the rudder not right? Anything and everything that can go wrong for these two teams has been going on.
Agreed, 100%. If same thing continues on day number 2, Hyderabad Hydras will have to face the music. I don't know if they'll qualify for the next stage, because after struggling in the first 2 games, I think Gujarat Tigers was quick on the draw. They were able to stage a comeback in the map of Miramar, but again the same thing is continuing. And for Hyderabad Hydras, I think day number 1 matches are already over, so they need at least a half fragging chicken dinner on day number 2 so that they have the confidence for the next day. So Hyderabad Hydras are definitely under the radar. They need to buckle up. I don't know how they're going to do it, because after such a performance on day number 1, I think their confidence is going to go low.
Because, after this, the cushion is going to be lifted. You come in, you've got a lot of matches, and suddenly they're numbered, single digits, and it just keeps on reducing. So at that point, you've got to start feeling worried if you are Hyderabad Hydras or Gujarat Tigers, and then you need to switch gears. You need to go aggressive, and going aggressive leads you into getting taken down. And Gujarat Tigers have been trying that in the previous game also. We saw them engage against Legit, but there was no conviction, and suddenly out of nowhere, Wingod decided to chime in. So I think the lack of awareness, understanding of the game has been clearly missing from their side. And same goes even with the likes of Hyderabad Hydras. There was a time where I felt like they had spotted down the players of Myth, but Moksh whiffing his shots, and then they had to readjust. And you could see that panache, that outrageous approach that we know that Hyderabad Hydras can pull off has been quite lacking.
Yes, Hyderabad Hydras, Gujarat Tigers, their matches for today are already over, and with not too many points, especially for Hyderabad Hydras, day 2 is of prime importance. But now we are coming back to Miramar, where Group A will be coming back again against Group number C. That means we have again Medal Esports, RedxRoss, that is WSB. Then we have Future Star as well, GENxFM. GENxFM also I want to talk about, because yes, a decent performance have been coming, but not that sort of performance which we are expecting from GENxFM. So I think they are also under the same category where Hyderabad Hydras and Gujarat Tigers are. They're also struggling.
Feel somewhere down the line, GENxFM always feel a little too settled. Always around that mid-pack, quite comfortable in that pecking order, and want to see that fire coming in from their side. And hopefully this could be the game as we take it up the skies, folks, and make your predictions in the chat. Let us know, who are you rooting for? Do you think that these fallen teams can make their comeback, or it's going to be the new era ushering in as the flight path trajectory all the way from Impala towards Monte Nuevo sort of quite evenly balanced? I don't think a lot of these teams are going to have a lot of trouble dropping down on their favorite drop locations. But for Group C, feels like they've been warmed up. I think a few teams that we can really talk about is Genesis, the ones I'm eyeing out for. Yes, they did not get a lot of those position points, but their finish points have been making it up for them. Even minus 40, they have been looking good. This is the second Miramar that they have come into play. And even for the hidden ones, their hidden talents, can we get to see that mystery unravel in this one? Only time shall tell.
Definitely, Hidden Ones and Legit Esports are two names which have shown the signs of aggression, which have shown the signs that yes, they can stage a very good performance. So big things are expected from their side. In the previous Miramar, we had a drop clash in Saint Martin, but this time those teams are sitting out. So maybe this time Saint Martin is going to be pretty much peaceful. But Los Leones, we have the players of Team Asla. If we go a little north, we'll see the players of Team Empire and Team Blasty in the close proximity, where Picardo is being occupied by the players of GENxFM. So these three teams in such a close proximity, maybe a fight can happen. But speaking of the fight, I think Legit and SBA, they're having a drop clash at this point.
Yeah, a little too close for comfort at this point for both of them. And Legit clearly haven't been having a smooth sailing so far. Previous game were the first teams to be knocked out of the server, and up against SBA, former Phoenix Esports. They've made it into the recent grand finals of the official event. It did happen in Kochi, so they might be brimming with confidence. But so far, their start hasn't been that great into the open finals. And at the same time, they have to be aware of the fact that you have Genesis right beside you. This comes down to the reads that you have. Look at Proton. He knows about Goku's position and well-relayed information, as a result of which Zeus will be opening things up. And as we speak, SBA finally find themselves in deep waters.
Definitely. One player already knocked out in a situation where rescue mission is going to be at most difficult for them. Early casualty is something no team wants, and seems like Legit have already given that to SBA. So not a good start. I think revival at this point is not going to be easy. So maybe they can leave the fallen comrade bleed to death. That could be a possibility. But Legit Esports, this is also one of those teams that have been showing signs of aggression. They're going for those elimination points, finish points every single game. So definitely Legit is one of the team that can be in the contender list for the top 16. But for now, they're just waiting for any sort of movement from the side of SBA if they come for the rescue mission. But on the other side of the map, speaking of the circle, we have a completely southern circle where F1 Esports in the city of Picardo are going to find themselves somewhere in a very good spot.
Yeah, I think for F1 Esports, they've also been looking quite rough. Not have a great start to the day so far, and hoping that this time they've been blessed with the zone. They can do pretty decent for themselves. But GENxFM, this is what we wanted from themselves. And they are starting to deliver, but a little bit of trade-offs also coming in from Team Blasty, as Slay and Godix, two surviving members, will decide to just charge in. Has got a vector to work things around against Thompson. Has taken quite a little bit of beating, but he knows that the bullets are limited. The bullets are numbered on his gun as Slay from the backlines. He comes in, but Godix is there to somehow save the day. But the numbers are definitely starting to crumble and dwindle down as GENxFM, without suffering even a single casualty, would be enough to wipe them out. Dhruv, of course, being the one MVP, securing those two finishes. And again, a very disappointing start from Team Blasty.
100%. Team Blasty, not a start they wanted in the last Miramar of the day. When a drop clash happens, a lot of RNG factor also comes into the picture, whether you have the perfect weaponry. Yes, the bullets were pretty much numbered, but despite that, they were not able to dish much damage to the players of GENxFM. Seems like the GENxFM we know is back in the game. A good start, good 4 finish points to their name, definitely going to boost the confidence as well. But for now, the circle is something that is going to be a little bit of a concern for M40, as they've gone all the way north, and while traversing inside the circle, they are going to face the players of Genesis as well as BotArmyEsports. So it's not going to be easy for M40 as well.
You know, for -40, I'm still going to be giving them that benefit of doubt. What I believe is they might make a rotation coming in from that western side, take that western highway, inject themselves through from Monte Nuevo. But now we're going to see a flurry of teams really starting to get inside the circle. And this could be the perfect setup for Medal Esports, because they're at power grid, they've got a little bit of a ridge to play around. They can spot a lot of those teams, maybe even choke the players to death, at least for the likes of BotArmyEsports. They can also maybe deal with the players of Genesis. But now maybe our worst fears are starting to reawaken, because Genesis, what I feel like, grind, he's gotten quite close towards the players of -40. And this could work either way, Shadow. Either Grind opens it up, gets a couple of knocks, and then his teammates follow up. Otherwise, he gets taken down, and I think one man shall be left behind from the side of Genesis.
I feel the later thing happening more, because in a 2v2 split, there is very slight chance that you're going to take down the opponent team in a 2v4 fight. Yes, if you capitalize on the information, if your teammates come in, if your cavalry comes in for the backline support, then maybe you can try taking out the players of M40. And seems like that is the case, because Hero's already on his way to reunite with his teammates. So maybe Gen versus M40 could be the next fight we are going to witness. But for now, Medal Esports, they also want to move inside the circle, somewhere towards the central position, and have a good compound to your name. At the same time, I'm going to say that Hidden Ones, they also have a very good spot. They're keeping themselves away from all the commotion, from all the traffic. So that means they can definitely accumulate those placement points.
Hidden Ones, surely, because in the game of Erangel, we saw them, not a lot of finishes, but the position points were definitely coming in. But Medal Esports have rather taken the safer route. They want to look at positioning, and that has been their go-to way of playing BGMI. They always look at having good positions, and that is the signs of a very smart team. They have the players, they've got the pieces that can fight, they can win those fights. And imagine Medal going after a weakened or a softened for F1 Esports and them taking them down, having an entire control over that area of Chumacera, which holds a very key position in this particular map. So really gives me a good feeling. But at the same time, I think F1 Esports, they might have all that information relayed, especially when you look at Vampy and so many of those players are closing in on him. And at this point, if he manages somehow to take down not just one, but two players, things could have been different. But seems like we spoke a little too soon, because Cyrix makes quick work of him. F1 Esports, they finally know that Medal Esports is in the hood, but at the cost of one of their players.
When anchor falls down, things don't go your way. And that is exactly what is happening with the players of F1 Esports. With Vampy being eliminated, F1 has decided to back away from this fight. They're just going to hold on to the ground and medal. They have the entire compound to their name. At the same time, not just a compound, but a prime spot in this particular circle, right in the epicenter. But medal also needs to be a little careful from the players of GENxFM approaching them from the northern area. So that could be the next fight, possible fight happening. But I like the rotation of the players of Team FS. Instead of going directly inside the circle, they have opted for a complete western shoreline. So that's a safe pathway. And FS is one of those teams that need those crucial points as well.
Oh, they definitely do. And I think a more vivid picture to further describe the situation that you were trying to tell. FS Esports, very smart move. Nonetheless, you entering in from that western corridor, you've got your backlines clear, nobody there to really hurt you or harm. And quite rightfully pointed out, because Metal Esports, they've got a lot of those incoming threats their way. You've got GENxFM, who finally have managed to shift away from them. And for all the right reasons, because now GENxFM, they feel like they're in the driver's seat. Considering the circle has taken a shift towards those Los Leones areas, of course, capturing that God building, which I believe they're going to do, and maybe have to fight it out against Asla. The moment they get that, I think both these teams will be in prime contention of having a really good advantageous position for themselves. But a lot of splash of colors around that Metal Esports, F1, then you've got Team Blasty also closing in. Seems like we're in for a fight.
Oh, definitely. Chumasera is pretty much clustered, and seems like Phoenix of WSB has already been taken down by Legend of Metal Esports. Metal, the way they're surrounding the entirety of Chumasera, having the control of those hills, and Prince being in the center is not going to help the case of their foes at this point. Yes, Phoenix is down. At the same time, Ortho comes in and takes down Cyrex of Metal Esports. So third party is something which Metal also needs to deal with at this point.
Yeah, sometimes you get a little ahead of yourselves, and it eventually ends up in you getting punished. But for Team Blasty, the good thing is that they've got their teammates near them. So surely Phoenix is going to get that revival. But yeah, even for Metal, they're going to want to slow things down a little bit. They do not have the numbers. One of their players getting the res back up. But legit, this is hilarious stuff. As the door just closes in and the teammate left out in the open. Of course, Legit had to double down on that as Arthur grenades flung in at his direction. Legit down to really low HP. He had been burnt over, but somehow still alive, still breathing, as now Metal Esports, they find themselves in the driver's seat. Lucifer, he gets spotted out by Cyrex. Couple of shots fired at his direction, but Metal Esports need to quickly reposition themselves in this particular fight. As Sarvit, he's going to be taking a swing with his buggy and now spotting out Lucifer out in the open with his pants down. Would be enough to annihilate the likes of Team Blasty, as now Metal Esports, not even having a single casualty, 5 finishes to their names. They are flying high, Shadow.
Definitely. Medal, they have managed to eliminate the entirety of RedxRoss, which is WSB. So definitely a very good start for the players of Metal Esports. A lot of fuel was invested in that fight, especially 2 players with those vehicles trying to traverse the compound and confuse the players. So many things. Perfect plan from the side of Metal Esports. But on the other side of the map, we have the players of BotArmyEsports who are slamming on the compound of Genesis, and Henry with the DBS takes down Hero. With Molotov looking for the confirmation point, and Genesis on the back foot in this situation is not looking good at all, especially with the DBS in Henry's hand. A lot of util being invested, those Molotovs, and the players of Genesis are literally burning at this point.
At this point, it's all that hope remains for them, but BotArmyEsports with Henry and that very gutsy move gave them some hope, some reason, as now Genesis, they're also numbers tickling down for them. As now, look at Devotee. The spread coming in from BotArmyEsports is quite risky, but at the same time, quite rewarding if done right. As Genesis, already Shiro, Sketch down on their knees, comes down to Fragger and Grind. And Grind has to be the one doing all that dirty work. Somehow keep their players alive, and Grind is coming in slowly but surely. Clearly, he's going to get that knock on. Maybe Scary, and Henry is also going to get taken down. So Genesis, now they are going to have their numbers back alive. But for BotArmyEsports, sad to say that yes, this sort of backfired on them. Keeping so much distance from each other. And now Devotee, he's been somehow alienated from his squad. and on very low HP with the circle also tickling down. This is not going to help in their endeavors as Genesis do survive this onslaught with 3 finishes, and BotArmyEsports having had to take an early exit. Not really the way they thought this Miramar would go for them.
Remember, haste makes waste. That is exactly what happened with the players of BotArmyEsports. Had they prioritized the circle, had they prioritized the rotation, maybe they would have survived for a long time. Yes, they started on a good note by taking down Hero of GENxFM, then knocking down one more player from the side of Gen, but after that, the way Grind and Fragger did manage to eliminate the players of BotArmyEsports, I think BotArmy have learned their lesson. But along with that, there is one more team fixes, which is right in the blue. That is -40. They're going for a very late rotation.
Yeah, told you. I think they're exactly following the footsteps of future stars. And that is, of course, the right go-to way of approach. They want to avoid all those early battles. They want to keep their backline safe, nobody hunting them down from that area. And it's still the second circle. So, nothing much to worry about if they have enough meds and those boosters on them. So, looking good so far. But even GENxFM, I really love their position. Jelly, however, in fact, the entirety of the team quite scattered apart, but still have enough avenues of providing those cover fires if the situation arrives. Because now this is the point. Because look at SPA, they've decided to just push in on towards Ninja. And this is where Mayday call out has been made. Of course, Jelly has to back off, but he still has the players of 7 habit to deal with. At the moment Sam or maybe Kyo Lamau decide to chime in, you've also got Hidden Ones who've got a little bit of a high ground advantage to capitalize on that situation. But yet they're taking that risk. Yes, of course, they understand the value of the position that they're holding on to. So many of those teams are slowly but surely starting to rotate and now infiltrate and breach those compounds. That Jelly, they need to reunite, they need to play as a pack of hyenas, and they need to go out on hunting sprees together.
Agreed. And that is exactly what the players of Team Jelly are trying to do. They are trying to reunite. I like the position of Team Asla as well. But wait a minute, 7 Habit. This is one of those teams which is known for the third parties. They never shy away from doing the third party, whether it comes in their favor or it doesn't. So 7 Habit never shy away from the fight. And as I was saying, Asla Esports, I like the position. The circle is also in the city of Los Leones where they dropped in. The problem is when you don't have to make too many rotations, you lack the crucial information. And I don't think Asla is having a lot of info as compared to the other teams in the lobby. Jelly, the entire team is in a good spot. Even the players of Team SBA, they have quickly adjusted themselves, repositioned themselves towards the eastern side of the circle. And I like the way SBA have made that decision. They have the control of those hill areas as well.
I think, the hilly areas are definitely going to be quite advantageous. But hold on. We've got a fight amidst us. Vishu, beautiful grenade coming out as Empire. He gets caught with his pants down. Had no clue of the whereabouts of Vishu and where that nade really flung over. As Ace, he needs to back off. Predator also being charged in by Dhruv. Dhruv giving all the right call-outs. I'm loving how they're isolating the other opponents from themselves, and this is the GENxFM that we have been wanting. This is the GENxFM that we've been longing for so far. The preemptive grenade being cooked, but not into perfection as Madrick. His grenade is quite on point, and quick work done out of the players of Team Empire, as now only Evil from GENxFM, he's been taken down, but now look at this. Ace, the only last survivor. His position also compromised in this fight. Now Team Empire almost on the verge of a huge collapse.
GENxFM, a very good comeback coming in from their side, but they also need to deal with the third party that could be happening at this point. Yes, Ace is the last man standing from the side of Team Empire, but with the DBS in his hands, if a single player of GENxFM makes a mistake of closing in and going for a little aggressive approach, maybe he could be the one to be taken out. But F1 Esports Gara is also in the close proximity and seems like he has spotted his enemies. So he's trying to reposition and reunite with his teammates. But Dhruv of GENxFM with the S12 in his hands knows exactly where Ace is. And with that, Ace did manage to take down Madrick, but couldn't get the confirmation thanks to Madrick's teammates. And GENxFM looking 8 finishes strong. A comeback is coming from their side.
Certainly. 8 finishes already, no casualties whatsoever. But now this is where their trial by fire awaits. They have to get inside the circle. So it's going to be really interesting. Or rather, they're just on the peripheries of the zone. But have a lot of information to play around with. If they want, could also bank upon a lot of more finishes to their names. He could also take down the players of Legit, who apparently are on a soiree. And horse ride does not really hurt you at this point. And in Miramar, you're quite agile. You can also leap. And yeah, interesting things happening in the BGMI world. Interesting creatures also bought in. And would really love to see the horse also being used as one weapon. You know, just make sure you go for that reverse back kick. And that could also come in really handy if someday the update gets rolled in. But now coming back into the picture of what we're witnessing, of course, Sarvit, his position quite compromised. But look at Prince. He's trying to form a different angle, maybe try and thread the needle as the circle also closes in. And Asla Esports, they are delighted with how the circle has finally favored them.
Their stars are perfectly aligned. Asla Esports are definitely one lucky team. They dropped in the city of Los Leones and then they didn't have to go anywhere. The circle is again and again forming where Asla Esports is at this point. But M40, I feel bad for this team. They went all the way south and the circle goes a little north. 7 Habit Clutch has managed to take down one player from BotArmy. Not BotArmy. I think he was able to take Ninja down. But speaking of legends, still in the blue, they need to move inside the circle, especially Proton. Just 2 first aids, I think that are enough for now. But with the enemy trying to gatekeep you, I think you need to try following a different route inside the circle. And Curse God providing all the backline support as he takes down Kira of Team FS.
Interesting at this point. Players starting to slowly fall left and right for the future stars. Of course, it's starting to look a little bleak, a little murky for them at this point, because for Team Legit, it's still welcoming that they're getting a couple of finishes here and there, but the real test also awaits them as time goes on. As look at this, GENxFM trying to close in on Metal Esports, but this time Legit, he won't be missing his shots over there. Vishu getting taken down as Prince OG comes in out of nowhere, swings in through with his buggy, drives over Evil, but look at this, it continues from the other side as well. Mad chaos engulfing the desert of Miramar as both these big titans will be colliding. Surely thunderstorm sparks all over the place. As now Sarvit, he's got to make an important call. Does he help his teammates or does he scuttle away from here? As now his HP is being brought down too low. And this time he is in the middle of nowhere with 3 players of GENxFM charging in that his direction as the cavalry does arrive. But Cyrex, look at him, his HP too low. But Metal, they still decide to fight back. And at this point, it's so difficult to say who comes out victorious in this battle.
GENxFM, they are going for the risky mission on the fallen comrade as Vishu is trying to deal with the plus of Team Metal, and Legit takes Vishu down with the S12K. Might be looking for the confirmation point as well, but the util being invested from GENxFM is trying to keep Legit at a bay, but Legit, he also gets dealt with just a perfect util right on his face. And GENxFM seems like they have woken up from this slumber. 12 finishes already in their pockets. But wait a minute, we have the plus of Team Asla and F1 also locking horns with each other, where Krish OP is not at all in a good spot. 3+ in his building.
Yeah, and he has to rely on Exist. He has to provide that cover fire. Seems like Krish, he gets some assistance coming in from Zyro's side. 3 players together. Again, the idea is right. All they need to do is just push in together and maybe take down Krish. But again, Exist still keeping things at bay for them. As Zyro, he also comes in. It's going to be a very interesting scenario as to how it really pans out for F1 Esports. And even for Asla, the circle has gone away from them. So whatever needs to happen has to happen really quick, as Gara finally starting to lose on his patience the moment the smoke fades away. This is where F1 Esports, they might decide to charge in, go in for that finish, as now Asla's Exist, his position has been compromised. But look at them. Oh my god, peeking in through the windows. Finds a bird all alone. Will have no difficulty whatsoever taking him down, as now Asla already losing out on one man. Surely will swing back, get those trades in their favor. But F1, they are doing quick work out of the players of Asla, as the numbers again tickling here and there. Anything could possibly happen in this fight, as almost got the only survivor. Asla decide to bounce back, but look at this. Almost got. He does not want to go without a fight. Surely gets one more into his bag, but the big ask is, can he get this clutch in for his team?
Maybe the way he's tossing that tossing those grenades, tossing that utility, maybe that could be possible. Almost right in the face of Asla's Zyro, and Zyro deals with him with a DBS. And Team Asla, yes, it was not a convincing fight. They have managed to eliminate the players of F1, but at the cost of 2 of their own. Yes, Zyro will be able to give revive to his teammate, but now they have to survive as a 2-man army. But speaking of hidden ones, Executor, he's aware about the position of -40, but the problem is, I don't like this place which he's holding on to. He can get knocked out so very easily.
I think stealth is key, but seems like he does not want to be an assassin. He wants to be Rambo, guns blazing all out, and I'm starting to get worried about him. But at the same time, -40, they've had to travel so far from the northern side, through that western side, to the southern areas, and now they are being laden down with so much of those bullets. But Executor surely needs to go back to the training grounds, maybe work his sprays around right. He's given his position away because now even Future Stars right below him. A little bit of that low toss grenade could work out in his favor, but still, he has spotted out the players of FS, Sensiboy, out there in the open. But now Executor, he knows he needs a little bit of that assistance as the circle starts closing in, has spotted out one player, another grenade being flung over, needs to low toss them, but somebody needs to whisper that into his ears because now the retaliation grenade coming in from Team FS has dished out some massive amount of damage. However, he's going to patch himself up in time. But look at this. Look at how things are changing so fast. SBA, they're in such a good position. They know whoever is winning their fight, eventually they will be the ones getting devoured by the players of SBA.
Along with SBA, 7 Habit, they are also in the prime spot. They have the entire control of the circle as well. But speaking of Hidden Ones and Team FS, they need to make a rush inside the circle, and FS, they are not at all in a good spot. A single grenade can mark an end for them at this point. With one player already down, Executor, you need to be careful. Retaliation shots being fired at him. But in this whole scenario, -40 is one of those teams that can do a third party onto the plus of Hidden Ones and FS as well. 7 Habit, they're just holding on to their compounds because they know this is their game to lose. The only threat in the lobby for them is going to be either Team Jelly if they make it inside the circle. But wait a second, Executor in a close frontal battle did manage to get one finish point, but he needs to patch himself up with only one first aid remaining and 94 meters away from the circle. It's not going to be easy for him.
Yeah, seems like they did not sign off for easy. They are on a hardcore mission right now to get inside the circle somehow. But like you said, I completely agree with you. I think the fortune shall be favoring to somebody who has the better of the circle, at least in the next one. As a push comes in on the players of SBA, it's going to be in from -40 who have traveled so far. Surely they do not want to get taken down like this as they are racking finishes to their names as Aryan. Suddenly he's the last player surviving from SBA. 5 finishes already secured for him from his side. And now at this point, Aryan, just the lonely survivor for his team. He knows where the players of Hidden Ones are. It's all about being patient. It's all about hoping that Hidden Ones ignore him. And then maybe he gets to strike from the backlines. Maybe stab them. Inflict that venom into their veins. But look at this. You've got the likes of Team Jelly. You've got the likes of 7 Habit. They are duking it out in their own personal duel. But Hidden Ones, they are lying in wait with bated breaths for this fight to end. But anything can happen. This chicken dinner can go anybody's way.
This is a battle of grenades. This is a battle of utils. Utils being perfectly launched, I think any team can reign supreme in this scenario. 7 Habit, yes, they are sharing the same compound with the plus of Team Jelly, and adjacent building is with the plus of Hidden One. Mortis is having his double mind whether to toss that grenade or not, or just to hold on to the ground. Kind of a stalemate situation for all the team. I love the rotation of -40. They went for a very late rotation, came all the way south, and now they have made it inside the top 5. Definitely a good game coming in from the side of -40. But Ninze, Jelly, the way they're just holding on to the ground, they're just waiting for some sort of a mistake from the opponent, some sort of sound cue, and then they'll capitalize on that. But for now, everybody's just waiting for the opponent team to make some sort of move.
Things are really starting to, get very interesting. Everybody, they're just hoping the circle shifts on them. Everybody, they're just hoping their opposition makes a mistake and they want to capitalize. And we are no ones to be pointing fingers over here. We'd have done the same. It all comes down to who the circle favors eventually towards the end. As now Team Jelly, this time they've got their numbers intact. But 7 Habit, they've got that high ground. And little did all these know that they've got hidden ones waiting for them. And even if that threat is averted, you still have -40 to deal with. Any of these 5 teams could come out as the victors. And then you have that lonely Aryan. Who knows, he might also clutch his way out. Seems like it's going to come down to that final circle. And now we have to start looking at the amount of meds all these players have. Because Team Jelly, they're already prepared with their contingency plan. Giving all their first aids to one particular player. Whilst the other, they dish out those damage.
Heal battle could be the way for the players of Team Jelly, where one player go for that, the remaining 3 players go for the fight with the players of 7 Habit or Hidden One, -40. They need those smoke. They need that soft cover for themselves to move a little bit inside the circle. Hidden Ones, yes, they do have the entire compound to their name, but they're just waiting for the blue to start closing in. But wait a second, Ryuk of -40 has managed to find Aryan, and with that SBA, they have been eliminated on the 5th spot. Hidden Ones coming out in the open with the soft cover of the smoke, and same are the players of 7 Habit also doing. But look at the position of Nishu, it's going to be so critical. There are 2 players of Hidden Ones right in front of him, and he couldn't do much. He has been taken down by Daniel of Hidden Ones, and a perfect elimination also coming in.
It's going to be a mad dash to get inside the circle. Look at all those smoke screens that have been laid out, and seems like Team Jelly, they have got a little bit of that concrete broken fence to play around with. And Hidden Ones, oh my god, it is looking like such a sketchy situation for them. As all those bombardments coming in, and seems like this chicken dinner could go Team Jelly's way. But there's still one player, Ryuk, from the backlines. The moment he's out of his first aids, he's surely going to strike from the backlines as Mortis. He's also healing his way. And now, Sam, this is what we were talking about. Ryuk, he gets that window of opportunity. He capitalizes, but Ninze, he gets in the trade. But from the far of frame, Mortis, he also chimes in. And now seems like it could be a very interesting situation with Kyolamau and Jelly still alive. For Team Jelly against Hidden Ones is Mortis, whose position has been compromised. One good grenade, and that could be it. It seems like Mortis, he's got something on his mind. Maybe trying to isolate one angle with that smoke. As Kyolamau and Jelly, they have to play this one together. They somehow managed to survive the threat of that grenade coming in at their direction. But the big question is, for how long can they do that? Because Mortis has got a lot of those dead crates lying down there. He can get a lot of those utils. Maybe if he can get a couple of first aids, that could be it. But right now, it could be anybody's game, and Mortis still in this 1v2 situation. Finally, the push comes pouring in. Jelly leading the front, leading the fray. Kyolamau from the back providing that cover fire, but Mortis, a beautiful grenade on display. Jelly has to go swinging out, but Mortis, he is really pulling off the impossible over here, as now he wants to get those finish numbers already secured for him, as Jelly is starting to bang. He's starting to have his nerves tingling as his fingers over here. Both these players just ring around the roses at this moment, but it could be anybody's game, Shadow.
It could be. Mortis has brought it down to a 1v1 situation against Jelly. Kind of a cat and mouse chase happening where Mortis is trying to find the perfect angle onto Jelly, and Jelly is also trying to do the same thing. But a grenade can change things around for Jelly, as he's trying to do the exact same thing. A grenade comes in towards Mortis. He has to come out of his covers, but now Mortis dodges the grenade perfectly, and Jelly was not able to swing out at the right moment. One more follow-up grenade coming in for Mortis, and this time can he dodge it again, as Jelly is going for the hunt, as he's going for the chase. Still kind of a stalemate situation. With positions being reversed, Jelly is sitting exactly where Mortis was few seconds back.
Look at this. So much of those utils being expended and no results coming out whatsoever. But this time, Jelly, not with the best of HP. He's just one bullet shy from getting eliminated, and Hidden Ones, they could pull off the impossible over here. Jelly did manage to patch himself up, but still so much damage being inflicted. This time he also connects his shot, but to no avail. Now we're back to square one once again with Mortis and Jelly, both of them patching themselves up. But who gets to be on the receiving end of things? Who emerges out as the victor over here? Only time shall tell. As now again the role reversal still in place. Jelly and Mortis. Now Mortis has that Molotov to play around with him. A little bit of a mistake, and Jelly will seize this opportunity for himself, as it really came down to the cat and mouse chase, and seems like Team Jelly will be the ones emerging as victors in this battle till the end.
Oh, the patience finally paid off. Jelly used everything, all the utility, everything he used. Mortis, kudos to him, valiant effort from his side. He was able to bring down a 1v2 situation into a 1v1. But Jelly proved that experience do matter a lot, and that is why he was able to get that winner chicken dinner for the team. A perfect I'll say end towards day number 1. That is exactly what the players of Team Jelly wanted. They started off by eliminating the players of Team Asla, got into the circle, got the perfect compounds, and later on, Jelly, that 1v1, I think it was funny also to witness.
It was funny, but at the same time, I think adrenaline was also coursing through our veins, because we love moments like this. Because when you look at Mortis and what he's just pulled off, I think he almost clutched it out. And it was just not against Jelly. He had to deal with the entirety of Team Jelly, and he somehow managed to take down 3 players. Of course, some unwanted assistance also from -40, I believe. One of those players still surviving took down one of their players. But the way he dealt, the way he was so calm and composed in that 1v2 situation, somehow throwing that grenade, getting Kyolo Mao down, and then also finishing him off, while at the same time, it was a 50-50 duel. He was quite smart, even in those situations where Jelly was ricocheting those grenades over. He was trying to draw him out, but his positions, his decision making, everything was on point. It also came down to the fact that both of them started looting those drop kits, finding those Molotovs, using every little piece of utility they had in their bag. So it was quite an entertaining affair, but would have loved to see Mortis clutch it out, and could have been an epic moment. But regardless, Mortis, if you are hearing us, take a bow. That was quite a valiant effort from his side.
Definitely a valiant effort from the side of Mortis and the entire team of Hidden Ones. A good outcome of this Miramar, but starting Miramar, we saw that Team Blasty was taken down by the players of Team GENxFM. Then it was Team Empire. GENxFM was in a role in this particular one. Last I saw, they had 12 eliminations, and the way Medal pushed onto them, and still GENxFM was able to deal with the players of Medal as well. So good elimination points for them. But Asla, a disappointment from their side, because this was their circle. I thought this is going to be a good game for the players of Asla.
I think for Asla, what really went wrong for them was, of course, those unwanted fights that they had to indulge themselves in, and eventually the circle going out in the open. They were left with no options. And this is the moment we're talking about, right? Jelly had been taken down. Ninze, he gets the rest back up, and Hidden Ones. This is exactly where Team Jelly wanted them to be. And then Ryuk from the backlines. He takes down one of those players. In fact, Sam was dealt with. And then Mortis comes in. And it was such a hilarious, but at the same time, a very entertaining fight. But this is the moment, right? I think he just wanted to flush his opponent out. He wanted to drop down that molly. I completely get it from the POV of Mortis, but in those situations, sometimes, all these pro athletes, they want to have themselves guns out, right? Rely on the good old shotguns, very deadly in those close range scenarios. And the nerves were definitely there, but I think Jelly somehow redeemed himself in that moment, because had he bottled that one out, I think a good warfare was waiting for him on X.
Could be possible, but yes, Mortis definitely, the fans were expecting Jelly to clutch out at that moment. I think it was just the experience. Jelly's just having a little bit more experience as compared to Mortis, and the way the entire fight was happening, it was entertaining for us, but for both the players, I think it was not at all entertaining. I think they had their hearts in their mouth, the way they were trying to clutch it out. It was not at all easy for them. So yeah, good effort from the side of entire team of Hidden Ones, and Mortis definitely. But Jelly, I'm sure he's going to be very happy with his performance.
For sure. I think this was what was expected out of Jelly. We know he's been a good IGL in the past, but the assaulting department was where he was lacking. And again, sort of going back to the scratch, rebuilding a squad, which was also struggling at the same time. So it all comes down to all these players aligning on their visions where they want to. They want to redeem themselves. And I think it's a good step in that particular direction. Because when you also look at the match MVP, Sam had done majority of the heavy lifting in this game, 6 finishes to this lad, but seems like it's a very big fragging game coming out of Team Jelly. And considering their previous matches were quite rough, I think now they would be feeling a little bit at ease.
Definitely. The starting games didn't go that very well for the players of Team Jelly, but this Miramar, I think they're going to feel a little bit relieved in the leaderboard department as well. 6 finishes towards Sam, Jelly clutching it out, getting those 10 crucial placement points as well. So I think Team Jelly would be looking a little bit okayish in the leaderboard department as well. Along with that, there's one more team which I want to talk about. That is going to be the players of M40. I love the rotation, and especially the way Ryuk survived till the very end. He was able to do a lot of damage toward the side of Hidden Ones as well.
Oh yeah, I think, at that point for -40, considering how long and arduous their journey was, they've been traveling. They had to also survive Hidden Ones at one point, and then resorting to the med battle, and then Ryu coming out after he was depleted of his resources, and then engaging against Team Jelly, taking down the danger man Sam in that situation. I think goes on to speak that yes, -40, they're also in here for some serious business, and certainly one of those teams to watch out for, but a very narrow win nonetheless for Team Jelly. It could have also been Hidden Ones, especially we've also, the entire idea for Snapdragon Pro Series is to somehow have all these underdogs and all these pro veterans in the scene culminate, and we would want to see how they fare off against each other. And this was one of those battles, and this is why we conduct such tournaments, an open tournament. You can participate and show your mettle. And surely, I think for Mortis, yes, he might have lost that clutch, but we loved every bit of it. His positioning, his decision making, it could have gone either ways. And yeah, it hurts after having such a nice time in those final the final game and the final moments to have choked. But I still feel like there's a lot of potential for this young lad in the future.
100% agreed. I think we'll be seeing a lot of Hidden Ones, such moments in the coming future. But speaking of the match ranking, we have Team Jelly right in the top with 27 points, 17 finishes. That means they were super aggressive in this one. Along with that, there was one more team which was very aggressive. That is GENxFM. 13 finishes and no placement points. Had they survived a little bit longer, I think GENxFM could have been on the top, or maybe somewhere close to Team Jelly. But on the bottom, we have Team Empire and Team Blasty with 0 points, and WSB also with 0 points.
Oh, yeah, it is quite gutting. RedxRoss, WSP, whatever you call them. It's so confusing at one time. We kind of lose track of it. But yes, I think we saw RedxRoss engaging in a fight against Medal, where they were absolutely just thwomped off with the way they were approaching. Even for BotArmyEsports, you got a feel for them. But then again, Team Empire, I think the Empire is as lost as Atlantis at this point, because you've been trying the entire year through and through about. You've been trying to get players. You want them to stick. We understand these have been challenging days, even for considering the fact that there are not a lot of orgs running around, not a lot of stability in the scene, and it's very difficult to come in and play, and still for him to somehow still keep the boat afloat. I think it's commendable, but to win there, to qualify, to make it amongst the greats, I think he has to push a little bit more harder with his team. And that brings us down to the next schedule that we have in front of us. It is going to be Erangel, where we end our evening of the night, and it's going to be Group A and C partaking in this one.
The same groups which played in the previous Miramar, so that means there is one more chance for the players of Team Hidden Ones to get that one winner chicken dinner which they came so very close to in the previous game. Along with that, there is a chance for GENxFM also. Since they went so aggressive in the Miramar, I think we can expect the same approach in the coming Erangel as well from their side, because the entire day was not in their favor. So could be possible that they would want to end things on a very good note.
I hope so. I hope so. They do, because at this point, as much as our heart goes out for all the old guards, for all the old teams, and at the same time, somewhere down the line, I think it kind of feels up with a little bit of hope, a little bit of elation, considering how much punch that these new orgs, these new teams have been putting in. I think this is where it all comes down to hard work and how hungry and how desperate you are to qualify into the next rounds, because that would be such a huge break for all these young guns, especially when you're going up against the best of the best so far. But that being said, we will be heading on towards Erangel, and it's going to be such an exciting affair, because after these 3 days we will also have those invited teams coming into play pretty soon, and we would want a few of these underdogs also to make their way in.
Definitely, because all these underdog, the new names, the raw talent gives a lot of fierce competition to the known names in the community. So that is something that excites me the most when I see a new player coming in, a new team coming in and taking down one of the top tier teams of the community. So that is something what SPS is all about. They're giving the stage that you come, you showcase your performance, qualify for the next stage, and then you have a chance to be the best of the best teams in the country, and maybe you become the best next known face in the country. That could be possible. So yes, Team Bunny is also one of those names that could be qualifying for the next stage. Team Eternity is also there. -40 is also showcasing some signs that they have that little spark in them. So definitely these are the names which we expect a lot of things from.
Yeah, of course. And in just a wee while, like you said, right, we'll all be hoping that somebody from the underdogs or the newer names comes out emerging victorious in this game. But that being said, my time at the desk is finally over. I'm going to catch you guys tomorrow, whilst my brother Necro is going to be taking over.
Thank you so much, Fixus. And yes, the last game of the day now rolls up on the screen as the plane flat path begins all the way from Severity towards Novoruknoy. And this plane flat path, once again, it does seem pretty balanced, Shadow, doesn't it?
Yeah, perfectly balanced, I'll say, unless you want to go toward the side of Krimosk or Quarry. That could be a little bit of the challenge, but considering not too many teams go towards that side of the map, I think you can easily find a vehicle or two and make your rotations towards that area. But speaking of the drop collisions, Yasna could be the place where we can expect few of the drop clashes happening, as Asla is heading towards that particular side. Along with that, I think it is Team F1 also moving towards that city. I just need to make sure. Is it F1?
I mean, it does seem like it is going to be F1, but it is right next to Asla Esports too. And speaking of Asla Esports, after choking that previous game, they're not going to be feeling too great about themselves. So the confidence might just be all-time low. And yes, it does seem like it is going to be Team F1 right next to him. Even F40 taking an exit towards Milta Power. You've also got 7 Habits down towards Milta. So for now, it does seem all good in the hood for all the teams, or at least majority of the teams. In Yasna Poliana, as you mentioned, there is a bit of that collision that's going through. But this clash, I'm pretty sure it's not going to come through that well. Maybe both these teams are going to sign that peace treaty, have themselves some compounds to play with, and just settle down with their own areas in Yasna Poliana and be happy. Because a fight off the rip is always going to be 50-50. You never know who's going to be the one to come through victorious. There's going to be a lot of these questions emerging. But look at the circle. At the start of the day, we started things off with a military base circle, and now in the end, it seems like we're going to end things on the military base as well. But what's happening? We've got Genesis on the receiving side of things as Team Legit is constantly taking shots against them. Evil's knocked out, and GENxFM on the struggling side of things. Luckily enough for Team Legit, they can get their fallen player back up with easily.
Oh no. After delivering such a good performance the previous one, GENxFM, they never wanted such a start for this Erangel. Legit, they have one more enemy in the close proximity. That is going to be Empire of Team Empire. Team Empire, they came for a third party and seems like they are on the receiving end of the things. Legit, yes, they have a very good start, especially Ju is getting all the 3 finishes, but his teammate Choco needs to patch himself up as soon as possible, because it's not looking good for the players of Team Empire at this point.
Third parties usually start off with an advantage, but Empire, they started things off with a major disadvantage as now second match taken down low, but a beautiful retaliation. Ace saves himself in that scenario. Luckily enough, he does not get taken down. If he would have gotten taken down, one thing is for sure for Ace and his teammates, that would have been it. The man in the front's also super low, and that's going to mark the day for Team Legit. That's going to be the exit. The first team to take an exit from the lobby. For a moment, we thought that it might just be GENxFM, but then Team Empire stepped in with a big advantage, and they shut down Team Legit. But look at the cost of what? Team Empire, they've only got Ace standing on the feet, and that's something that GENxFM realizes. And GENxFM, they're here to claim this elimination point.
And they were hungry in the previous game as well. They had 12 elimination in the previous Miramar. And this time in Erangel, they want to replicate the same performance as they're hunting for the last player of Team Empire, Ace. Madrake and their boys do have a vague idea where Ace could be. They're still hunting for him. Not a lot of util which GENxFM is having in their hands at this point, considering they have just dropped in few minutes ago. But still few nades being tossed. But the main thing is Ace is having a shotgun in his hands. If flopped perfectly, never mind. GENxFM deals with him, and with that Team Empire also bids bye-bye on the 15th spot.
Exactly. Without any struggles, GENxFM, they do wipe out Team Empire, considering there was just one man standing in the end. But you need some more time to understand what exactly just happened over here. First, it was GENxFM taking a fight against their opponents off the rip, which was Team Legit. Then Team Empire stepped in the action, where Empire instantly got taken down, and GENxFM disengaged. That gave the players of GENxFM enough time to go back and loot up, and once again be back on that same area, and third-party Team Empire. So yeah, a lot of third parties, a lot of trades did happen. Unfortunately for Team Empire, they should have started things off with the advantage, but once again, they choke up big time. But moving back towards this fight, IST Esports, they've got the man advantage, and F1, they've messed up big time.
The thing about Yasna is, there are so many angles where you can go for the flank angles, you can rotate, you can try escaping also, so kind of a stalemate situation. Whenever I see a drop clash happening in Yasna, either it's going to be a very fast-paced fight or it's going to be a stalemate situation, a very prolonged fight. And seems like Asla and F1, they're just prolonging that fight where they're just waiting for the opponent team to make some sort of a mistake. Like you pointed out, we have a southern circle again, where we have the players of Genesis towards the side of Severny. It's going to be a long journey for them. But crossing the bridge from the side of Nova Reproy is not going to be easy, as I can see the players of SBA are going for the bridge camp. 7 Habit, Middle, could be looking for that bridge. So SBA, they need to deal with.
It feels like for a while we're not going to see any action. So let's talk about something that happened in the previous game, right? Especially that 1v1 between Mortis and Jelly. Honestly, you gotta give props to Mortis. Before getting taken down himself, he secured 2 finishes for his team. And that's, in my opinion, pretty big. And for an instance, if you remember, Mortis was spotted all the way in the blue going for the med strat. But as soon as the third party came through outside of the blue zone, that gave Mortis the room that he's looking for to move inside. But I'm gonna hold on to that thought for now. Because IST Esports, they're making the pounce on top of the players of F1, as F1 are now down to just a 2-man squad. And even the man in the front gets knocked out. Gian's not able to reply back that well. And now it's down to just almost God. IST, they're not going to stop anytime soon. They're constantly on the march, constantly on the prowl. They do smell the blood. And now they're on the run. IST are like the bloodhounds, looking forward to shut down the last prey.
But seems like the last prey is going to make a run for it. He's going to scuttle back to the safety, make a quick escape from that situation. The way the players of F1 was so segregated, it was quite easy for Asla to find an opening. The moment they found an opening, they went toward a little aggressive approach, took down the second player, after the third player. A pan usually comes in such a scenario, and that is exactly what the players of Team Asla did. They did put the plans on ice for the players of F1 to get a good amount of finish points or placement points in this particular game, but 3 finishes to their name in the entire city of Yasna. But wait a minute, Neeraj, just look at the mini map. The last player of F1 is still lurking nearby.
It is. And look at FS's Rockley. As the shots were taken, Rockley was almost able to find the knockout on the Executor. Oh boy. Utility tossed on forward. An Executor. The man's barely surviving on a sliver of health. Another nade tossed in. Rock Lee's adamant on the fact that he wants to take down Executor. But Executor is still constantly patching himself up, and luckily enough, the man's still alive. All the utilities tossed. They're falling on top of the platform, not underneath the platform. And that's why the man's still alive. While we move on towards the rest of the players of FS, Sensei gets caught. The man was taken down pretty low, and one single bullet, that's going to seal the deal, as even Sensei gets knocked out and confirmed.
Sense Boy has been eliminated, the last player of Team FS remaining, and Daniel along with his teammate is making a quick rush for the last player remaining, but looking at the finish feed, seems like SB and Metal are also locking horns with each other. Westarvith has been taken down. Look at the amount of util being invested, and last player, not the last player, but Rigor has been taken down by the side of Hidden Ones. 2 elimination already in their hands. So Team FS is definitely not having a very good start, but Hidden Ones also need to prioritize the circle as they're way too far away from the circle at this point, and since they have to cross the bridge also, it's not going to be easy journey. So Hidden Ones have realized that thing, and now they are prioritizing the circle, leaving the last player of FS out in the blue. Maybe he can try going for those. Wait a second, we have the players of Team Jelly and M40 free finish points right in the water.
Mistakes were made, and Jelly is over here to capitalize. Kilamao is already spotting so many players, and they're like the evil fishermen who are making sure that the fishes will never see the shore. And just like that, it is going to be just Jelly and the boys getting so many eliminations racked up already. Stage 2 of the game, and they've already gotten 4 finish points accumulated. That's another great start for Team Just Jelly, and I'm pretty sure it's the start they were looking for as well. Beautiful stuff. Previous game was a chicken dinner. This game, they've got a great start. Consistency definitely feels like it's now starting to ooze out. But hold on. Hidden Ones, they've got their own problems to deal with. Mortis is going to be the man to shut down Rock Lee completely. And just like that, I guess, the problem's going to be dealt with.
Easily dealt with. Hidden Ones, they are feeling the confidences. They were able to have a good performance the previous Miramar. That is going to boost their confidence for this Erangel. Already good start, 3 finish points to their name. FS Kira, yes, he do have good first aids, but it's a long journey for him also to move inside the circles, considering he's right in the Georgia pool, and we have a southern circle. I love this circle, Neeraj, because it is going to test the IGLs. It can go either way, towards farm or towards the military base island, so it's not going to be easy. The rotations are not going to be as quick as we usually see in these kind of southern circles. So many players, so many teams will just be holding onto the shoreline, and will be waiting for the next circle shift.
And the next zone shift, it is still a little bit of a mixture between both the islands. It's a big question mark. Is it going to shift up north, or is it going to shift down south? A lot of the teams would sort of bank up on the fact that it's going to shift up north, because majority of the teams have dropped up north itself. And one of them is also FS and GENxFM, including Asla Esports, that was taking a fight against F1. And for Asla Esports, the previous game was a major choke, but this one cannot be. It's going to be the last game of the day, and I'm pretty sure Asla, they would want to make the most out of it.
They have to, because Asla is also not having the best of the time today. They need at least those average points on day number 1 in this last game, so that they can feel a little confident for day number 2. So it's going to be an important game for the players of Team Asla, and I think they do realize that the last player of F1 could be somewhere in the close proximity, just waiting for them to come out in the open, and then he'll strike at the right moment. That could be the reason that Asla is taking a lot of time to traverse inside the circle. Speaking of one more team, Medal, they have been having a good performance. I'll say Miramar is not the best map for them, especially the way the fight happened in the previous Miramar. They were taken down pretty early in the game, but for now, Cyrex has managed to find a beautiful knock onto Devotee or BotArmyEsports. Things were not looking steady for BotArmyEsports in the previous Miramar as well, because they had total 0 points to their name. So this Erangel is of utmost importance for BotArmy as well.
For now, though, Metal Esports, A team that has already made quite a lot of marks, especially in the game one. Metal Esports was the one to take the chicken dinner. And now also, it does seem like it is going to be circled down south, so we all expect Metal Esports to be the one to come through victorious. And now looking at things, 7 Habit. I love the fact that they're going for a bridge camp. This is quite the bold approach from 7 Habits, because usually 7 Habit is one of those teams that does avoid all the fights. But this time around, going for the bridge camp means 7 Habit is ready for warfare.
Oh, they are. And so are the players of Team SB as well. But looking at the position of Team Jelly, they are holding on to the complete southern shoreline of military base island. Then we have few teams who are going to opt for the waterways, as I can see the players of Hidden Ones heading towards the side of Primos, still fighting in the blue. All these teams who are in the blue, Hidden Ones, Genesis, Asla, F1, FS, it's not going to be an easy journey for them at all if the circle takes a southern shift, especially in that scenario. So let's see where the next circle shift is going to be. If it goes south, I think BotArmyEsports, SBA, Medal, they're going to feel very happy, especially Medal Esports, because they're expecting GENxFM to make a waterway rotation, and Medal will be ready to strike at that moment. But Kira, looking at his position, is still in the city of Georgopol, Neeraj.
He indeed is. I mean, the fact that he's the only player standing in it, I'm pretty sure he's trying to scrap for some loot. He wants to get his hands on as many mets as possible. And looking at the circle too, it's sort of panning down south. Metal Esports on the opposite side of the shoreline, as you've also got BotArmyEsports on that same area, same vicinity. SPA towards the bridge area too, as we've got Just Chili towards Noorupnoi. And especially looking at Noorupnoi, there's no one in that vicinity. But Just Jelly, they need to be a little bit more quicker to make it inside the circle if they do want to have a good compound to play with. And right now, it does seem like it's going to be pretty tough to find yourself a good compound. SPA is one of those teams that does have a decent amount of experience to play with, considering in an official tournament, the same team was under a different banner. So SPA, they definitely do know how they need to take care of things.
SBA, up until now, I think they have shown good rotations. Yes, the aggression is not coming, which we are expecting from their side, but eventually on day number 2, it will come. For now, good rotations are coming from their side. Good adjustments are definitely coming in from their side. But like you pointed out, Team Jelly, they need to make things a little quick if they want to move inside the circle and have a good spot for them. My eyes right now are on SBA and Metal Esports, because both these teams are placed perfectly to go a little aggressive and grab those elimination points. As Team Jelly trying to move inside the circle, we have the players of Team Blasty as well, who are just holding on to the potato hill. Maybe they'll be heading for the military base bridge, where we have the players of GENxFM, Genesis as well towards that military base bridge. So many teams opting for that particular bridge. It's not going to be easy at all.
Absolutely. Just Jelly and the boys on the move, and especially looking at the fact that once again they found themselves quite the clean rotation. They're easily going to find that circle breach too, and that's what they do. They're going to move inside of the military base, have smooth sailing, have a good setup, and that's going to be the best possible approach they can hope for. Because slowly and steadily, a lot of these teams are going to start to stack like bees around this vicinity. And Jelly and the boys, they need to make sure that they're having a solid position to play with. At least a position that's going to give them intel.
I think they're just going to hold on to the caves of the military base, because usually in these types of circles, we expect a southern shift also coming. If that's the case, I think Jelly and the boys will be looking at a very good spot for themselves. But for now, Medal, they're expecting a northern shift of the circle. But SBA, they're just waiting for the players of 7 Habit, as they're still towards the other side of the bridge. Cheyenne along with Snow, not giving any sort of sound, just hiding behind those dummy vehicles and just waiting for the players of 7 Habit to make their move. At the same time, there is a team which can do a third party in this scenario. That is going to be the players of BotArmyEsports, because the previous game didn't go that very well for them. So they'll be looking to redeem themselves in this particular Erangel. Goku being the king of the hill, trying to have that control of the Novo radio area. But so many teams still in the blue. I wonder if they have enough medkits with themselves.
They should, right? If they're hugging the blue, they should have. And I'm pretty sure it's something that they've pre-planned already. Especially all the teams up north. As soon as they do see the circle shift down south, they've got two options. Either you instantly start moving towards the southern side, or you start taking a lot of first aids and play the late game. So I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams that are going for the late game rotation, they went with the second option. 7 Habits, they were quite stubborn to camp that bridge for such a long time, but now that smooth rotation that they could have pulled off towards the southern side, it's not going to be so smooth after all. IST Sports is starting to stack up from the back, and 7 Habits, they also need to take care of the players of SBA. Where can 7 Habits go? It's way too late inside of the game. 7 Habit, they need a fight, but as soon as they take a fight against the players of SBA, it's going to be IST Sports 2 picking a fight against them.
Oh, 7 Habit, it's not a good situation like you pointed out. They're being the patty in the sandwich, where SB on the other side of the bridge and Asla on their backs. 7 Habit, they are pretty much doomed. They need to deal with the one side of enemy and clear one of the areas. Either the backs or deal with the players of SB at this point. And Nexus so very close to the player of 7 Habit. Is he even aware? I guess not. He's not aware that one of the players is so very close to him, where Asla is making a rush onto the players of 7 Habit out in the blue, and a perfect shot has been landed by Kalu onto Exist, takes him down, but Godex has been taken down by a hero of Genesis. So many fights are happening here and then, and Krish OP also gets taken down. Asla, they came for a hunt, and seems like they're getting hunted by Kalu of team 7 Habit.
7 Habit's playing it too defensive, and the only conclusion I can come through is that 7 Habits were underconfident in going for the fight and making the moves on the board. And that's one of the main reasons why now 7 Habits is getting picked off. I don't think Sakalu as well stands any sort of chance. The entirety of Asla is constantly taking shots against him. So many bullets going in his direction. What can one single man Kalu do? Nate tossed there as well. And that Nate's tossed way too close. A constant barrage of utilities can actually get rid of this player of 7 Habits. And you can see what Cairo is trying to do as well. He's creating that off angle towards Kalu. And even a lot of the shots have been taken against him. Finally patching himself up. 7 Habits. Something needs to be done. The man needs to disengage, and that's what he's planning to do as well. But does he have enough time to do so? One man from 7 Habit, which was Mayank. He gets taken down by the wall of death. And the time's constantly taken away, as Daddy OP is going to be the man from IST Sports who's looking to pin down Kalu. And he does not want to let this player get away from the spot. But for some reason, Kalu as well is just pinned on that same spot himself. He does not want to move away. The stubborn attitude, it might just get him eliminated from the game. And that's what happens. Gets taken down by that well-placed snake from Daddy. As we move on towards another fight. This transition of WSP up against the players of Echos. As Echo, they have been taken down as well. Another team eliminated. So many back-to-back eliminations happening. Hidden ones. I thought they can definitely be the hidden gems, but no.
No, WSB definitely reigned on their plan, and now they are looking very strong with 3 finishes. They need to move inside the circle, because circle is almost 200 meters away from them. But looking at the position of the players of BotArmyEsports and GENxFM, they have the control of the circle. They are placed perfectly, especially GENxFM on the southern periphery of the circle. They are placed perfectly to grab those elimination points. But SBA versus Team Jelly, they are on a hunt as a vehicle chase is happening. As Goku is trying to make a quick escape from that situation, but a perfect sprays from the side of Jelly did dish out a lot of damage to Goku. The vehicle is on the verge of being blasted off. BotArmyEsports is also just waiting for the plus of SBA. SBA not looking good at all in that position at all.
Just Jelly. He closes on up. He wants a bit more smoke against the players of SBA. As SBA now are pinned down heavily. There is one more man, Shyam, in the back lines as even he gets shut down. And Just Jelly and the boys are doing a fantastic job in aggressing on forward and playing for the territory control. I like this aggressive nature. I like this proactive nature from Just Jelly. As another man gets struck down. And just like that, the team will be eliminated from the game. As now it's time to shift your focus towards the team in the front, which is BotArmyEsports. But it's a team you cannot underestimate. Ninja is constantly going for the shots. Ninja too, a mechanically skilled player, a mechanically gifted player. The entirety of Just Jelly, they've got the ball in their court. If they keep on playing the same way, if they keep on aggressing at the right time, this game can be theirs too.
But they need to watch their six, as the players of WSB are also closing in, and seems that Jelly is aware that there is a team on the back lines. That is WSB, as they're trying to move inside the circle. Then we have the players of Genesis also trying to close in from the southern side. Ninja trying to spot the players of WSB. Let's see if we can get one or two knock. But WSB do realize there is someone towards the shoreline, is trying to make a safe escape from that situation, dodging all the bullets of Just Jelly. But wait a second, we have Sarvit of Metal Esports locking horns with the players of BotArmyEsports, where Legend has been taken down by Devotee, and now they will be looking for the confirmation point. But BotArmy, they need to be careful of Sarvit, as one single grenade can mark an end for the players of BotArmyEsports.
Metal Esports tossing the utilities. And look at what's happening. Monty hides back as Devotee's taking a lot of shots upon himself. Legit and Prince in quite an awkward position. Sarvit's going to be the main playmaker. He's got to get those eliminations in the front. He's at least got to knock one player out. That's going to buy enough time for Metal Esports to reposition. And looking at the elimination feed too, just look at it. It's going off. It's the players of Just Jelly taking shots against GENxFM, and they're also finding a lot of success doing so. GENxFM are on the struggling side of things, but moving back to this fight, as the push comes to shove, BotArmyEsports, they almost took down Sarvit, but as soon as I say so, they actually do take him down. Devote is also going to be the casualty in this entire fight, but Monty in the front lines pulls out the DBS as he fights the first strike, and even the second one's going to be wrapped up. Monty, what a miraculous play that was. One man taking down two players, stopping the entirety of the opposing team single-handedly. That too, Metal Esports.
This is not the first time that Monty has delivered such a heroic performance. In the first Erangel also, we saw the same thing happening. BotArmyEsports, they're definitely going for a huge play in this particular one. But more than that, we have the players of Team Jelly with 10 finishes already in their pockets. And maybe they are looking for a second winner chicken dinner of the day, as Ninja knows exactly where the players of BotArmyEsports are, as Devotee with the vehicle is trying to close in the distance. Ninja knows exactly where Devotee is, and he takes him down. Beautiful spray coming in, and Devotee has been dealt with, but Ninja is also on the receiving end of the shots which are coming from the side of Monty.
Oh, constant struggles from both the sides in BotArmyEsports. Devotee, as he's going to be the casualty. Even for Just Jelly, they do want to secure their second chicken dinner and already confirm their slot in the challenge season. But what is happening? BotArmyEsports is scary. He's taking a lot of the scary routes in this entire scouting moment. Ninja and Sam, the last two remaining players. A beautiful spray comes into play, but that's not going to find the prey. Sam TWT has got too much to worry about. Even the players now starting to stack up around him. And somewhere down line, of course, the heavy man advantage that the players of BotArmyEsports have, it's going to start to overwhelm the players of Just Jelly, and a nade sails in, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin they were looking for. And just like that, the chicken dinner gets stolen from Just Jelly. Beautiful stuff from BotArmyEsports. And I was mentioning this from the start of the day. BotArmyEsports is not a team that needs to be underestimated. They've got a lot of potential, and they showcased it in the last game.
Oh yes, definitely. BotArmyEsports getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner. The way this team was holding on to the shorelines from the very start. The moment the circle shifted towards the military base, they were the first one to have the hold of the shoreline. And the way they annihilated every single threat that came in front of them. But I also have to appreciate the players of Team Just Jelly. The way they were going super aggressive, accumulating those finish points. I think on the leaderboard, we might see Team Jelly on the top, just because of the elimination points, Neeraj.
Exactly. I mean, of course, Just Jelly, they were dominating through, as you mentioned. They might just be at the top of the match standings. But still, BotArmyEsports, this chicken dinner was needed. And now that they've got the chicken dinner, this also gets them really close to qualifying in for the challenge season. You need to place yourself in the top 16 in order to move on forward, because only the top 16 have a chance to move on. And Shadow, what a game that was, especially the final fight. I generally thought that Just Jelly as well can get the fight secured, but that one man knocked out, that just put the entire fight in the court of BotArmyEsports. And you gotta give props to BotArmyEsports too. The way they played, every single decision they took was done perfectly.
100% agreed, but the way Devotee was trying to make that rotation with that vehicle, he was taken down instantly. For a second, I thought at that moment that the entire plan of BotArmyEsports is going to get ruined, but no, they held their calm and composure and they managed to deal with the situation perfectly. They did manage to take down the players of Just Jelly with the last player remaining. The position advantage was also with the players of BotArmyEsports at that point. Despite getting the initial knock, BotArmyEsports held on to the composure and they did manage to get a beautiful winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves. But I think Jelly is also feeling very confident considering they got a chicken dinner in the Miramar map and a very high fragging game in Erangel. I think they have marked the day end on a very big note.
Hands down, they have marked the day on a pretty massive note, right? It's almost like a chicken dinner that Just Jelly have got. Yes, they missed out on the mark, and yes, on paper, it's not going to be counted as a chicken dinner. But still, that was quite a humongous game that they secured. And the same thing can be said for BotArmyEsports too. As I mentioned, they are now really close to move on forward towards the challenge season. Or maybe you can't say Just Jelly have pretty much made it. You just need to place yourself in the top 16. And let's be honest, a lot of these teams are not even going to show their A game, considering they know they can easily qualify in from the open finals. The real A game is going to be showcased in the challenge season, where we're going to have those 16 invited teams play. And of course, those 16 invited teams are going to be the T1 name.
Agreed. Some of the teams, like the players of Bunny Esports and few other names also, who have got so many points in day one itself, they might not be revealing all their strats. At this point, they'll be saving few of them for the challenge season. That could be a possibility, but there are a few teams which are still in the grey area, just like the players of Hyderabad Hydras, Gujarat Tigers, Do or Die. These are the few names which are still struggling. Yes, BotArmyEsports and Team Jelly did redeem themselves in the last two games. So yes, they are in the safe area for now, but day number 2 and day number 3 are still left. So I think other than Wingod Esports and Bunny Esports, I don't think I can take any name that I can say that for sure they're qualifying for the next stage.
Hands down. I mean, for Team Bunny, look, with the way they've been playing, I wouldn't exactly say that they've already secured their slot in the challenge season. I don't think so they have that many amount of points. They should have a decent amount of points, but not exactly the nuclear performances we were looking for from Team Bunny. Bunny Esports, I think so they did get one chicken dinner, so still just to be on the safer side of things, they might just need one decent game with maybe 10 or 12 points, and maybe that's going to mark their entire number towards the top 16. And the same thing can be said for Team Just Jelly too. They need one more chicken dinner or maybe one more big game, and that's easily going to make their way towards the challenge season. I'm talking about to be on the safer side of things. If you just want to stick with the cutoff, then that's going to be filled with a lot of risk, and of course, being on the cutoff means you can be kicked out of the top 16 any other time. So being on the safer side of things is much more better, and you should pretty much aim to do so. Match MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Shiro from GENxFM ESPORTS with 5 finishes and 56% finish contribution and the map impact of 9%.
Yeah, definitely. Genesis was also playing really good, especially considering the rotations which they were bringing in the map of Miramar. They're engaging in good fights. Yes, the entire potential of the team has not been showcased in the day number 1, but I think day 2, this team will be looking very confident. As Hero was last man standing, he went all out. The best companion is going to be Monty from the side of BotArmyEsports. Both Erangels, I think this guy showcased a very heroic performance, especially the way he clutched in both the Erangels. So he's the best companion. The finisher is going to be Monty again, as he was the person who landed that final last blow onto the player of Team Just Jelly. With 3 finishes, 2 assists, BotArmyEsports played it perfectly.
I mean, just look at the stats. BotArmyEsports, as you mentioned, they played it perfectly. 17 points accumulated from BotArmyEsports. Even Team Just Jelly getting 17 points. That's completely perfect. Just Jelly as well, consistent finish. BotArmyEsports, exactly what they needed. Genesis, though, slipping under the radar, slowly and steadily getting there in the top 16. 13 points. GENxFM, 8 points in total. Asla Esports, 2. As I mentioned at the start of the day, you just need to average 7 to 8 points per game. Metal Esports, 5 points. Not bad. WSB, 5 points. They're doing pretty okay. And considering the fact that they've got 8 more games to go in the span of 2 days, yes, they can make better things happen.
Oh, they have to. They have to. If they want to qualify for the challenge season, they have to make things better. But speaking of better, the team which was not better in this one was minus 40, as they've got 0 points in this particular one. The previous Miramar was really good for them as they survived till the top 3. Especially Ryuk, the way he was able to ruin few things for the players of Hidden Ones and Team Jelly as well at that point. So big things are expected from minus 40. Yes, Miramar could be their strength, but they also need to perform really good in the map of Erangel and Sanhok as well.
I think so. M40 being much more like the newer faces on the block, you expect some sort of a maturity in the players, and that's exactly what's happening, right? The experience sort of lacking, not exactly knowing what sort of decisions to take in those heavy moments, and that's why maybe minus 40 is now starting to crack under that pressure. But let's give them a bit more time. It's just the day one, right? They've still got 8 more games to go. So in 8 more games, anything can happen. We might just see an insane comeback. We might just see the entire face of the table change, or the entire overall standings can just fall apart. Anything can happen. We're always up for possibilities and comebacks.
Yeah, the point standing is still very volatile. That I do agree with you. Minus 40. My point is just don't leave things for the 11th hour, because if you're leaving for the very last day, for the last 6 games, I think things can go where you might not qualify. So it's better to stage a comeback from day 2 itself. Day 1 went in your favor, just like for Bunny and other few teams like Wingod Esports. You're good to go. You can take a few extra risk on day number 2. But if you are at the bottom of the leaderboard, day 2 is of prime importance for those teams, because if you don't stage a comeback on day number 2, I don't think day number 3, the other teams will allow you to stage any sort of comeback. They will hunt you down. They will make sure you get eliminated very early. They will force a drop clash with you. So don't leave things for just day number 3.
And we pretty much know day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, right? It's pretty much the name of the day. Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. And if you're not going to be able to pull off a comeback on the day 2, then day 3, there's going to be too much pressure on top of your head. If you're especially someone just barely hanging on the edge, either from 12th till the 16th spot, your spot is anyways going to be taken away by the team on the latter half of the board if they do perform super well. So especially for the teams on 12th till the 16th, they're always going to have that big pressure on the back of their head that yes, our slot can be taken away. So that's the only reason why I'm saying you need to have some big games in your hand to sort of have that cushioning to play with, and that's going to avoid the extra bit of tension that you can have on day 3.
100% agreed, especially for Hyderabad Hydras, LSA team, Blasty as well.
Man.
All these teams, Gujarat Tigers, I won't say Gujarat Tigers are safe, because they did had a 1 good game or 2 good games, but that's not enough for Gujarat Tigers. They need to pull something big. They need to get those chicken dinners. They need to get those high fragging games. So Hyderabad Hydras, they need to stage a comeback. But there is one more team which I like the performance, the way they played the Miramar. That is Diesel Esports. The way they handled that rush, I think they are showcasing that signs of aggression that they could be the team which can qualify for the challenge season.
Definitely. Diesel Esports was one of those teams that is also a team quite known in the community, right? Especially their IGL, used to IGL team Limra in the past, which is Gokul IWNL. And we've seen that man for such a long time in the community, but we never know what's going to be in stake for, especially on the day 2 of the Open Finals, because day 1 comes to an end. So we'll see you guys tomorrow itself. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and Shadow. We'll see you guys on the day 2 of the Open Finals.
So we're just gonna do our thing, ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. So never do the Broncos thing.
big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.